Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
This 2020 Sports brought to you by MGM Northfield Park. Visit MGM in March for the Pick Your Paradise drawings to win free play or cash towards a vacation of your choice. Find your fun at MGM Northfield Park. Guardians begin the 2026 regular season tonight. Start a 4-game series in Seattle against the Mariners. Tanner Bybee, an ERA of just 1.30 in the months of September last season. Big reason why, the work done by pitching coach Carl Willis. Bobby, and why Willis is oh so good.
I think with Carl, I think what he does so well is that he is old school, but he also lets the new school come to him too. Like, if he doesn't know the answer to a question, he's not going to let his ego get in the way, and he's not going to try to give you a fake answer. Either he's going to find an answer, he's going to hand you off to someone who does know the answer. I feel like that's the one thing with him where that's why he's able to be so successful for such a long time.
Guardian skipper Stephen Vota's offseason home nearby Olympia, Washington, going to try for his third straight AL Central title and third straight AL Manager of the Year award. Cavaliers off tonight. Back to work tomorrow night, again hosting the Miami Heat at Rocket Arena. Cavs losing to Miami last night, 120-103. The Heat had air players in double figures, shot 52% from the floor. Donovan Mitchell led the Cavs 28 points, but the loss snapped the winning streak at 4 games. With the loss to the Heat last night, Cavs now 3 games in back of New York for the number 3 spot in the Eastern Conference. While the Cavs are off tonight, Knicks going to be in Charlotte taking on the Hornets. New York comes to the contest with a 7-game winning streak. The Sweet 16 gets underway tonight. NCAA men's tournament in the South. Big Ten battle. Nebraska takes on Iowa. The other matchup in the South includes another Big Ten team, that being Illinois going up against Houston. In the West, Purdue, Big Ten, taking on Texas. And number 1 seed Arizona will face Arkansas. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
It's here, baby. Oh. Go home, take a nap. Opening day for our Cleveland Guardians. Go home, take a nap. In Seattle. Go home and take a nap. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Opening day for our Guardians. We're going to talk about them like crazy today. Paul Hoynes is going to join us. He's in Seattle. So we're going to wake Hoynesy up at about 9 o'clock. He's going to join us at 9:20 his time.
Hoynesy goes for a run at 4 in the morning.
Well,
Come
good.
on, man.
Well, then he'll be up and invigorated. Then he'll have to take a nap because he's going to be up late covering the game.
I'm already taking a nap. Okay.
12:20. Hoynesy's going to join us. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We'll talk some baseball. We'll talk some football. Daryl Ryder at 1:20. I'm Jeff Phelps. This would be Andy Baskin.
Hi, Jeff. How are you? It's good to see you. Good to talk to you. We really, we had our meeting this morning, but I haven't really had a chance to see you. You walked in the parking garage this morning. I honked. You waved. It was cool. Peace.
That was it, huh?
That was it. That was my whole morning today.
Okay.
Other than the fact I decided to move a couch by myself last night and bring it up the stairs by myself. So my back is in a little pain.
You really didn't do that, did you?
I really did do that last night, yeah.
That's a bad idea, dude.
You're
not 35 anymore.
No, and I was contemplating waking the kid up, and he was like, I'm not doing anything, Dad. I didn't sleep. Homework.
That's the spirit right there.
That's what I said.
The spirit.
That's the passion of the Baskin family. Yes.
Little shuffling of the papers in Berea. Little adjusting of some payments. Little finagling on the contract of Myles Garrett, which does some nice things for the Browns. It pushes a few things down the road, is advantageous to them. Also being considered advantageous to Myles Garrett as his bonus money gets pushed back and blah, 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 blah. And the minute you take a look at that and you see what's going on, and you might think what Dan thought, what Andy thought, what I thought, which is, well, that certainly would make it a little easier to trade Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I would.
And then you read every analyst about what the Browns did, and they say, well, that certainly makes it easier to trade Myles Garrett.
Yep, it does.
Doesn't mean you're going to trade Myles Garrett, but it certainly puts you in a better position to do that. We don't even need to get into all the technicals about this. It pushes bonuses back so that they won't count for a while, which would make it easier for another team to bring in Myles Garrett now and would make it less punitive for the Browns to trade him. That sums it up, right?
Yeah, I just, as I kind of was digesting this last night, and I was just who's the advantage here for? And, did they need
the advantages for both?
Yeah, did they need to do it? And now am I going to have my eyes on June 1st and anything that could happen after that? And so just kind of looking at the big picture, plus the fact the team is trying to get a rule passed with the NFL about, being able to trade picks into the future.
Which, by the way, as we said when it was proposed, great, fine. You can understand that. NFL rule changes of that ilk never pass the first time around, and usually take several years in discussion if it has a chance to pass. So don't expect that to happen. But is it a coincidence that the Browns have pitched this idea of trading picks 5 years out and then modify the contract language of Myles Garrett to push bonuses back, which would make him a little easier to trade?
Well, Jeff, I mean, I know we're saying, no, this isn't going to pass. We don't think this is going to pass, but just humor me for a second here, will you please?
Andy, I've been humoring you for 14 plus years.
What if it does? Let's just humor me.
Well, fine. That'd be fine.
If it does, it screams Myles Garrett.
And guess what?
You tell me Dallas wouldn't come after Myles and, oh, yeah, you can have you can have these picks.
And
that'd
guess
be great.
What? In the right package, I'd trade him in a heartbeat.
Especially if they wanted to give you multiple.
George Pickens,
multiple.
who they're having contract issues with.
Well, I'm more looking at the multiple first round. If you were going to trade Myles, and I'd love to have a body like that. That'd be awesome. But, for me, I just started looking at this. It's like, man, what if that rule passes and who knows? Crazy trader Jerry down in Dallas might be willing to do something to get Myles to go to Dallas. I also talked with some folks last night. If they were going to trade him, please send him to the NFC. Please, I don't want to see him in the AFC.
Would you trade Myles Garrett?
Would I?
Yeah.
It depends on what the deal is.
Well, sure.
I mean, you could rebuild your franchise.
You're not trading him for Joe Flacco.
No.
Nothing against Joe.
But put into consideration that the Browns are asking for this rule change from 3 to 5 years on future NFL picks. And if that passed, I don't know. I don't think we see Myles here next year. I think somebody would be willing to do that, and I think the Browns would be all in.
Forget the rule. I'm assuming it's not going to pass because that's what all of the experts tell us.
Okay,
not going to pass.
I don't trust experts.
Oh, good. I'm glad we have them on the show all the time.
Mm-hmm. Other than you, Jeff, I trust you.
Yeah, well, the minute I get expertise in anything, I'll let you know.
Jeff, driving a car into the ground, you are the man.
Thank you.
You are the man.
Dog Pound Daily. Mock trade. Dallas gets Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Browns get a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 first-round pick, a 2028 third-round pick, and wide receiver George Pickens. Why would I do that trade in a heartbeat? It's this. And Myles, to me, is the best defensive player in the NFL. I think he's phenomenal. He clearly is phenomenal. 23 sacks last year and helped his team win 5 games. 14 sacks the year before. Outstanding. 3 wins. Trey Hendrickson, terrific defensive lineman for the Cincinnati Bengals. They went 6-11.
Right.
Trey was hurt. Micah Parsons, Green Bay gives up a boatload for him, and they went 9-7-1. That was okay. Max Crosby, great defensive end.
Yeah, this is
3-14 for the Raiders. Max Crosby helped them get the number 1 overall pick. Brian Burns was second in sacks in the NFL last year, 16.5. Giants went 4-13. As good as Myles Garrett is, Myles Garrett alone will not help this team get to the playoffs alone. I mean, if you have a good team, do you want Myles Garrett on it? You're dang right you do. I think he's phenomenal. He's 30 this coming season.
Mm-hmm.
How many good years does he have left? 3, 4?
Yeah.
If I could get multiple first-round picks and a player the caliber of George Pickens at a position the Browns sorely need, I would trade Myles in a heartbeat.
So basically what you're saying is there was a third-round pick in there too?
Yep.
Okay.
2 firsts, a third, and a top-notch wide receiver who would clearly be the best wide receiver this team has, who happened to play at Georgia when Todd Monken was the offensive coordinator.
All right. So you're talking about basically the same trade as Max Crosby plus a third in Pickens. Is that really what your 2 first-round picks? Yeah.
And again, I think Myles is tremendous.
I got to be honest. If they want to trade him, I hope that rule goes through. The rule change goes through because I think they could get a lot more.
Well, but I don't think they can. No team, Andy's going to give you 3 or 4 first-round picks for a 30-year-old defensive end.
The defensive player of the year?
That's not. It's his age. How many really good years does he have left? 3 or 4.
How much? What do you think Myles Garrett would be worth to the Cowboys, though? You know what I'm saying? Send him back home. It's not like they're hurting for ticket sales.
I would think George Pickens, 2 firsts and a third, would be a tremendous haul.
No, I'm saying, but beyond
the Cowboys
that,
had Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I know. And so now you bring Myles Garrett, back to Texas, and I just think there's
Cowboys don't need help selling tickets.
No, it's not tickets. Is it jerseys? Is it there's little things that go on beyond
Jerry's filthy rich. They don't need that. What they need is
guys
what
who are
they need
filthy
are players
rich
to
don't
help
mind
them
making
win.
money though.
Yeah, I know.
I got to. When's the last time you walked up to me and go, you know what, Jeff? I have way too much money. I can't make any more money. I don't want to make any more money.
It's nickel and dime stuff compared to what they could do if they win big. And Myles could help them win now, but George Pickens can help them win now.
If it meant for Dallas winning big and it was a game changer, and it's a difference, being in the playoffs, Dallas farther into the playoffs.
Dallas had as close to Myles Garrett as you might get in the NFL, and they traded him away.
Yeah, they did. So is that regret? Is that wheel of regret?
No. What it is I just don't think Myles' value is 4 to 5 first-round picks, so that the entire thought of trading draft picks down the road. I mean, if you got
it's a couple more seconds.
If you got 2 number ones, a third, and George Pickens, something like that, Andy, I would do that trade right now. And that's no disrespect to Myles, but an aging defensive end who's clearly at the top of his game. But is he going to be at the top of his game in 3 years? Is your team going to be competitive this year and have a chance for the playoffs, or are you going to waste another phenomenal season by one of the best defensive players to ever play the game? I think you'd waste another defensive season. But if you go get George Pickens, you get a couple of first-round picks, and I'm just throwing this trade out as the trade that that was thrown out. The other teams could do similar things. I would do it, and it's not because of Myles; it's because of where the Browns are. And if they adjusted things contractually to make it easier to trade him, okay, then let the offers fly. Now, what comes back into play here is this to me, Andy. You trust this front office to pull off a trade that would really be hugely beneficial?
I think they could. The framework of it would appear to be beneficial. It's the execution of the framework that I think scares us. I'll give you your trade. Okay, maybe I say yes. 2 first-rounders, Pickens, and a third. Okay? I'm asking
It's not my trade. It's Dog Pound Daily.
Okay, well, Dog Pound Daily. Let's just say that trade works out. Mm-hmm. Okay? I think I trust the Browns to pull off a deal that seems equitable, right? That deal.
And it would give you 2 first-round picks in next year's quarterback-heavy draft.
That's my question, though. And you're right, Jeff. It's like, do you trust them with those 2 first-round picks?
Do you, folks? 216-474-0092. They adjust Miles' contract. The benefit seems to be makes him more valuable in a trade because it would be less on the team that takes him on. It would be less punitive on the Browns. Miles still gets all of his money. That appears to be what's happened here. Would you trade him? Would you trade him if you're the Cleveland Browns? It's Baskin and Phelps on opening day for the Guardians. Oh, opening night.
Opening night.
Get a
that's
nap.
right.
Get a nap for the Guardians. By the way, the Guardies are coming up later in the show.
Who?
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
sports right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Little finagling on the contract of Myles Garrett. What does it do? Benefits the Browns a little bit. Push some money back. Doesn't hurt Myles Garrett at all. He gets his money. For another team, would make it easier to acquire Myles Garrett. What's it mean, Andy Baskin?
I'm just. Are we the only two sitting here going, hey, I think they paved the way to trade him?
No, I think everybody is, and I don't think Browns fans care.
You don't think they care? I think Browns fans would be upset if Myles Garrett, like right now, we're kind of in the weeds. Like this is the kind of stuff. This is the precursor to a major move like that, and I don't think anybody's kind of like, wait, what are you talking about? Like restructure, and maybe the Browns might get this rule to pass. And what do you mean they might trade Myles Garrett? What? And then all of a sudden, they trade Myles Garrett, and they're like, "Well, what are they doing? Why do they trade Myles Garrett? I don't understand." We're sitting here right now. We're right in the sweet spot of something that could happen.
The deal that we threw out, it's been out. Dog Pound Daily put it out. Cowboys, Myles Garrett, 2 number 1s, a number 3, and George Pickens. For where this team is right now. 3 wins, 5 wins, new head coach, new offensive system, new defensive coordinator. Hope it gels with Myles Garrett. With where this team is right now, I don't know why you wouldn't take a trade like that if it were offered to you.
Where this team is right now, and knowing where they're going underneath a roof at some point where they've got to sell tickets for folks that'll be moving from the old to the new,
in several years.
They are teeing themselves up to make the Indians move, right? Right? Like,
explain.
Well, when the Indians moved out of the old ballpark prior to their final 2 years, where they could see a little bit of promise and some hope coming up through the farm system, and then, boom, magically, everything seemed to work when they, in
year number 2 of the new ballpark.
Yeah. Although, with the work stoppage, they were on their way, right?
Well,
weren't they in first place when the work stoppage happened?
I don't believe they were.
Or second? They were in the playoffs.
They were looking better without question. I don't remember specifically where they were. It was year number 2 when they went nuts. Obviously, won 100 games, won 144.
But let's be honest. You went from a ballpark that was old municipal, dead, to the last season where everyone wanted to get a piece of nostalgia. It wasn't dead for the Browns. I still think the ballpark, the municipal, was awesome for the Browns, even though it was too big. It was perfect for football, horrible for baseball.
I would differ completely. But
you
that's
thought
okay.
It was great for baseball?
Well, let's talk about Myles Garrett.
But you've got to tell me why you thought that was a good baseball.
I just enjoyed sitting there watching games. I thought it was much better sight lines than for football.
I thought we were 10,000 miles away, and
it was more that way for football.
And for football, I thought it was about the experience of being
anyhow.
Those people.
Mary Kate Cabot.
But anyway, they're ramping up the same kind of way. Is that fair? Going back to the original point.
We were hoping they are.
Yeah.
They haven't proven anything yet. 3 wins, 5 wins, fire the coach, bring in a new coach, keep the GM in place, put together the bad roster. I'm enthused.
Wow. Bitter.
No, I'm not bitter. I'm just being realistic. Mary Kate Cabot covers the team for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com.
Mm-hmm.
She was on the morning show, and she was discussing with our fabulous duo of Ken Carman and Anthony Lima the idea of trading Myles Garrett after these adjustments to his contract.
I don't know if you can say that with any degree of certainty that it's going to prevent them from getting the quarterback. Certainly other teams have found a way to get a quarterback and to be successful without having to use the number 1 pick on the quarterback or the number 2 pick or whatever the case may be. I mean, there are plenty of teams that you can cite that have fixed their quarterback situation without having to do that. So I don't, as it stands right now, I don't think, and I wrote this last night, I know they don't have any plans to trade him right now.
Okay.
Right now.
Yeah, those are key words.
And as soon as they redid the deal, somebody probably called, bring. Andrew, what's going on? He's got an old-fashioned phone. Hey, what's going on? Thinking about trading Miles? Smells that way on the outside.
Well, I would think that might be the case, and maybe some team jumps in and makes him an offer, and that's where this goes. But if you look at timelines, Miles is 30 this coming season. He'll turn 31 late in the year, late December. And, certainly in the prime of his career, he's a beast. I mean, he's just outstanding. But with the best defensive effort in sacking quarterbacks the NFL has ever seen, the team won 5 games. He can't do it by himself, and he was part of a good defense. If the right opportunity came along, if I'm them, I go for it. And I don't hesitate to do it. And you have the 6th pick in the draft, Andy. If you made a trade and traded Myles Garrett, it would signify to me a couple of things. Number one, you're in it for the long haul.
Mm-hmm.
You're not worried about this coming season. And you sure as better give Todd Monken a pass on your number one, which means you better give him 2 or 3 years.
Yep.
If you were to trade Myles Garrett. You better give him 2 or 3 years. Otherwise, what are you doing? And you could that would open up the 6th pick in the draft for a defensive end. Go draft a defensive end. Replace Myles. Go get a guy who's 22 years old and is on his way to becoming a big-time defensive end. Add your offensive tackle. Get a number 1 pick for 2027. Get your quarterback. I mean, there are all kinds of things you can do, but you would have to be, I would think, Andy, willing to accept and sell to your fan base. We're building this thing for the long term. And Todd Monken is here for the rebuild, and this is what we're doing. And then I'd be really willing to sell off other parts of guys who are at that magic number that begins with a 3 when it comes to their age.
You hit the nail on the head with that, especially with the 3 part of the age. I just think fans would be upset if they traded Myles, and I don't know.
Well, I would think they should be, because people don't look at things rationally. Do I want to trade Myles Garrett? Heck no. He's phenomenal. But if somebody called and made the right offer for a team that just won 5 games, man, how do you not listen? You have to listen.
Of course. I think those phone calls happen more often than we think.
Well, that's their job.
I think. Is there an uproar, though, of Browns fans if they trade Myles Garrett? Because here you sit with one of the best players in the game, and and you're going to let him go. But no matter what, and you're doing it basically for prospects, or in that scenario, you would get one. You'd get one guy. You'd get Pickens for sure. So it's just like, I just think Browns fans would revolt a little if they traded Myles Garrett. And then if you watch Garrett go somewhere and win a Super Bowl, oh, man, you want to talk about wheel of regret? We sit here and talk about we talk about Baker Mayfield.
A defensive
we talk
end
about,
in and of himself isn't going to win a Super Bowl. I gave you proof of that in the first segment. Trey Hendrickson's team was 6-11. Michael Parsons was 9-7-1. Max Crosby's was 3-14. Brian Burns was 4-13, and the Browns were 5-12.
But if you're a bad team with at least one good player, why are you looking to get rid of your one good player? I understand
because he can help you build the team. Steve's in Cleveland. Steve.
Hey, Jeff, I agree with you. I love Myles Garrett, but this team needs more. We need more than one player. And if the right team came and gave me 3 number 1s, I'd do it. For instance, if Dallas Cowboys came to me and gave me both their number 1s this year and the number 1 next year, he's gone.
I couldn't argue with you. If they gave me 2 number 1s and George Pickens.
Yes, that would be great.
And Steve, it would take that kind of an offer, I think, to move him, but you never know what a team might do. I mean, teams have made big deals for defensive ends.
And I agree with you. I mean, just over in history, when a player at his level, like Herschel Walker and different traits, Reggie White, that those were big blockbuster deals, and he deserves that kind of deal.
Steve, thank you very much. If you look at it, just put the pieces together here. Is this team ready to win big next year? I don't know that. I would think not. Is Miles ready to win big? Yeah, he probably is. He's getting paid big, and he's 30.
Miles wants to win a Super Bowl. Miles went to press row at the Super Bowl 2 years ago and said, "Get me out of here." What was the conversation? I'll always want, other than money, what was the conversation that kept him here? Why did Andrew say? How did Andrew get him to stay? How did Jimmy get him to stay for another year? And I don't think Browns fans, would you be shocked if they traded him? I'm at the point where I say no. I say no. I mean, yeah, he got the sack record. That's awesome. But you're right. It's about building for the future. I just think there'd be an uproar if they trade him, no matter what.
Dan is in Cleveland. Hey, Dan.
Good morning. I'm in favor of trading, if this is all true, with Myles Garrett. And I would be in favor of a trade similar to like you're just talking about, getting a wide receiver and 2 number ones for him, something in that mode.
Yeah.
So we fill the one need. But I talked to you about this before. You got to think out of the box here. But I want to, if you let me just give you quick history, we can challenge for the championship without a number one quarterback. It's been done by the Browns before when Otto Graham retired. The next year, the Browns went 5-7 because Paul Brown couldn't replace Otto Graham. He wanted Len Dawson, but he went to the Chiefs and the Steelers. So in 57, guess who he drafted? Jim Brown. After the 5-7 season, Tommy O'Connell was the quarterback, and he never played after that year. But in 57, after 10 years in a row in a championship game with Jim Brown and Tommy O'Connell the quarterback, they returned in 57 to play the Lions for the national championship. They lost the game, but they got there. So 11 out of 12 years, he was in the championship game. Then in 58, he drafted Bobby Mitchell. 2 running backs. I say take Jeremiah Love. I believe he'll be available. Plus, you'll be able to deal to get him because he's an elite runner, and you'd have Junkins and Jeremiah Love, and I don't care who Todd picks as a mediocre quarterback, at least with the new linemen and an elite running attack, they can win this year in 2026.
All right, Dan, thank you very much. If they take Jeremiah Love, I'd be a little surprised. I don't think that's happening. I don't think Andy thinks that's happening. You drafted 2 running backs last year. Yeah. I wouldn't load. And Jeremiah Love's probably going to be a tremendous running back.
We're talking about 70 years ago. We're trying to equate what's going on now to 70 years ago.
Because the league certainly favors the running game now as opposed to the passing.
Oh, and linebackers.
Oh, wait a minute.
Linebackers and running backs, Jeff.
And listen, good running backs are gaining value again. But if I'm the Browns, I have bigger needs than to draft Jeremiah Love. And if I did draft Jeremiah Love, I'd be trading Quinshon Judkins. And I'd probably not recoup my second-round pick because he's all beat up. So there. Albert Breer writes for Sports Illustrated. And by the way, if you have thoughts on Miles, love to hear him. 216-474-0092. Breer has thoughts on the starting quarterback that he shared with us here on The Fan. You might be stunned. They're coming up on Baskin and Phelps.
Behind-the-scenes footage, official.
Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Restructuring Myles Garrett's deal. I think it's something you should just keep an eye on.
June 1st.
Could it lead to something? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
June 1st. I'd keep your eye out
We'll
after
see.
June 1st.
We'll see. Welcome back to Basket of Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin.
Dan Mennigan's behind the glass. Meredith's taking your phone call at 216-474-0092. We're just kicking around the concept. This might make it easier to trade Myles. That's the general thinking all the way around. And would you? And my thought is, yep, absolutely, in the right deal. Because I don't think the time frames of Myles Garrett's career and the Cleveland Browns competing for a Super Bowl match up real well. Jeff's in Cleveland. Jeff, welcome
Jeff.
to the show.
Yeah, but you guys probably don't want to hear this, but I think you guys are thinking Myles Garrett being 30 years old, it's the same 30 years old that was 30 years ago. No, it's not.
I just talked to a guy who talked about, what was that, 60, how many years ago? Was he 57?
69 years ago.
Yeah, 69 years ago. He thinks the game's the same, so keep going,
Yeah,
sir.
look at LeBron James. LeBron James is 40 years old, still scoring triple-doubles. That's because of technology, modern technology, modern medications, advancing medications, and interventions. Everybody is living longer and stronger today. Not just LeBron James can do that. A lot of athletes can do what LeBron James is doing in today's world.
Have you noticed how the
I
Browns,
think Myles Garrett,
traditionally the Browns are not big fans of players that are over 30 years old. They haven't been for the last, now there's been a couple, like Joe Flacco, blew the roof off that, but it's only, they're real hesitant. That 30 mark in the Browns world is sus.
Well, and let me, Jeff, let me ask you a question, Jeff.
Though. That was yesteryear.
That was a year ago.
In today's world, everybody is living longer and stronger in today's world,
That's
guys.
great. Jeff, let me ask you a question. Does Myles Garrett, and I'm sincere when I say this, does Myles Garrett strike you as a guy who wants to play until his mid-30s? Or does he strike you as a guy who has other things in life that would make him happy and that he would want to do?
Yeah, well, I think the first alternative is the right one. Myles is the most hardest working player we got on the field today.
You didn't answer my question, Jeff.
Yeah, he strikes me as a player who wants to be around in the NFL for a long period of time.
Okay. I'm not so sure about that. Jeff, thank you for the phone call. You know who Myles has talked about in the past? Aaron Donald.
Yeah.
Phenomenal defensive lineman. When Aaron was 32 years old after 10 seasons, he said, "Thank you, everybody. I'm done. Out of here. See ya." Myles has he's about 2 full years away, I guess, because Myles has been injured, of playing the same number of games that Joe Thomas played. Joe wasn't hurt until he was, and then he never played again.
Right.
And Myles, to me, smart guy, sharp guy, other interests in life. I don't see him as the kind of guy who's going to just play until he's like 35 and have to be dragged off the field. I think he's an Aaron Donald. Hey, thank you very much. I've been really good, and I'm done. I give Myles credit for that. You know? Now, there's a difference between what happens to a guy playing in the NBA and a guy who plays in the NFL. You know, NBA guys can play a long time. And now it's more so, but you've seen that in the past as well. You know, Tree Rollins played forever. Right? There are all kinds of guys they're just guys that played a long time. Tree's probably a bad example, but a nice guy. I always like Tree Rollins. But guys play a long time in the NBA. You don't see defensive linemen, at 40 playing. You don't see him playing really well at 38. And I just think that Myles might be one of those guys who decides, thank you. I've had plenty.
Jeff, who's on the roster right now that's over? I mean, Deshaun is 31. Myles is 31. Okay. I mean, you can say it's a new world. You can say they've got new technology and they've got better weight rooms and they're more efficient when it comes to nutrition and blah 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 blah. The Browns are not big fans and haven't been of having athletes over 30 years old. It takes a special athlete for them to want to have you if you're over 30.
But wouldn't he be a special athlete?
Oh, for sure. Miles is, yeah.
If Miles wants to play another 5 years and wants to play here, great. I just think you need to be open to the idea that, okay, it might be a little easier to move him along now. And if that's the case, okay, well, so be it. That's the way that's going to go. No?
No, I think that everything that happened yesterday, and let's see what happens with the rule. I know you think it's not going to pass, but I mean, if you can stretch something out over 5 years, it just smells like they've teed themselves up to put themselves in an unbelievably good position to trade Myles Garrett right now.
Yeah, I would think
that's where
true.
they are. I'm just hold on to your hats because this could be coming.
The afternoon show has Albert Breer on their show frequently. Albert, earlier this week, in a different area, was asked about the quarterback situation for the Browns. And he had a long, extensive answer on this. And, here we sit, and it's still, as Dan Lobby, the best line I've read in a year or so, said, it's still looking like the competition that they keep threatening us with. Shedeur against Deshaun Watson. We'll see what more to come. But here's what Breer said to the afternoon guys, Nick and Jonathan, about the quarterback situation here, as it stands right now.
If we asked you right now, what percentage chance would you give Shedeur to start week 1 for the Browns? What percentage point are you setting?
30, maybe. Still think Deshaun's going to get a shot. I look at all the money they've sunk into it. There's a reason why Deshaun at one point was the 12th overall pick in the draft. There's a reason why Deshaun was twice the highest paid player in all of football. There is so much. I think it's likely that Deshaun gets back up to the level he was at the end in Houston. No. But, I mean, I think even if he got 80% of the way there, that would be a higher level than a lot of teams perceive the ceiling for Shedeur Sanders. I just look at it and I think to myself, if I've already sunk all that money into Deshaun Watson, I can't get out of that money for this year. He's still relatively young for his position. Don't I owe it to myself to make sure he's not the answer before I let him go off somewhere else next year, especially when I have a new coaching staff that doesn't have the skeletons in the closet with him that Stefanski and then that staff had? Like, it was just what weighed that staff down with him, I think, was the history of going through the trade together and everything else. Like, you have none of that now. There's a chance to kind of get a fresh set of eyes on him. There's a chance to get a fresh perspective on him. There's a chance to let him compete for a job. I've seen Deshaun Watson play at a high level too much to not think that maybe he could get to a middle-of-the-pack quarterback level. And I don't know that we've seen that Shedeur can do that. And I might wind up being totally wrong on that. But I think logically, if I'm the Browns, and this is going to be a transition year anyway, unless Shedeur really shows me a lot more than he showed me last year, I'm probably looking at this like I want to make totally sure that we got it wrong on Deshaun Watson before the contract expires.
Boom!
That was Albert Breer. On the afternoon show with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin.
That was the ROI argument.
Return on investment?
Yes. That's what I've been saying for years. It's interesting to hear Albert say exactly what I've been saying. Since last year when people were so mad at me, they were like, oh, my God, Andy, you're crazy. Deshaun Watson's never going to have a chance to play again. He's done. He's had his last snap. We'll never see him again. Really?
I'm going to tweak your thought on that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
To me, it's not a return on financial investment. It's a return on, and I agree with what Albert said in this regard. Are you sure you don't want to see if there's something left? And it's not from a financial standpoint as much to me, Andy, as it is from a football standpoint. At one point, he was a dang good quarterback.
Yeah.
Now, should the Browns have picked him up? at the time, Andy, if you'll recall, we both said no.
I don't think their plans were. I think if Baker would have said, okay, I understand what you were doing. I get it. But I'm still looking for my 5th year. Baker would have been back.
Well, they were looking to get Deshaun, and then when Deshaun said the Browns are out, then everybody got their panties in a bunch, and it got all bad. So that
is that word. Ugh, I don't know why it gives me the creeps.
Well, there you go.
Thank you.
Anyhow, at one point, the guy was a phenomenal quarterback. He was very good, no question about it. Do you want to let him walk out the door and not know for sure? And are you convinced that Shedeur would be better than Deshaun? If Deshaun's healthy,
a 30% chance.
30%. If Deshaun is healthy, I agree with Breer. I would say it's about a 30% chance. Open competition, new set of eyes on him with a coaching staff who has no ties to him. You can be sure Todd Monken wasn't told when he took the job, interviewed for the job, hey, you got to play Deshaun Watson. And I would think you got to be sure that he was not told you got to play Shedeur Sanders.
And I'm probably pretty sure that he was told that there'd be a free agent or another quarterback in this loop.
Because he said it.
Yeah.
He reiterated what Andrew Berry said. You just heard.
Are Browns fans ready to hear that Deshaun Watson might be the starting quarterback?
Well, you just heard Albert Breer say, why would you not make sure and take a look? And imagine if he played well next year, Andy, and then he's a free agent. Oh, my God. What do you think, folks?
You could sign him to a new deal.
There? Well, you could, but would you want to? But you just heard Breer.
I think the
30% chance for Shedeur. That left 70% open for somebody else, whether it be Deshaun or somebody else. It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
3 NFC.
Good morning. Gary on the road. Hello, Gary.
Ted, quit complaining about the weather. It's a woman's fault that it's the way it is.
Tell me
Mother
more.
Nature. She can never make up her mind.
There we go. I'm going to write that one down. Hey, wife, get a load of this.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Season opens today for our Guardians. Take a nap.
Take a nap right now. No, not now. 2 o'clock.
We're going to talk baseball like crazy coming up in just a little bit. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin.
That is Andy Baskin.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Why
nice.
do I keep doing that?
I like how you, it's all right. I like how you just jumped in. It's kind of nice.
It's just kind of like, I'm Jeff Phelps, and I'm Andy. Here's tonight's top stories. You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app. That's our top story of the evening. Or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free and watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
It's outstanding. Well done there, AB.
Thank you, Jeff. It's, I have to thank you again for something else. To not watch YouTube while we're doing the show. You see, I'm like a different person. The first couple days we had it, I was locked in, trying to do everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're like, hey, come on over here. So say all the mean things you want.
Dan?
Okay.
Yeah, but
did he actually listen to us?
I'm thinking he accidentally looked at YouTube and then remembered what you said.
Okay, good.
No, I didn't. I just read the promo for it. That's why I said,
all right, good.
I'm saying this, I'm looking at this, and I'm like,
I saw, and we got something, Shador, in a minute.
Mm-hmm.
So, we got to get back to it.
Right. Of course.
I saw something the other day that said about
92.3 The Fan.
Shador.
Oh, we got to change it, don't we?
No.
Not yet.
We got a new coach.
Well, as soon as he starts saying stuff, maybe we will.
He said Shador.
We like the Kevin version.
Okay. All right.
I saw something the other day about happiness in countries and the level of happiness of people. And the United States ranked 23rd in the world in happiness. We were way down on the list.
Mm-hmm.
And it said social media is a large factor in the unhappiness in our country. I thought, dang right it is.
It's an evil place.
Mm-hmm. Can be.
Finland is the happiest country in the world.
Oh, Mr. Google.
No, I actually saw the story.
Look at that. I
saw the story.
just mentioned it, and the dude has it called up already.
The internet's a hell of a thing. It might take off one day.
Hi, Andy. I'm Andy Baskin. You can call me Mr. Google. I like that.
Giggity, giggity?
Andy.
And a young man and a young woman.
Careful.
Finland is the world's happiest country for the 9th straight year.
Okay. You know why?
The Nordic nations top spots.
I didn't want to go deep here.
Well, you asked her, so you got it. They have strong social support, low corruption, and high life expectancy.
That's what you're
they
talking
eat a lot of
about
fish
right
too,
there.
Don't they?
Eat a lot of fish. Good oils.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
Good oils in the fish. That's what they tell you,
Man, we're not even in the top 10.
We're like 23rd.
And it's cold there too. Like I'm looking at these countries; they're all Costa Rica.
Everybody complains about the cold weather in the north here in our country.
Finland gets the gold for this.
There's an entire country north of us. They seem happy.
Iceland gets this second. No, Canada's not even in the top 10 either. Come on.
Well, they seem
Denmark
happy.
is third.
I said they seem happy. Not looking at their list.
Costa Rica is fourth. Sweden. Look at that. Of the top 5, 4 of those countries are like just cold. That's Norway and the Netherlands are next.
We just heard
the top 7. Only 1 is a warm weather country.
We just heard Albert Breer.
Wow.
Mention to the afternoon guys. He thinks there's about a 30% chance that Shador Sanders starts a quarterback next year.
30%.
30%. First of all, do you think that's low or high?
I think that is low.
I agree
think it's
with
closer to 40 to 45%.
I'd say it's 50.
I don't think it's a gimme. I think it's less than 50%. I think it's 40 to 45, and I will stick with my original premise that Deshaun Watson is likely to be the starting quarterback at the beginning of the season, barring health issues.
I would agree with you, and for a couple of reasons. Number one, I can't see Deshaun Watson as a backup quarterback on this team. The idea that if he's healthy and standing on the sideline watching Shedeur play quarterback, I can't wrap my head around that. So I'm assuming he's going to be healthy, and that means he's going to start. Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the Browns for the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, is on our show every Tuesday at 11 o'clock. She was on with the morning guys today, and she was asked the same type of thing, a little percentage about Shedeur starting at quarterback.
What is the percent chance that Shedeur Sanders starts this season, week 1, as the quarterback of the Browns?
Right now I would probably put it at, 60%. Because if I look
at... not bad. We had a guest on
twice as high as Albert Breer.
Yeah, I wasn't going to name names, but he'll go ahead and name names. Twice as high as Albert Breer goes Mary Kay Cabot.
Wasn't that little fanfare yours, Dan? That's stolen?
It's all shared.
Oh, okay.
I don't care.
All right, fine. That's fine. So she doubles it up. She still is not overwhelming in that Shedeur's going to start. She went 60%. Regardless, Andy, it screams right now competition. And to me, it screams if Deshaun's healthy, he's going to be the guy.
And I do think if Shedeur was a starting quarterback, they would just come out and say it. I think they'd be 100%. We like what we saw out of Shedeur last year.
Do you think you can do that with Deshaun still here?
No.
You know what I hope, though?
But, if you wanted to control the narrative, then you would say yes.
If they don't add any other quarterbacks to this group, ideal scenario to me would be this. They go to training camp, there's a competition, and Shedeur flat out beats out Deshaun Watson and looks like the better quarterback.
How will we know that? Will we know that from preseason games?
Oh, I doubt. I bet we know that before they even play a preseason game. Todd Monken knows quarterbacks, so they keep telling us. No reason.
I thought Kevin did too.
Well, I think Kevin did too. I think Kevin was told, hey, you traded for Deshaun Watson. You think you're going to play him? Yep. They didn't start Shedeur until Dillon got hurt.
Jeff, I can only coach the players they give me.
Yeah, I know. That's I don't blame Kevin for that. They saddled Kevin with those guys.
And that's why we'll have our eyes on Atlanta all season long.
And they've saddled Todd Monken with those guys, but I'll bet he doesn't have any marching orders. And that's why I ideally the guy who's
You really think he has no marching orders?
I don't. When it comes to the quarterback, I think not.
I think the one thing they want to avoid is not giving Shedeur a fair opportunity to win the job, a fair opportunity. Worst case scenario.
You think they want to avoid that?
No, they want to.
They want to make sure they do.
They want to make sure they do,
Yeah.
and they don't because they don't want the.
And ideally, Andy, wouldn't it be best for the team? Wouldn't it be best if he comes into camp, is great, and strictly football beats out Deshaun Watson? He's cheaper.
You're saying that he's not walking around with his own film crew everywhere he goes?
I don't care if he has a film crew as long as he plays well.
Well, I'm just saying, get to the facility, get your work done, be a quarterback, excel on the field, then go worry about your other stuff.
But wouldn't it be better if he beats out Deshaun? He's cheaper. He's under contract.
Yeah.
He's long-term. You'd be able to add to other parts of the team knowing you have a quarterback on a cheap deal.
Yes.
Ideally, that's the perfect scenario.
What if they? I'd still keep your mind open for them to draft a quarterback. I don't know where, but
which just adds to the mess, doesn't it?
The mess is drafting two quarterbacks in one draft, and then not one in the first round and one somewhere else. When you draft a third and a fifth rounder, you are just asking for the trouble that we saw last year. And that you will have this conflict. I hope for Gabriel's sake they trade him or figure out somewhere else for him to restart. He didn't sound like he did. He got hurt here. That's why they stopped starting him, right?
Yeah. Who knows what the storyline is, Andy? If Dillon didn't get a concussion,
Yeah.
Could have been a very different world. Fred is in Maple Heights, home of the Mustangs. What's up, Fred?
Fred.
Hey, man, it's been a while, gentlemen. I just turned you guys on, and I'm just thinking, like, oh, my God, man. Like, right now, we're, like, in another conundrum, if I would say, man. Like, because we need Shedeur to go out there and beat Deshaun at all aspects, man, in training camp, if it come to that. Because can you imagine if they go neck and neck, how the media is? It's some people who want to see Deshaun. Some people still feel we need to get a return on investment with this guy. And if we were to let this guy somehow get on the field, it could only do one or two things. It could either propel us into getting another quarterback, but it's definitely going to hurt Shedeur and set him back even more. Because, like, what if you forced to put, for some reason, Monkey's hand is forced to put Deshaun on the field for some reason, and then we start off and it screws our record up. But I just see another conundrum with this whole Shedeur. It's just like this kid can't catch a fair break, man. We already been talking about another quarterback from the time he got drafted. You know, he's worked through every obstacle, and I'm not saying he's the second coming of any good quarterback out there. But the things that this guy has had to overcome just being here in Cleveland, it's clearly obvious that the Browns feel like he can be the quarterback with them posting him on social media, all of the things that they're doing. They're standing behind him. But now that we got this Deshaun thing coming through again, and I just say hold your breath, man, because I think we're going to hear a whole bunch of dumb stuff again with putting Deshaun on the field and yada, yada, yada. I'm just tired, man.
Yeah, Fred, let me. What is Shedeur had to overcome? The fact that he didn't get any reps last year?
Well, just my personal opinion.
Yeah,
he had to overcome. He had to overcome a coach that wasn't a player's coach. He had to overcome.
Wow, man! It just seems weird. Like up until last year,
Andy?
Yeah, I know.
You asking me.
I know.
I'm
No,
trying to give it to you real quick.
Yeah, finish it, Fred. I'm sorry. Finish it.
I'm trying to give it to you. Just from what I've seen, heard, listened through, from the whole time that we drafted him, whether it was a fluke or not, he had to overcome so much, to me, sabotaging. So much sabotaging from Stefanski, in my opinion. Whether or not it was a fluke that the card fell off his arm, whether or not he couldn't get the reps with the first team out there.
Fred, did you happen to hear some information I gave earlier in the week?
No, I did not.
It was about him getting chances and everything else. And I understand some people think that he got a raw deal. Of quarterbacks taken in rounds 5, 6, and 7 in the last 10 years, he threw the third most passes as a rookie of any of those guys. And so he ended up on the field. Whatever the circumstances, he ended up on the field. And of anybody taken in the range where he was taken in the draft, the only guys who threw more passes in the last 10 years out of the 10 drafts were Gardner Minshew and Spencer Rattler. And that's it. So he played a lot. And I hope he can build on that and be phenomenal next year. It would be the answer. Let me ask you one question, Fred. And it goes to what you said about Deshaun. Can you imagine what a nightmare it would be? I think it would be a nightmare. If he goes onto the field, plays well in the year his contract expires, and would the Browns sign him up for another big-time contract? I wouldn't touch that at all. You imagine sinking another 5 years, 3 years into Deshaun at $40, $50 million a year? I can't even imagine that. Could you?
No, but let me throw this one right back at you, Jeff.
All right.
Can you imagine Deshaun going out there playing really well? That whole scenario plays out, you're saying right there, and he sabotages us for the QB that could come out and set Shedeur back even further?
Fred, that's a good question. Based on what we've seen from Deshaun here, I have a hard time thinking that he could come out and play really, really, really well. I think that is probably past him. But 80% of Deshaun might be better than Shedeur. And that's a fear for me.
Quickly, just on the sabotage thing, I agreed with part of what Fred was saying there. If you want to tell me the league sabotaged him, I would believe that more than I think that Kevin or the Browns. I mean,
we've heard all the reports about Kevin working with the guy extra,
going the extra mile to work with him to make sure that he was ready to play. The only thing Kevin did wrong was the moment he told Shedeur he was the number 2 quarterback with a rookie quarterback ahead of him. He didn't get him any reps. That's the only thing that I'll harp on Kevin for doing with Shedeur.
Or, devil's advocate, you had another rookie who needed every rep he could possibly get to try to succeed. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah, I know.
there.
I'm just not buying that.
And then he got concussed. Guess what? We'll talk more Browns coming up on the show before the draft.
We're talking
Don't you
Browns? Really? All
Well,
right.
at some point we will. It's the season opener for our Guardians. If you can stay up late, 10 o'clock start, basically. 12:20. Paul Hoynes is going to join us from the plaindealercleveland.com. We have the Guardy Awards coming up on the show. You can't wait for that. But next, Cavs had that great win over Orlando, didn't they? And then last night, here come the Miami Heat. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
Arizona in action against Arkansas. Can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Coming up, Hoynesy, 12:20. Guardians getting the season started in Seattle tonight against those pesky Seattle Mariners. The Naylor brothers. Group hug.
Morning Show made a good point about the game. If this was the NFL, you've got Seattle, and then you've got, the upstart team at the end of the year. This would be a big matchup if this was NFL. If you look at the storylines and the headlines going into it. Now we're sitting here at 10-10 as the rest of the league opens the season before we do. But why is this game at 10-10?
I don't know. Let's discuss that later.
Well, I just think it's ridiculous. Why couldn't it have been at 4:30 our time? Right? 7:30 their time.
I think it's ridiculous, but that's the way it is.
Yeah. I'm not happy about it.
You're not happy about much.
No, I'm happy. I'm a happy person. Am I? Dan?
Depends on the day.
Yeah, it really does.
If the day ends in day, I probably am not happy.
See, that might be close.
But then again, if the day ends in day, I might be happy.
Okay.
We're getting deep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Half full, half empty.
Exactly.
You know that...
I would say almost all full.
That big defensive talk that Kenny Atkinson laid on his team last night.
Went over real well.
How'd that go?
28-19 in the first quarter. See you later. 35 points in the second quarter they gave up. 37 in the fourth quarter after fighting back from being 17 down.
Yeah. It was a great comeback last night. Really well done, right?
Yeah.
It's a way to go, correct?
Got to finish it.
Fourth quarter outscored 37-20. You're out of gas. And you lose to the Miami Heat. Now, the Miami Heat are a team that again, I just have a ton of respect for Eric Spoelstra.
You're not a big fan.
Of who?
Miami playing us.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Miami Heat, but I have a ton of respect for the Miami Heat as an organization, and I wouldn't want to play them in the playoffs if I could avoid it. Does it matter at this point of the year, Andy, if the Cavs have an effort like last night where they fell behind like crazy, second night of a back-to-back? You fell behind, you came back, you made an effort out of it, and then the fourth quarter didn't work. Does it really matter right now? I hate to say this, I don't think it really does. We could sit here and say, oh well, the defensive talk didn't sink in or whatever, blah 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 blah. Well, they made a great comeback. That was something you can build on. To me, about all that matters right now is, can you get these guys healthy? I mean, last night they started a 4-guard lineup. James Harden, Donovan Mitchell, Sam Merrill, Keon Ellis, all in the starting lineup because Dean Wade was out. Hurt his ankle in pregame warmups. Jared Allen out. You started 4 guards. And then your bench, which, you've thought you've had a deep team all year. Your bench last night consisted of Dennis Schroeder, Thomas Bryant, Naquan Tomlin, Tyrese Proctor. Dusted him off. You don't get healthy. You go into the playoffs having to start 3 or 4 guards. Max Strus wasn't in there last night. All of a sudden, this team looks. This team is
Human?
exposed.
Human.
It's exposed.
Look, they are solidified in that 4 spot. They're not going up. They're not going down. There just aren't. There are enough games left to be in that scenario. You've got the Hawks, the Hawks now, by the way, not the Raptors, are sitting in the 4 spot, in the 5 spot. We're sitting in the 4 spot. The Hawks are 11.5 back. The Cavs are 7.5 back. And the Knicks, who are in 3rd, have a 3-game lead on the Cavaliers. They're 4.5 back. They're not going anywhere. Get settled in to them being in the 4 spot. And that's all there is to it.
That's okay. Little wiggle room might be okay, but that's where they're going to be. And what happens when you're in the middle of the pack there? It means you have a tough first-round series, which means a tougher first-round series in theory. You have a tougher opponent, which means you got to polish this thing up and get these guys on the same page, get them healthy.
The 4 or 5 should be the best series of the first round. Should be. It should be.
You know what? I just because the numbers say that, Andy, I don't buy that, to be honest. Some teams might be where they are in the standings because they've had a key guy out for an extended period of time and then he comes back. But yes, it should be a very competitive series. To me, there's no question about that. Whether it be Atlanta, who's playing really well right now, whether it be Toronto, who I think they have some ability and some talent, it would appear if you had to bet money, even though it's tight, you would appear it's Atlanta or Toronto for a first round opponent, and neither one of those is simple. That said, Miami's only 2 games behind Atlanta for that 5th playoff spot.
Philly could be in play.
Could be.
I mean, they're only a game.
Well, they could all be in play.
Yeah, they're only a game back.
It's all really tight. But does Tyrese Maxey come back? Can Embiid play a little bit? Who knows? But regardless, you're going to have a tough playoff series. Does the inconsistency, and I say inconsistency of not the effort, maybe the results, does that bother you about the Cavs right now?
It doesn't give me any boost as we head towards the end of the season. It's not making me feel confident in the team. When you lose games like last night to Miami, knowing that you're still not 100%, but you can't afford – I just think there's a psyche for the team. There's a psyche for the fans, and they need to just lock home 4, get to the playoffs, and then let's move forward. But
part of what
when you lose to some of these teams, like losing to Miami, not good last night. It's just not good.
Well, part of what you said earlier, though, might have played into last night's game. Miami is now 8th in the standings. They're trying like crazy to get out of the play-in tournament, and they're not too far away from getting out of the play-in tournament.
Yeah, who wants to play in the play-in tournament?
Right. So
said no one.
I mean, they were quite motivated last night. Cavs had played the night before. As you said, the Cavs appear to be somewhat locked into the 4 spot. Somewhat. I mean, it could go south, or they could get really hot.
The Knicks would have to have a major fall here.
Yeah, the Knicks would, and the Cavs would have to have a major fall for Atlanta to pass them up.
Ooh, could you imagine if the Celtics fell back?
Or anybody else.
Oh.
Yeah, well, and it could, but they're not going to fall back that far. I go back to what I said yesterday. I think this team is going to surprise in the playoffs. But surprise to me means one of 2 extremes. Either they get knocked out in the first round, or they go to like the Eastern Conference Finals, or maybe even the NBA Finals.
All right, if you had to put some money down, what would you say?
I don't think they get to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I think they get knocked out in the second round. After a hard-fought battle in the first. Dan, what happens?
I lean closer toward the second round thing than the Eastern Conference Finals. I wouldn't be shocked if they were in the Eastern Conference Finals. It would take Harden having to not beat James Harden in the playoffs.
Do you think they get knocked out in the second round?
I think right now I'd have to say yes, but I also know that playoff basketball is a different animal, and they might be on cruise control.
It might be a team that gels come playoff time, Dan. That's where that other thought comes into my head. I just think as we go into last year, everybody was so pumped up about their prospects in the playoffs, deservedly so.
Because we had the Pistons.
Yeah, well, and then some, Andy.
Yeah.
I mean, deservedly so. Cavs were phenomenal last year, and you kind of thought, well, this is going. This is what this is all about. They won 64 games last year, and you thought, yep, here we go. And nobody else other than the Celtics was even close. And then they end up getting knocked out. And it's which team can gel come playoff time or is ready when you get to the playoffs. Indiana was that team last year. They really had it going. And you wonder if the Cavs can really get it going. But again, Max Strus has come back. You can see the difference that he can make. But is he going to be ready to go? Full boat come playoff time. Jared Allen is still sitting there with knee tendonitis. Knee tendonitis doesn't always clear up right away. Maybe they're just being extremely cautious and giving him every opportunity to just every bit of rest they can possibly give him. Or maybe the knee's a bigger problem than everybody's letting on.
Don't say that.
Well, but isn't that true, though?
Your head coach yesterday, and the two of you love a good post-game press conference. One of your favorite things.
Darn right.
We learned some things. I know you don't want to believe it, but we do.
Your head coach said this in the post-game press conference yesterday. A little concerned.
I liked our spirit. I liked our compete. Our process was right. I said at halftime, we're down 20. I said, I love what we're doing. So, that's my job as a coach, not necessarily look at the score, but see if we're carrying through on the plan. So that's a positive.
I understand what he's saying, though. What if they're carrying through with the plan and they're down by 20? Okay, guess what? It paid off in the third quarter. In the fourth quarter, they came back and got back into the game. But, yes, you got to finish. Their numbers were depleted last night. Second night of a back-to-back. Let me throw every excuse I can at it.
Yes.
And I just did.
Most coaches won't let you say that, but okay.
You're not very big anyway. You didn't have Jared Allen. You didn't have Dean Wade. And Evan Mobley didn't have a good game. Does that surprise you, by the way? Evan didn't have a good game last night. He's the only big on the floor. You think they were going at him? He took 8 shots last night. 8 shots.
Huh. Would you call it a schedule loss?
No, I would just call it. What I would call it is it's just a continuation of the inconsistency that is driving us nuts and is giving us all pause when we think about what this team might be able to do come playoff time. After the Orlando game, you thought, okay, all right, you gave up a lot of points, but you did outscore them. You won the basketball game. Maybe this is, wait a minute. We just got outscored by 17 in the fourth quarter. And that to me, Andy, is why I think we can all sit here and just think, well, this isn't cooking real well.
I'm thinking about all the points they've given up over the last 2 nights now. And you got a coach that's complaining about defense. And so, what'd they give up? They gave 103 yesterday. What was the score on the 25th, right?
No, they gave up 120 last night, and they gave up 130-something, 131.
So it was?
The night before, yeah. And regardless.
It's a lot of points,
Regardless, it's a lot of points, and the inconsistencies still are quite on display. Ladies and gentlemen, your season opener tonight for the Cleveland Guardians. That's coming up. Paul Hoynes, 12:20, will join us from Seattle. The Guardies coming up at noon. Next, Mennigan gets to work. It's
in the playoffs to Grand Rapids. Monsters struggling of late, having dropped 3 of their last 4 games. Listen to The Fan to Rewind, weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Hey, have we mentioned season opens tonight for the Guardians? Paul Hoynes is going to join us at 12:20. Anxious to talk to Hoynesy. And we're going to have the Guardies coming up at noon. Guardies, our own awards.
That's like the
Preseason
Dundies,
awards.
right? That's like The Office.
It's like the Emmys. It's like the Dundies.
Dundies, yeah.
Whatever. Yeah. There's no prize.
Oh. Do we get to drink at these awards or no?
If you want.
All right, cool.
Hasn't stopped you before. You didn't need awards.
That's a good point. You know, Jeff, as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcast, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcast.
That's great news, Andy.
I'm here to deliver good news. Live!
I can't tell if I'm disgusted by his little, like, Ted Baxter thing or if I think it's funny. I'm not sure.
From the 40-second newsroom.
About how much time we put into this.
I guess.
The most trusted man in the history of radio news. It's barely news if Dan Mennigan says it. Here's Dan Mennigan.
It's actually the most accurate statement that's ever come out of that intro.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
So, gentlemen, let's begin with Major League Baseball had their big opening day unveiling as the San Francisco Giants took on the New York Yankees. New York Yankees ended up winning that game, but that's not important.
Oh.
The important part, it was on Netflix. And Netflix, for some reason, decided that turning baseball into professional wrestling is probably the best thing that they could do to get more viewership. Did you gentlemen see the broadcast at all?
Dano, I will admit I did not.
It was a mess.
I saw bits and pieces.
It was a mess.
A mess?
It was a mess.
A mess.
It was a mess.
How many games does Netflix have all year? Like 3?
So they have a deal where they will have that game, the Home Run Derby, which the Home Run Derby, if they do what they did for this, for the Home Run Derby, it'll probably be perfect because that's,
garbage?
You may
a
as
joke.
Well you may as well just sell it as pro wrestling anyway. And then they will have like the Field of Dreams games or anything like that. Those will be on Netflix as well.
Okay.
So this, it was just one of those moments where you're sitting there watching this. I've got a comedian yelling at me before the game starts. I don't know why I needed to be yelled at before the game starts. I mean, we've all grown up enough to know our mothers have done that well enough where they yell and scream at us about having to pick up everything. And, or our fathers as well about having to clean up our rooms and all that stuff before the ball game starts. I don't need a comedian to do that on my television.
Get the dishes done. Yeah.
Exactly. We've all done that enough. Then the broadcast itself took place, and it felt like it was the three-ring circus where they would occasionally just forget the game was going on. Guys, what are we doing with this? Because we're going to get more and more of these streaming services involved here.
All right.
Is this good?
No.
Me being grumpy about this? Am I just being an old jerk?
No, but let me lay this out for you. We're seeing Major League Baseball, the NFL, the NBA really selling their TV rights and trying to bring in more partners, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're not going to just roll. The new partners are going to want to make a splash. They're going to want to reinvent the wheel. They're going to want to do things, hey, look how we televise a game, rather than just doing a good job televising the game. And because of that, you're going to get stuff like you had last night, Dan, where they're rolling out comedians, where they're rolling out wrestlers. They're partnering up with their wrestling, their wrestling partners. And you don't need that because you're a diehard sports fan. I don't need that because I'm a diehard sports fan. I don't need all the garbage. I just need a good job of televising the game. We're out of luck.
But is the casual fan really tuning in to have the Usos yell play ball?
The casual fan might like it better, but also it doesn't matter because all of these new television entities are going to try and do something different to say, look how we do a game. And we don't have to like it, but if you want to watch it, you're going to have to put up with it. I think we saw some of it with Prime doing the NFL.
Everybody wants to be Fox when Fox first jumped into the NFL game, right? I mean, no one knew what was coming. They took football away from CBS, which had done it better than anybody else before that. And they did a pretty good job. So I think anybody who's an upstart in any way, shape, or form has to go back and look and see what Fox did just as a way to roll out their new world when they came into sports. The bug was horrible in the corner. You couldn't see it. I couldn't read it.
They missed the first ABS challenge in history because they were too busy talking to the manager and at no point went, hey, wait a minute, we have an ABS challenge. We should show this because it's the first ever.
Probably. It would make sense.
This is what we're going to have. Is people these new entities trying to show what they can do. And I don't think we have a choice in the matter. If you want to watch it, you're going to have to watch it because they're going to do that.
And it's watered down.
Nobody's going to just roll out the NBC Game of the Week from the 1980s. Here's a good job of televising the game. That's not going to happen.
I think we will see more of that than this. This was a mess. If I had to describe it to them, it was a mess. And I'm okay with change. I'm not against the idea of change and all that stuff. It's just it's baseball. Baseball doesn't need someone yelling at me.
Well, get used to it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I missed the opening. How bad was that?
It was just.
Give me. Introduce Jeff. The way they did it.
I don't feel like ending this segment
with a headache.
Yeah, I don't feel like ending this segment
sounding
like.
How hard is it to do an introduction?
Like Doc Rivers. I mean, legit. So
batting third today at third base, Dan Mennigan.
Yeah, except it was more, yelling.
Hitting 136.
And then they had the same guy who's a stand-up comedian. He was out in the bay, drinking beer and all that kind of stuff. And they cut away and didn't show a chunk of the game because they were just showing this guy paddling and drinking beer. I heard the
one cut from Jameis where the reporter asked him about crab legs.
Yeah.
The one thing I did notice is it was like they were 30 seconds into the broadcast, not even, and they were doing commercials. Like writing commercials into the open.
There was a lot of cross promotion that was going on Netflix of, hey, while you're here, make sure you're watching, Bridgerton.
And again, get used to it.
Yeah, that's going to come.
Yeah.
More scheduling things. The NFL has announced that the season will kick off Wednesday, September 9th with the Seahawks hosting their game, of course, because the next day will be the 49ers against the Rams in Australia. So we will be starting the season on a Wednesday. Jeff, ever evolving.
I can deal with that. You know why? Because it's the first game. You're not going to throw a team completely out of whack by having them play on a Wednesday. They'll play on a Wednesday, they'll be ready to go, and then they'll have an extra period of time where they can go ahead and just get ready for the following Sunday. Opening game, I don't mind it.
I'm with you on that. Wednesday to start the season. I don't have a problem playing Europe. I don't have any problems with the 9:30 games. I don't have a problem with them starting the season on a Wednesday. We're ready for football by then, right? You're ready, and a Wednesday game isn't going to hurt anybody week one. Or is it technically week 0?
Week 1, it's not going to bother anybody.
No.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a good call.
Yep.
We're living in this world where everything is going to get moved all over the place. So we'll see where it all takes us from there. So anyways, today, opening day all across Major League Baseball. Are you guys going to watch anybody else besides the Guardians tonight? Are you going to have an eye on some of the earlier games that are going to take place to get an eye on the competition?
Yeah, I'll flip through the channels. I mean, I'm not married to any game, that's for sure. I just want to watch. Just see what's new. I'll be honest, I didn't watch any of the game yesterday. I want to see how the ABS thing works. Is it ABS? Yeah, ABS.
Yep.
I was keep thinking my brakes.
Yeah.
I just want to see how the ABS thing works, and then then I'll settle in on the Guardians game and try to keep my eyes open
and do it well.
No. There's some kind of magical pill inside our couches that make you want to go.
I know that when I woke up at 1:20 last night, and I still had my laptop sitting on my lap.
Tom Brady
on the segment
said
that's coming up next
that he explored the possibility of coming out of retirement and returning to the NFL, and added that, the league really didn't like that idea very much. CNBC was the one who sat down with him. He told them that he was very happily retired, but he said, quote, I have inquired, and they don't like that idea very much, so I'm just going to leave it at that. We explored a lot of different things, and I'm very happily retired. Let me say that, too. Well, if you're so darn happily retired, Andy, why would you be asking to come out of retirement?
Yeah, you're not happily retired. I'm telling you, it's hard to walk away from the game for any of these guys. It's just not easy. It's the life. It's the atmosphere. It's everything that you do. It's the guys you're around. It's the, feeling like you're a part of a team. It's
the fact that you're no longer married and she's not telling you to stay home.
Oh, that's a good point, too. You can't argue about pool covers anymore and just things like that.
The bad thing is, don't you think Tom Brady could walk out onto the football field next season and play quarterback better than at least half of the guys in the league?
Yeah, I was going to say he'd be outside of the top 20, but yeah.
I don't know that he'd be outside of the top 20. It would be interesting to see, but I'll bet he'd be. Let's put it this way.
I would say,
wouldn't you rather have Tom Brady at quarterback for the Browns than anybody else that could have the gig who's here right now? I would.
Yeah, I would have zero expectations, though.
That's a fine idea.
Zero expectations.
Gentlemen, we will end headlines with a warning to everybody who is out there. So, it has often been said that if you go to Brazil, to Rio de Janeiro, you should lay on Copacabana Beach but never swim. And it was because of all the pollution and all of that stuff that is in the water on Copacabana Beach in Brazil. Well, now I have a second reason for you.
Uh-oh.
And it's that scientists have found that apparently, and I'm grabbing this from the New York Post, scientists have found that there are traces of cocaine, caffeine, and painkillers in sharks swimming in the waters around the Bahamas.
Sick.
Oh, man.
So, in other words, cocaine sharks. Apex predators plus cocaine.
Where are they getting the cash for this stuff?
Well, so what is
They
happening?
don't really have pockets.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I mean, they could probably keep fish in their mouths, but that's beside the point.
That was funny.
What is actually happening is that people are about to get busted, and they are taking their cocaine from their party boats and throwing it into the water. And it's diluting and going into the gills of the sharks, and now we have sharks on cocaine.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
Which is generally frowned upon.
So I've been told. I have not ran into one, and I will do my darndest to not run into them.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But yeah, if you are around the Bahamas, I would suggest not swimming in anywhere that isn't fenced off, or else, shark on cocaine.
Say that's a pretty good idea.
Yeah, you give those sharks the confidence, man. Whew, you never know what's going to happen.
These are the things that we need. By the way, did either one of you see Cocaine Bear, the movie, when it came out?
No.
I'm more of a Sharknado guy myself.
Well, if you like Sharknado, you'll enjoy Cocaine Bear. It's a good time. It's a good time. It's one of those you get your popcorn and go, all right, I just want to watch something that is absolutely ridiculous and giggle through the whole thing. If you are a fan of alcoholic beverages, it does help the cause as well. Your only complaint, at least it was my complaint after I saw it, was, boy, I wish they showed more of a bear on cocaine. There's a lot of a bear on cocaine. I just wanted to see more of rampaging bear on cocaine.
Do they show the bear when he's not on cocaine in the beginning?
Yes, and then they show the bear finding the cocaine, and then they show the bear once he experiences the cocaine.
Okay.
All right.
Apex Predator plus cocaine, movie entertainment.
Does the bear
plus cocaine
eat it?
In real life.
Is the bear eating the cocaine?
It ingests it. I don't want to spoil it for you.
Oh, man.
I can't give you spoilers on this. It's too good of a quality movie. I think Elizabeth Banks is in it.
Really?
Ladies and gentlemen, it begins tonight to get you ready for the 2026 Cleveland Guardian season. We present the Guardy Awards. Next on Basket and Phelps.
think this is the problem. I just can't believe how many people are not liking this Cavs team with James Harden on.
Well, I'm loving them offensively. Offensively, they are at another level that I think they could have got to with Darius come playoff time. I just think that part of it I'm excited about.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Yep. Here it comes. Tonight, 10:10. A typical starting time for a season opener. 10:10.
We can't agree.
Time.
We can't agree this 10:10 start sucks for everybody, right? West Coast, East Coast.
I'm not a fan.
I think it's great.
Why?
To
I love it.
me, the season opener should be played during the daytime.
Yes.
I get an exclusive window with my team in it. I can keep an eye on everything that's going on during the day, and at night I've got it in front of me at the end. There's only one game in town. Everybody's going to be able to see it.
It begins tonight, Guardians 2026 season. In celebration, ladies and gentlemen, well, we're gonna dig deep into our baseball team, and here's how we're gonna do it.
Okay.
As the Guardians season gets underway, Baskin and Phelps present the Guardy Awards.
The Guardies, Andy.
The Guardies.
The Guardies. We'll begin with this. Our first award, the Please Just Be Average Award.
Oh, yeah, this one.
And the Guardy goes to
Rhys Hoskins. Just be average, please, Rhys Hoskins. You signed him. You brought him in late. He's the guy that I've been talking about. Bring him in. Why not? He's an available bat. In 4 seasons where Rhys Hoskins has played at least 131 games, he has averaged 29.8 home runs and 85.5 runs batted in. Can you imagine if he's just average and hits 29 bombs and drives in 85 for this team?
That would be very, very nice. For what was his batting average? Would you give him there for?
Doesn't matter. He's producing runs.
Oh, we don't care.
Glad you listened.
Yeah, well, I was hoping that I just missed it. Yeah, that sounds great. I'm in. Give me some production.
If you'd like me to expand it a little bit, in 8 seasons, 8 seasons total, where he's averaged 111 games a year, because he had 3 seasons where he was hurt, fluky injuries, played 50, 41, and 90 games. Even in those 8 seasons, including when he just played 50, 41, and 90 games, he averaged 238 batting average, Andy. 22 homers and 66 runs batted in. Dan, even 22 homers and 66 runs batted in, just say thank you, right?
So can I treat this award like it's like Best Picture, where there ends up being like 7 of these things that are floating around for the same exact idea?
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Am I allowed to do that, or is that against the rules?
I don't know.
Okay, because my problem is your award, like I'd love to give it to Rhys Hoskins as well, but I also would like to give it to pretty much every position player with, like, for the love of God, can 2 of you be just average besides Jose Ramirez, Steven Kwan, and Kyle Manzardo?
Yeah.
Like, am I allowed to just, like, go, all right.
But you're talking average as in major leaguer. I'm just talking average for Rhys Hoskins.
I just want
do what you've done when you've been relatively healthy and hit 29 bombs and drive in 85.
I want 3 guys with an over 720 OPS, which is league average.
Our next award, may the best man play shortstop award.
And the Guardy goes to...
Well, of course, Gabe Arias and Brian Rocchio. Now, why is it a silly award, may the best man play shortstop?
Yeah, this is a silly award.
No, it's not. You know why?
Because Travis Bazzana?
Because it involves your boy.
Yeah.
As soon as Bazzana is ready, one of these 2 guys is out of a gig. One of these guys is out of a gig. Which guy will it be? So, to me, this is an ongoing competition for the first couple of months of the season, assuming Bazzana's ready to go at some point. And when he's ready, one of these guys is out of a gig. If I'm handicapping it, I think Arias is going to be turned into a super utility guy. And Rocchio will be your starting shortstop.
I agree with you on that. I'd like Rocchio, too. That's the hard part about Bazzana, is that I like Rocchio.
I agree. Mm-hmm. I agree. We'll see. Dano, Arias or Rocchio at shortstop? Which one will it be?
My guess will be Rocchio, just because they'll want his defense there, and I think he'll hit well enough. But God, they just can't quit Gabe Arias.
No.
Like, you want to sit them down like it's just a bad significant other and go, he doesn't love you. He doesn't care about you enough that way. You, but you need to move on.
Let me just say this. He'll be
You're
good.
better than this.
He'll be okay for the next team he plays for.
Remember, he has played a lot of positions for this team. He could be the super utility guy.
I know he has a cannon for an arm. I know he has bat speed that's through the roof. The problem is that bat speed is swung very hard and doesn't make contact very often.
It does seem to be an issue in baseball.
Yes.
Does seem to be an issue.
Whip that thing as hard as you want. If you're not hitting the sphere, you got a problem.
Next on the award list, the Now or Never Award.
And the Guardy goes to
Joey Cantillo. Joey is now 26 years old. This is his 6th year in the Cleveland organization. It'll be his 3rd season in the major leagues. Hopefully, his first season where he's exclusively in the major leagues. And last year, I think we saw some glimmer of real hope. He was 5-3 with a 3.21 ERA. If he doesn't get it done this year, guys, as a starter at the age of 26, having been in the organization for 6 years, I don't know how much patience they're going to show Joey Cantillo. And they know he can pitch out of the bullpen if need be. I think he has a chance to be a good starter in Major League Baseball, but I do think this is his chance. And if it doesn't happen this year, I don't know that he's going to get another shot.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if there's any other players that deserve this award. The Now or Never doesn't.
You could give it to the whole team, Andy, but you know, I'm picking one guy in particular.
Yeah, I guess. Okay. All right.
Well, that was riveting right there.
It's just Arias is the other guy that I think about.
That was a really good response.
I'm just thinking about Gabe Arias there, too, because don't you think it's Now or Never for him, too?
Well, we already gave an award to him. May the best man play shortstop.
Oh, you can't win 2 awards? Okay. I didn't realize.
I don't think so.
I didn't realize there were rules to the Guardies.
Well,
Does everybody get a varsity letter, too?
We have to have rules. It's what all this stuff is built on. I will buy all your Joey Cantillo stock because it sounds like
I like him.
It sounds like you're low. Are you not low?
You mean being that I don't think much of him?
Yeah.
No, I think he could be a stalwart in the rotation for years to come.
I mean, that changeup is nasty.
I think last year he showed. I mean, his ERA was pretty good, 3.21. They used him in some good situations.
Dan, do you care about ERA?
He likes ERA.
You do? Is ERA one of the stats you do like?
I just don't think one stat should tell the story of anyone.
He's exactly right about that. But I think Joey could be really good. And I also think with the lack of depth that the organization may have now for starting pitching, at least temporarily, I think he needs to step up and be really good.
Last season on Joey Cantillo's changeup, hitters hit a $165 with a 270 slug and swung and missed 49% of the time.
Which means what? Throw it more often.
Damn good, yeah.
And keep it going.
Yeah.
Keep it going.
Use that thing.
Next up in the Guardies, the 3rd Times Not the Charm Award.
And the Guardy goes to
Well, manager Stephen Vogt. Why? The 3rd Times Not the Charm Award. The Manager of the Year award has been given out since 1983. No manager, either league, has won that award 3 straight years.
It's going to happen sometime, don't you think?
Not this year. Stephen Vogt will not be the first after winning it each of the last 2 years.
I got to tell you, if this team turns out to be one of the best teams, I'm just saying, if he can help this team become one of the best teams in baseball in the American League with the payroll, did they vote for that before or after they hit the playoffs? I can't remember.
Before.
I don't know how many people expect them to be 500 this year. If they can win the Central, I think he's very much has a chance to win it again.
Okay. That's my point.
What's your point?
Do you think they're going to win the Central? I don't think they're going to play well enough for him to win the award.
And that's why, if they win the Central, he probably has earned it.
Well, if they win the World Series, yeah.
Well, no, I just said this voting before the playoffs. That's why.
If they're in position to go to the World Series, no.
Like I just said, they do it before the playoffs. I
just don't think he's going to win the award 3 straight years.
But he's probably not. But
nobody has.
If nobody thinks they're going to be 500 this year either. So,
who said that? You didn't ask me.
Jeff, do you think they're going to be 500 this year?
Yes.
Jeff, do you think they're going to win the Central this year?
They have a chance.
Will they win the Central this year? There's no have a chance. It's yes or no.
I'd guess no.
You suck.
Can I give this award to Nolan Jones for when I irrationally get angry when they bring him up a third time and try to sell that he's got it together?
I don't know that they're going to bring him back. Now they'd have to make a roster move on the 40-man.
Somebody's going to get banged up, and you know it's going to be, well, Nolan Jones has
but
been
if he's
promoted.
hitting, here we go, baby.
And you're like, oh.
Might be the case. Might be the case. Next up, the Don't Make Us Regret That Contract Award.
And the Guardy goes to
Tanner Bybee.
I was going to say no one.
Tanner Bybee. In March of 2025, so a year ago, Tanner signed the contract extension. The Guardians did something they usually don't do a lot of. 5-year, $48 million contract through 2029 with a team option for 2030. Then he had the most challenging season of his 3-year career. His ERA has gone up every year from 2.98 to 3.47 to last year 4.24. He did throw a career-high 182 innings. I don't expect any problems. I'll bet Tanner has a good year. But, boy, I don't like the way it's trended with the ERA going up every year. And I think he has the ability to be better, and I'll bet he does that this year.
Can I sell you on a month of September where Tanner Bybee had a $1.30 ERA with a 7.6 whip, struck out 26 guys, and 5 walks?
Which is exactly what I'm thinking here. Don't make us regret it, because I think he's got more in him, and I think he's going to be just fine.
Can I sell you that he turned the corner in September?
Who?
Can I sell you that he turned the corner in September and figured some things out?
Fine. I'm all in. The point of the award, don't make us regret that contract. And if he doesn't have a good year, I would bet they regret that contract.
Oh, I doubt it. That contract's still below market value for a guy.
Yeah, but this organization sinking money into a starter like that, you want him to be pretty darn good. And if he doesn't come back to where he was, they might regret the contract.
I don't think he's going to clunk.
I don't know that he will either, but you never know.
I mean, I highly doubt he's going to clunk, because that's part of the problem you're in the midst of, is you're saying if you're regretting that contract, then you're basically saying, okay, I think he's going to clunk.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Don't make us regret it. I didn't say you're going to regret it.
He stays up all night to think these things up. Stop arguing with him. Let him go. Let him go.
You get the point, right?
Well, he fell asleep with the laptop. All right.
You get the point. Don't suck, please.
But I don't like
Don't continue to regress, because you have since you signed the contract.
We're taking a course. And
this is the team that can't sign guys to long-term contracts because they tell us they can't afford it.
You're handing out A's and F's when a C is still a productive player.
Next up, the 2025 was just a bad dream award.
And the Guardy goes to
Andy, who is it?
Say this again. I thought we were going to break there for a second. What do you say this again?
2025 was just a bad dream award.
2025 was just Emmanuel Clase.
It goes to David Fry. David had Tommy John surgery.
Too soon?
Yours might be the right answer.
Okay, thank you.
That one should be the regret the contract.
David had Tommy John surgery. No, they don't have to pay Clase now. David had the Tommy John surgery, so he couldn't play in the field. They couldn't play in the field. So they decide they're going to keep him around all year and have him DH and pinch hit, and he hit 171 in 66 games after he came back. 171 in 66 games. Now remember, David made the All-Star team in 2024. Why? Because he hit 352 through May in 2024. With 8 homers and 27 runs batted in, he was on fire. And then he finished that year by hitting 211 from July to the end of the year. In other words, David Fry has had a good March, April, and May of one season. And then last year was just a nightmare for him. He's on the roster. He's the backup catcher. And you wonder what's going to happen there. So what's the deal going to be? Let's hope that last year was just a bad year. Let's see. We'll find out. More Guardies coming up, but Paul Hoynes straight ahead on Baskin and Phelps.
Buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy your first home and pay no PMI. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal.
snapped by the Heat last night. The team has a day off today. They'll have the opportunity for redemption tomorrow night when they welcome the Heat back to Rocket Arena. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The season's not the real deal. Not the real deal at all. Until we talk to the man who covers the Guardians for the Plain Dealer and Cleveland.com. Welcome back to Baskin and Phelps. I'm Jeff Phelps. My partner's Andy Baskin. We go to the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. He's alive, well, and awake in Seattle, where it's 9:22 local time. He is Mr. Paul Hoynes. Hello, Hoynesy.
Hoynesy.
Hey, Andy. Hi, Jeff. It's debatable if I'm alive and awake.
Well, you spoke, so we're going to bank on that. So what the heck? First of all, congratulations on surviving yet another spring training. How many was this for you?
This since 1983.
Wow.
So whatever that is.
That's awesome.
40.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's a little abbreviated now. I don't do the whole thing anymore, but yeah, it's a little, but still. Spring training is spring training.
That's awesome.
Did you get a good steak in last night or anything before the season starts here, Metropolitan?
Yes, we went there. Had a good dinner for sure.
Oh, look at that! I called the steakhouse. Nice.
That's well done.
It's worth it, isn't it? It's a great place.
Per diems are better than they used to be, apparently.
That's not true. That's not true.
Hoynesy, here we go. On the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com website, you made a prediction about the team that fans might not want to hear. How do you think this team fares this year?
Yeah, I picked them to go 82-80, finish second, and not make the postseason. Jeff, I was impressed by a lot of their young players. I think this is they're pointed in the right direction. They've got young hitters that are really, really look good. They're not quite ready yet. And, we're already talking about one of the youngest teams in baseball that's going to open the season tonight. So I think the franchise is in good shape. But I wonder, the lack of payroll, I think, catches up to them. It'll catch up to them again, as it always has. And I think the rest of the division has made some big moves. Kansas City and the Tigers have made moves, and I think it's really going to be tough for them to repeat as the AL Central champs. And they've really dominated this division in the last 3 or 4 since the inception, really. But for the last they've won 3 of the last 4 years. So I just wonder. I just think they're going to fall short offensively.
Hoynesy, I just want to ask you a question about tonight's game. Why 10-10? Why wouldn't they play this game during the day? Any thoughts?
I have no idea.
Nah.
I have no idea. I mean, I think that it all, it's the season opener. I guess maybe a bigger crowd comes at night. They get a bigger crowd at night, and but they're all 4 of them are night games.
Hoynesy, to me, when I look at this roster that they've put together this year, the key to the whole thing is Chase DeLauter. And I wonder that the plan to keep him healthy sounds like you're not going to play him as much as you'd like to play him if he's actually playing well. How are they going to balance that?
Yeah, that's the $60 million question, I guess. But Jeff, this guy he's a player. I mean, he can play. I mean, he was really impressive in spring training. Boy, you hit him, between Quan and Ramirez in that number 2 spot. He kind of really sets the top of that lineup off. But you're right. They're talking like there's going to be days when they're not going to be able to put him on the field, which means their best lineup is not going to be put on the field. And I mean, what does he do? Does he play 60 games? Does he play 90 games? This is just going to be a trial and error thing. They went through the same thing in spring training early when he, strained a hamstring. And they shut him down for 4 or 5 days. But I think that's what we're going to deal with this season.
Hoynesy, I'm very excited. I went out last night. I bought some really expensive popcorn. I'm ready to sit down and see Travis Pisano. Oh, I'm not going to see Travis Pisano. Oh, man. How long before he comes up?
You might not have to wait too long, Ed.
How long do you think it's going to be? I predicted, mid-April. I was kind of hoping for that. It's wishful thinking. How long till we see the number 1 overall pick?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this is going to be one of those Francisco Lindor type deals, where you're waiting. They might play the service time game, although they certainly haven't with DeLauder. So you can't. I just think they really feel that he needs to play a little bit more. He hasn't played that much, and he had a chance to put in a full season last year and then got hurt. But this guy really, along with DeLauder, he opened some eyes this spring. He's a solid guy. He's better than you think at second base, and he's a good hitter. He can hit left on left. He can hit for average. He can hit for power. I was a little skeptical until you really saw him over an extended period of time here in spring training, and he can play.
Paul Hoynes joining us from the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, and of course you can listen to his podcast as well, Cleveland Baseball Talk podcast that you can get at Cleveland.com. Hoynesy, the good news, I guess, is that Kyle Manzardo put on some muscle, about 10, 15 pounds worth of muscle. The bad news is it led to a poor spring training. Is that a reason for concern?
Yeah, they don't seem to think it is, Jeff. I don't know if you change your body that much. Do you lose some bat speed? Do you gain some bat speed? They say he's gained bat speed. I think we started seeing a little more, contact, a little more power from Manzardo at the later it got into camp. So that was encouraging. And, you have to remember that you get fooled out in the desert. So let's just wait to see how he progresses through April and May. But, he still has some power. He still, he still, I think, drove in. He was among the team leaders in RBIs, even though, he hit below 200. So I think we'll just have to, kind of wait and see how he, gets into April. But they felt he was kind of peaking at the right time. So, quote unquote.
Looks like he'll be switching on and off either DH, first base with Rhys Hoskins. How has Rhys looked to you, and what does his addition mean to this team?
I really think that was a good move. When you look at maybe the projected lineup for tonight, you've got Kwan, you've got DeLauder, you've got Ramirez, you've got Manzardo, and then you've got Hoskins hitting behind him. And it seemed like that was the guy they were missing last year. To me, they were maybe Santana was supposed to be that guy, but he was kind of past his prime. But Hoskins has come on at the end of camp. He swung the bat well. He's going to strike out, but I think he's that right-handed bat that can balance this lineup, and I think he's going to help them. I think he came to camp late, so he got kind of a late start. But he's looked pretty good over the last week or so.
ABS, automatic ball strike system. Your thoughts? And I think the most interesting part of it is nothing's coming from the dugout, man. It's either the batter, the pitcher, the catcher has to ask for it immediately. Yeah,
and I think it's going to be a good thing, Andy. I think it's going to take some getting used to, by the fans. It kind of interrupts the train of thought in the game to me, but it happens fast. It's kind of cool to see on the scoreboard, and it's going to be really, really interesting to see the strategy that teams develop around it. When do they use it? Who uses it? At what point of the game do you use it? Do you waste? What happens if you waste your challenges in the first two innings? And you go the rest of the game without the ability to question, a call by the umpire. So yeah, I think we're going to see this develop a lot, and I think it's going to be kind of a unique thing, and I think it's going to be a good thing.
Maybe the players can just buy one, like on Wheel of Fortune, where you buy a ball, you run out of them, you take a 50 out of your pocket, you hand it to the umpire, you can buy another one. No? All right, bad idea.
Yeah.
Bad idea.
In spring training, the Brewers were holding up green and red cards from the dugout, telling the hitters to challenge or not to challenge.
Yeah,
is that kosher or no?
It comes from the hitter, right, Hoynes?
It's pitcher, batter, catcher, right?
Yeah, pitcher, batter, catcher. But most teams don't want their pitchers doing it because they lose sight of the, after they go through their delivery, they lose sight of the ball. And every pitcher thinks every pitch is a strike.
True, that is true. So you'd be done in 2 pitches. Yeah.
Yeah, that will be an interesting strategy, is how they pull that off. How much of Stephen Kwan are we going to see in center field?
I think we're going to see a lot of them. I believe, they didn't do this out of, by accident. I mean, he played most of the games in this spring in center field. I think he's going to play a lot there. And, I'm not sure, what the purpose is of that. That surprised me, to take a 4-time Gold Glove winner out of left field and put him in center field. And surprise, they said Kwan wanted to do it, and Kwan said he wanted to do it to help the team. But I think it also improves his marketability. If you're going to trade him, now you've got to, you're showing teams, yes, he can play left field. He's a Gold Glove winner in left field. He can also play center field.
Hoynes, is there a key to this season for you? Is it the rotation? Is it, reinventing the bullpen again? What do you think it might be?
Yeah, I think I really like the rotation, Jeff. I think this is going to be a solid rotation. But the key to me is as always, with this team is going to be offense. Can they score enough runs to win? Because I think the rotation can keep them in most games. The bullpen, I've got to see it. I mean, they redid like half of this bullpen. They swapped out half the bullpen. We've got Cade Smith, full season as a closer. We've got to see how he holds up. And, not having Hunter Gaddis in there as his setup guy for at least maybe a month or so, that doesn't help.
Just let me throw a couple. But Stephen Kwan, what do you think? Is he here after the trade deadline?
Oh boy, I think it all depends on how they're playing. If they're in contention, I think he's here. I think he's got 2 years left. They can trade him after this season if that's the way it comes down. But it doesn't sound like there was any any progress made on a extension. I think it could happen, but I think they want to let this season unfold for a little bit and then make a decision on Kwan.
Are we going to spend the whole year worrying about labor strife, or are we just going to enjoy it and then when the season ends, just see what happens?
It all depends on how you feel, Andy.
That's true. I'm listening. Like Dan's all. I said, Dan. It's going to be the storyline of the whole year. It's going to be like, well, it's great baseball, but they're not going to play after this, and who knows how long they're going to be out after that. I hate going into a baseball season thinking that, especially because we all lived through '94.
Yeah, storm clouds are gathering, though. So my advice is to enjoy this season as much as you can.
Ignore the sword of Damocles, Andy. Ignore it.
How do they fix it? Hoynes, is there a way to fix it so that we don't go into?
Yeah, they could agree. The owners and the players could agree on some kind of salary cap. They could accept it, and there's got to be a way around this, and that's going to be the major thing, as it always is. The owners seem to have dug in their heels, and there's got to be a way to solve the payroll discrepancy. The Guardians are going into this season with a $70 million payroll. They're last in the AL Central. How can you dominate a division and be last in the AL Central? The Dodgers. They're playing the Dodgers next week. The Dodgers have a $300 million payroll, and you've got the Sisters of the Poor coming into Dodger Stadium at $70 million.
Yikes! With that,
that's not fair. You have to find a way to balance this thing, and maybe that's even more important than a salary cap.
Hoynes, with that thought in mind, and I'm thinking Guardian here. Last year in the draft, they went out and kind of looked like they changed philosophy and drafted a lot of college hitters who are usually further along and closer to Major League ready, who have some pop. At least they did at the college level. Did anybody, and I have Nick Kurtz in mind here, did anybody jump out to you in spring training or made you think, that guy could make a quick move to the major league? Somebody we're not expecting to see this year who might be able to, like in first year in pro ball, make that kind of a jump?
Well, Jace Laviolette, the number one pick. I saw this guy hit one maybe 600 feet against the Giants. It's in Scottsdale, and I think he had like 3 hits, maybe 4 or 5 at bats. But he's definitely a big physical hitter. The other guy, the third round pick, Schubert, who hit the 3-run homer Tuesday against Arizona. These guys are huge. Laviolette's 6'6", the other guy is 6'5", and there's a bunch of really physical hitters that they drafted in that draft, and they certainly look like they could swing the bat. So I think this is a good group of hitters coming up, and not just those guys, but Tolentino and just a bunch of Bazana and DeLauder. This is they've got like 5, 6, 7 guys that look like they can really swing the bat.
Who do you like in the AL Central?
I like Detroit. I think they did a lot in the off season. I think their offense is a lot like Cleveland's offense. Is really kind of scrappy, and they do anything they can to score. But I really like what their rotation with Skubal and Framber Valdez at the top of it. That's hard to beat.
Last one for me. Are the Dolans hanging on to the team here, or are we going to have a flip?
Well, I think that's up in the air. I think, I don't think anything is going to happen, immediately. Mm-hmm. I think it's going to take a while, but I think it's definitely, I think they want to get by, the labor thing at the end of the season, and then see where it takes them.
Hoynesy, it begins tonight. Have a great season. We'll be bugging you throughout the year, so if you're bored, by all means, we'd love to have you back. Have a good time, and we can't wait to read your coverage in the Plain Dealer, Cleveland.com, and the Cleveland Baseball Talk podcast that you and Joe Noga do a great job on. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Hoynesy. Go catch some fish down at the market.
Thanks, guys.
Talk to you later.
Paul Hoynes joining us on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. I want to react to what Hoynesy thought about the team. 82-80. What Hoynesy's thinking, and finishing in second place. And we have a couple of more Guardies to hand out, Andy.
Oh, good.
It's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
In your weeknight with the best segments of the day. The Fan Rewind. Weeknights at 11.
Paul Hoynes was just with us. Paul Hoynes said 82 wins, finishing second in the division to the Tigers. I think he's right in the neighborhood. I would think this team will be hard-pressed to win more than 85 games. And I look at the Tigers' starting rotation with Tarek Skubal. They added Framber Valdez, who's a terrific pitcher from Houston. Jack Flaherty, Justin Verlander, Casey Mize. That's a nice rotation. We'll see what the Tigers do. 82 sound right to you? 85? I think 85 might be the upper 88 top they could possibly do this year.
I wrote down 87 the other day, and I was just trying to be positive. I just think that's where they're at. There's a 5-game swing there, and I think they'll be. I think this is one of those years where I think they end up 500.
Might be.
That's kind of where. But
yep.
I just to be optimistic and to be in a good mood about the whole season, I wrote down 87.
Mark,
where are you at?
About 85.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dan, where are you at?
82, 83 sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
You're going to win 60, lose 60. What do you do with the rest?
They'll have to do something offensively that we're not expecting for that to change, I think, for all of us. Mark in Tremont sent me an email. He said he looked at the casino, and the over-under was 79.5. So he wagered on the over, which if it was 79.5, I would think I would probably do the same.
I do the over, too. Dan, you'd be in the over
I
there,
hit the
too.
over.
Yeah, I think we all would.
They always seem to finish above 500.
Yes, they do, somehow.
Yeah.
And then always have a chance in the playoffs. If they make the playoffs this year, I'd be surprised and really happy. So we'll see. Before we had Hoynesy, we were nailing our preseason look at things, and we were doing it with just an incredible pizzazz.
Oh, it was amazing.
And the Guardy goes to...
See, we were giving out Guardies.
Guardies, yeah. For those of you that watch The Office.
It was kind of an award thing.
This is the
equivalent.
equivalent
Or the Emmys.
of the...
Or the Oscars. We're giving away Guardies. So this award, you ready? We'll finish them up.
We should give out Phelpsies next time. It's way more fun.
No, it isn't. And the last one we gave out was the 2025 was Just a Bad Dream Award, went to David Fry.
Yeah.
Guys, are they too infatuated with David Fry? Is he too nice? Is he too nice of a guy?
Yes.
Can he possibly help this team?
Yeah.
No.
He can play first,
I'm not
third,
say
catcher,
no.
outfield. First, third, catcher, outfield. He's listed as the backup catcher.
And no offense to him because he's a delightful human being.
Yes, he is. Last year, obviously, did not play the field because he was recovering from Tommy John surgery and hit 171 after he came back. That obviously has to be better or a change has to be made. Next award. Please, for the love of God, can you at least hit 200?
And the Guardy goes to...
Well, there's nobody else other than Austin Hedges, is there?
Yeah, that was it. That was my vote.
Can I just throw this out real quick?
Mm-hmm.
I know they love him. I know he's a good defensive catcher, really good. They love his leadership. I'll just throw these numbers at you quickly.
Okay.
Last year he hit 161. The year before he hit 152. In 2023 with Pittsburgh and Texas, he hit 184. In 2022 with the Guards, he hit 163. He's now 33 years old. He hasn't hit above 200 since he was 25 years old in 2018 with the Padres. Can you just hit 200? 201. Otherwise, you've got Hedges, who hasn't hit 200 in 8 years, and Fry, who hit 171 last year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God. Something has to give there, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
I have two if you want to do it.
I have one last one.
Okay. Okay. Let's see if we can get him.
You ready for this one?
Yeah.
Hang on. Dan will jump the gun there. This is in honor of Kenny Atkinson.
It's not a big deal.
Thunk, thunk.
Yeah.
This is in honor of Kenny Atkinson.
Oh, great.
It's the Can You Defend Against a Good Wing Award.
And the Guardy goes to
The entire Guardians bullpen. In fact, you could throw in the Guardians, a couple of starters as well. Are you ready for this? They have 8 guys in their pitching staff who are 6'4" or taller.
Oh.
But more than that, they have 4 guys who are 6'6". Gavin Williams, Tim Herron, Connor Brogdon, and Colin Holderman. If any of those guys have a basketball background and can play a little D, Kenny Atkinson could probably use them.
I like it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
At first, I thought, where is he going with this thing?
There's some big guys out there.
Yeah, they do have some big boys.
Their idea of getting bullpen guys is to get 6'5", 6'6" guys who throw really hard. That's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea.
Can I throw 2 at you really quick?
Cade Smith is 6'5", by the way.
Ready?
Oh, I can't wait.
Ready? Here we go.
And the Guardy goes to
Well, first I got to give the award.
the
award.
You looked at me and
Sorry.
See, Andy's not
sorry.
rehearsed. He didn't rehearse.
I'm sorry. Most likely to be released by May 1st.
Wow.
And the Guardy goes to
Reese Hoskins. Sorry, boys.
I couldn't disagree with you more.
Okay. I hope I'm wrong. Why do
you say that?
You
think he's going to be another flame-out guy they sign?
They're going to feel pressure from somebody in the minors that's hitting the ball really well. And if he comes out of the chute cold, the money might keep him here for a little bit longer. I'm just praying he doesn't. I'm praying he can hit the ball early on.
In 4 seasons where he has been healthy and his injuries have been fluky, I'll just say it again. It was the first Guardy I gave away.
Mm-hmm.
In 4 seasons where he's played at least 131 games, he's averaged 29.8 home runs and 85.5 runs batted in. There's only one guy on this team who produces like that, and it's Jose Ramirez. Chris Rose, NFL Network, and the King of Baseball coming up next on Basket and Phelps.
Arizona at 9:45, and Illinois and Houston wrap up today's action with a 10:05 first tip. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All day long. All day. All the time. At work.
923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
Well, at least they won the play-in game, right?
Yeah.
So that was good. That was good.
$2 million for campus.
The theme song there for the Miami Redhawks, also called a fight song, means that Chris Rose is going to join us right now on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. You got to win anyway in the NCAAs, Chris. Congratulations.
Wait, we're not playing tonight or tomorrow? I'm confused.
No.
Nobody told me.
You didn't hear?
Yeah, no, it was a awfully rewarding year. Tough finish. I don't think you could have handpicked a worse, good, not great team to play as a 6 seed than Tennessee, because they can D it up and they've got guys that are super physical. But what a great run. Really fun. Loved every bit of it. Proud of those kids. It's awesome.
Congratulations. That worked out well. That said, baseball begins tonight for your Cleveland Guardians and most every team in Major League Baseball. Last night you had the Yankees and the Giants going at it. You're all over it on Dugout Discussions and Baseball Today on John Boy Media. Your thought about this team, our team, your Guardians, as this season begins?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess I've felt the same way about them the last several years, and they've shocked the you-know-what out of me. I think that it is imperative, if this team is going to have success, that Chase DeLauder quickly becomes the second best offensive player on this team. I love Stephen Kwan, but he's better when he's the fourth best offensive player on your team. And so DeLauder has tremendous ability. I suppose that I'd be excited if he played 125 games, which is, I cannot believe I'm saying that, because I would never say in the NFL world, boy, I'd be excited if a guy played 13 of the 17 games.
Yeah.
I just wouldn't do it. But with this guy's injury history, I suppose that's the way I'm going into this. But he is super talented. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the game the other night in Arizona where he hit one 448 to dead center and then yanked
on
one
a breaking ball,
to right field. Yeah, I mean, it was fantastic. Pitching staff will keep us, I think, in a lot of games. But I would be surprised if we're in the playoffs. And I just think that there's two better teams in our division in Detroit and Kansas City. It doesn't mean, once again, we can't shock everybody, because the Milwaukee Brewers seemingly do it on a yearly basis, and so do we. Only the Dodgers and Yankees have a higher regular season winning percentage since 2013 than our plucky little Guardians.
All right, so what do they need for things to go right then, to maybe be that team that you just described?
Guys have to grow up. I mean, I know that our organization keeps saying that we haven't had bats like this, ready and in the locked and loaded position since the early 90s. Well, that turned into the most feared offense in the sport, and really one of the most dominant ever. So who's going to turn into Manny Ramirez? Who's going to turn into Jim Tomei? Who's going to be our Kenny Lofton? That's a hell of a lot of pressure. And it's one thing to say it and boast it. Well, I got to start seeing it. And that means guys have to stay healthy. I wish they all didn't swing the bat from the same direction. For God's sakes, can we maybe grow a right-handed hitter down in the minors or something? But I'm excited. I love it, and I'll be glued to virtually every game this year.
Chris, when you look at the first base designated hitter combo of Kyle Manzardo and Rhys Hoskins, do you view it with optimism or trepidation?
Sure. Yeah, because, I do believe in Manzardo. I think he's a really solid hitter. I wish he was better when we put him in the field. For God's sakes, it looks like it's the first time he's ever catching a ball occasionally. I swear to God, one of these days, I told you last year, I think that Arias is going to throw the ball and knock the mustache clear off his face. I'm just worried that that's going to happen. And Hoskins is, Hoskins is a big league pro. Like, he just, he got derailed by injuries last year and replaced by Andrew Vaughn, who, after he came over from the White Sox, turned into this monster. So there wasn't a place for him in Milwaukee to help them, in October. But he's a proven player, and he's gritty. So, I like that from some right-handed pop finally.
I'm just, there's a couple things that I'm just going to keep my eye on. Stephen Kwan, obviously playing games in center, and then I wonder if he'll be, if things aren't progressing positively, if he'll be the number one guy on the trade block at the trade deadline.
Well, I mean, listen, that's a part of putting him in center field.
Yeah.
Right? Because when you put him in center and you feel like he's adequate out there, if not the Gold Glover that we've seen in left the first 4 years of his career, then it opens it up to more teams. I mean, this is not just, hey, let's help the Guardians out of the gate because we don't really have a center fielder right now. It's, if things go sideways, how can we make him as marketable as possible? I mean, that's simple. That's simple.
And how marketable would he be?
Well, I think it really depends. Like, I'm about to sit down and watch the Mets and the Pirates play, and I think the Mets are a team that probably could have used him when they didn't get Kyle Tucker in the offseason. They've moved Soto to left. They've got this guy, Carson Benj, whom they're really high on. And, if he sticks and plays well, then it's fine. But if the Mets feel like they're in contention and they're a guy, and Kwan really, I think his value increases when we get to October because he is so tough to strike out and it fouls pitches off. And, particularly with teams like, I think Philadelphia could definitely use him. I mean, they're a mess in the outfield going into the year. So those are just a couple of teams I would keep my eye on. There will be others that develop throughout the season as well. The Atlanta Braves, obviously, with losing Jerks and Profar for the entire season because of PEDs. Those, I know I've focused a lot on the National League East right there, but those are just three teams that come to mind right out of the gate.
When do you think we'll see Travis Bazzana? You want to guess?
Yeah, I wouldn't. June is what I would say. I'm guessing. I think you got to give everybody probably. I mean, listen, if I were running the Guardians, I would say you're on a 3-week leash. And I know it's not a great way to run an organization because people say, well, young players need this. Well, when we don't have guys that you can chalk up their numbers on day one, there's a lot of teams where you can say, this guy is going to give us plus or minus 10% on the year. But really, I can pretty much chalk it up. Or even 20% if you wanted to make it a little wider. The Guardians, I have no idea. Do you have any idea what Gabriel Arias or Brian Rocchio or George Valera or even Bo Naylor to some degree, who I'm high on this year, do you have any idea what they're going to give us?
None.
Yeah.
None. So that means that you have to be willing to pull the trigger a little quicker or the season can get away from you, in my opinion.
You have maybe 3 bats that you're kind of sure of what you're going to get with this team. But the idea, Chris, that, okay, you have Jose, you have Kwan, Hoskins, Manzardo, DeLauder. All of a sudden, if those guys click, and there's no reason to think they can't, all of a sudden you've got a pretty good 5 guys in a row there in your batting order, and this lineup looks a lot different than the one that was at the bottom of all the offensive categories last year.
Yes. I mean, but I'm sorry if I'm tempering my enthusiasm.
No, I get it. I get it.
I think that Manzardo has basically turned the corner. He's got to play every day. I don't know. I don't give a damn if there's lefties in there.
Keep talking.
If you want to sit him down against Garrett Crochet, cool. Fine. I get it. But that's a monster. Tarek Skubal, I still would put him in there. I don't care which side of the plate you hit from. I'm taking my chances with my best guys, period. So Manzardo, to me, has got to play 90-some% of the games. Everybody else, we're on standby. We're on standby watching a bunch of guys. I want to be optimistic because I love them, and the guys are easy to root for, and they had so exceeded expectations the last few years while we continue to cut and cut and cut payroll to an alarming degree. And to me, it's a slap in the face to the fans. It doesn't mean that I'm going to turn and run away from it at all, because I understand why some would. If you say, well, I care much more than ownership, that is definitely your right to do, but I can't quit them. And I'm not going to quit on the guys, even if it feels like the owner has.
The other part of just looking at this is knowing what the rotation is and saying, hey, and Jeff and I were talking about, can we get a couple guys that can maybe hit, 230 plus all season long and have a couple guys that we know that are going to hit well, especially, like Quan early on always tends to hit well, and Jose is going to carry his own. But the rotation of just being just talk about the rotation just being the backbone of all of this stuff, and your thoughts about how this rotation looks, especially compared to the rest of the Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I think it's a good rotation. It's top half in baseball, but it's not. Gavin Williams feels like he could be that guy that can push to an entirely new level.
Yes.
And I really thought we saw that, particularly the last 4 months of the year. Like, it felt like, wow, this is the big horse we got out of the Carolinas. Like, this is it. So if he's able to take that next step, it will raise the profile of this rotation immensely. I think that Bybee is a guy who will be extremely dependable, and I think they nailed it pretty early on that, hey, we can extend this guy and feel good about it, that he'll give us the innings, he'll keep us in games, he'll grind it out. There's a lot of people around the league that think that Joey Cantillo is a dude that can totally take a next step and maybe even get to where a Gavin Williams was last season, even if it's by a different means. I love watching Messick pitch, and Slade's done a great job. I talked to guys in the Arizona organization when we traded for him, and I was like, "What's the deal?" And they go, "Well, he's really a bullpen arm that believes he's a starter." And I was like, "Well, guess what? In Cleveland, he's going to have a chance to start." And they're like, "Well, good luck with that." And here we are in year 2, and he battles his ass off, man. I love watching him.
He is fun to watch, isn't he, Chris?
Well, yeah, he's got that little kick at the end of his delivery, and he's confident, and he's fun. So I'm in on him. And the bullpen, you can't talk the rotation without talking about the bullpen.
Right.
They're going to, even without Clase this year, they're a huge reason why we're going to stick in a ton of games.
Chris Rose joining us, and Chris all over everything in baseball with his work with Baseball Today and dugout discussions for John Boy Media. Also, of course, with the NFL Network. I'll leave you with this thought. Myles Garrett's contract gets adjusted a little bit. Everybody's screaming, makes him easier to trade.
Yeah.
What struck you?
Well, I read the same articles that everybody else did. And I'm reading a lot of local people that are saying, well, I've talked to people in the organization who say that's absolutely not happening. Well, it's also the end of March, and what this does is obviously make it so that you could trade him all the way through the year until we really get to the beginning of the season. At least that's the way I understood it. If you're going to trade Myles Garrett, you damn well better make sure you load up on next year's draft.
Yep.
I know it's easy for us to say, well, what if we trade him to Dallas for 12 and 20 and a first-rounder next year? Well, first of all, I'm not even so sure they've got a first-rounder next year. Well, they probably do because of the Michael Parsons deal. Yeah. But, they also made the trade with the Jets, so I've kind of lost track of where they are in the whole first-round selection stuff. Because next year is the draft, and I know we say this a lot, where you're going to load up, not just because of quarterbacks, but apparently the depth across the board. Like, there are people who do this for a living that I talk with who say, boy, I am so excited to just study the 2027 draft because it is that deep all the way around. So if that's the way it's going to go, don't look. If I were the Browns, and God forbid we have to trade the guy, but if you really feel like that's best for your organization, I would start looking at 2027 draft capital instead of this year's.
Chris, thank you, buddy. Enjoy the games tonight.
Thanks,
Enjoy
man.
the season.
Hey, at least you get a 7-10 start tonight, too. That's good for you.
Yeah, what an idiot I am. I have to visit with my accountant on the phone during that time. It's the only time he had left.
Oh,
dang it.
Quit making so much money. You'll be good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thanks, buddy.
Leaving.
At least tell your wife that. Okay,
Chris
goodbye.
Rose joining us on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Daryl Ryder is our Browns beat reporter. Daryl is going to join us next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
Thinking about buying your first home? Now, with Third Federal, you can buy.
MGM Northfield Park. Cavaliers had their 4-game winning streak snapped by the Heat last night. The team has the day off today, but they'll have the opportunity for redemption tomorrow night when they welcome the Heat back to Rocket Arena. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Our buddy Daryl Ryder is coming up. He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store.
You know, the great thing about Daryl, and the reason that we love Daryl.
Where do we start?
Is that Daryl is just so much more than just a podcaster or someone that has a outstanding voice here on the station, but he also has his own show right now. And as we close in on the upcoming NFL draft, check out the Fan off-season special every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 with Jake Volnick, Lance Reisland, and, of course, our next guest, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and moves this offseason in free agency and the draft. So you can listen to it right here on 92.3 The Fan. You can stream us on the Odyssey app, or you can watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan off-season special each and every Tuesday night from 7 to 9 right here on 92.3 The Fan.
Daryl, you can't be a guest if you actually work here, can you?
I guess. I mean, you know, I drop in once a week, so I would say that qualifies as being a guest.
I'd say that makes you a regular. Every other Friday makes you a regular, pal.
Well, I'll be whatever you need me to be, Jeffrey.
How are you? First of all, everything good?
Everything's great.
All right,
it's
good.
opening day, and I can't watch it because it's going to be played when I'm sleeping. So.
There you go.
Oh,
congrats to Major League Baseball.
There you go.
What do you do? Watch it when you wake up?
No.
You'll watch highlights like crazy.
Yeah.
Be all up to date.
Like I'm going to do what everyone else is going to do and just watch the
condensed game
for the highlights and all that kind of. Read the box score. Okay.
Sure.
Then the next one.
There you go.
Yeah.
Get to the next game.
See y'all next Friday when you play here in normal hours. Let's just hope that Mother Nature is a little kinder than the current forecast is saying it's going to be.
You know, Myles Garrett is a pretty good baseball fan. I wonder what team he'll be attending later on this summer. Will he be attending games in Cleveland? Will he be attending games in Texas?
I've never asked him who his baseball team is.
Yeah. Does restructuring the contract?
I don't know what his. Yeah, I don't know what his where his allegiances lie in that regard. We know LeBron has been very flexible about his.
Sure.
One year he's a Yankees fan. The next year he's an Indians/Guardians fan. So I don't know where Myles Garrett's baseball allegiance is. We know where his basketball allegiance is. That's the Cavaliers.
Yes.
He also owns part of the team.
That helps.
Yeah, that does inform that allegiance. But yeah, I don't know where. I don't know if he's a big baseball fan or a Guardians fan, or maybe he roots for the hometown Rangers or Astros.
Does the tweaking of his contract make you think, very, very tradable, getting ready to trade him, or is this just something that they did for some reason that doesn't make sense other than for trying to get him to maybe be ready for a trade?
Yeah, I just when I was all over the national media, the podcasters, the aggregators, over all of these unrealistic Myles Garrett trade scenarios, the Browns turn around and do this now.
Yeah.
And so I have to go from, can we stop talking about the Browns trading Myles Garrett because they're not going to trade Myles Garrett, to now, after really looking at this, I'm like, yeah, his days could be numbered. They very well could be trading him at some point, whether it's this year or next year. But like the moving that bonus the way they did, instead of after the new league year, but now before the season, it makes the contract easier to trade. And I don't know that they were under any obligation to change that payment structure the way they did. So, that obviously benefits the Browns and makes the contract a little more tradable, more so than giving them like any type of immediate salary cap relief. So it's very interesting, the timing of it. It's very interesting that the Browns have this wild proposal to extend the draft pick trade window from 3 to 5 years. That it's all coincidental right now.
Is it though? Is it?
Yep. No, I have to. I mean, the Browns are saying they're not trading Myles Garrett. Now, as I posted today, if I had $1 for every time that was said, and then said player ended up being traded, I'd be rich. So you take that with a grain of salt. I heard Mary Kay Cabot on with Ken and Anthony this morning, and she stressed that they have no interest in trading him, right now. And I think that the key words there are right now. That doesn't mean that things can't change here in the coming weeks and months. But I think that it's more likely than not he plays this season here and they trade him next year. But again, the way that thing's restructured, it at least opens the possibility as far as making it easier on the Browns to trade him at some point this summer.
Daryl, is there any way the Browns request to change the rule from only being able to trade 3 years out to only being able to trade 5 years out? Does that pass? Is there any chance that passes?
Well, typically drastic changes like that don't pass on the first go-round. And I suspect that's going to be the case here. I don't think it'll pass next week at the owners' meetings. That's not to say that in the future a proposal like that doesn't pass. But it is a very interesting proposal from the Browns. But I also suspect that that's also done independent of the Myles Garrett conversation or whatever. I do believe that the motive behind that is to give teams a similar luxury to what you have in the NBA, right? Where we see teams do this all the time, where like the Browns had to give up 3 straight years of first-round draft picks to get Deshaun Watson. Well, what if you could still give up 3 number 1 draft picks, or 3 first-round draft picks, I should say, but you space it over 5 years? We'll give you this year's, we'll give you 28, and we'll give you 30, right? So it's every other year you get our first-rounder, which then eases the pain for the organization making that trade, right, and giving up that type of draft capital. But and also, too, gives you an opportunity to do something really ridiculous and stupid and trade 5 straight first-round draft picks. But I do think that maybe that's more the motive behind it, is to allow teams to spread out, those draft picks over a 5-year period rather than just a condensed 3-year period. It'll, in some respects, I think it'll do less damage to a team that's in like a rebuilding mode type thing. But also at the same time, there's equal risk that you could do tremendous damage to a rebuild, especially if you're missing on picks and you don't have any first-rounders, right?
Amen.
I mean, we see where the Browns are right now in their team-building process, and a big reason why is because they gave up those 6 draft picks to the Houston Texans for Deshaun Watson.
Daryl Ryder joining us. He's brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We've had 2 very respected football reporters on the station recently give different percentages on Shedeur Sanders starting next year. Albert Breer from SI said 30% chance that he's the starter. Mary Kay Cabot this morning said 60% chance. Well, what does Daryl Ryder say?
I'm trying to remember what I told the afternoon guys yesterday, because they asked me, and I want to be consistent, because I know if I'm not, they're going to come after me today for not being consistent.
Oh, who cares? Just try to be as consistent as you can.
I think I said 55-45, I think.
55 Shedeur?
No, 55 Deshaun, 45 Shedeur.
Okay.
Or maybe I said 60 Deshaun, 40 Shedeur.
So pretty close.
But I think
close,
right
50-50.
now, yeah. I mean, I think right now, because Deshaun's going to look great in practice. Let's just concede that right now, okay? He looks good on the Instagram right now, doing his workouts that he's been showing folks. He looks healthy. He looks agile. He looks athletic. All the things, right? But we know what happens when he gets on the field with the defense after missing significant time. And this is a guy, again, that's played 19 games over 6 years, okay? including missing 2 full seasons, and also 2 missing 11 games due to suspension, multiple ruptured Achilles, and then a broken shoulder too, right? Mm-hmm. So he has missed significant time each of the last 6 years. I have no expectation he's going to be any good when he gets on the field. That's why I'm not interested in the Deshaun Watson thing. But right now, I think he's the leader in the clubhouse until Shedeur Sanders comes and takes that job from him.
You see any trade possibilities at wide receiver? Is that what we're just kind of sitting around waiting? Okay, Andrew, what might you do there? Clearly, they'll draft somebody, but you think there's a trade that's brewing that could really help that group?
No, I not for wide receiver 1.
Okay,
I think that they are standing firm to their infusion of talent is going to come through the draft. And they've got great draft picks to do this, right? Mm-hmm. You've got 6, 24, 36 right out of the gate. You've got 5 of the top 107 picks. So, and also, by the way, it's cheaper to do that. You don't have to give up draft capital. You have managed rookie contracts, right? So that's where the Browns are at right now. So now, could they trade for a receiver? Absolutely, Jeff. I'm not going to sit here and say, no, there's no way they're not trading for a receiver. That's always on the table. Andrew Berry loves trading for receivers. But right now, just looking at the situation, we are almost in April. They've not made any moves when it comes, significant moves, I should say, when it comes to the skill positions and upgrading the roster. I think the infusion of talent, they are set on doing that in the draft.
Okay. Thank you, bud. We appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Daryl. Hope that hair is looking good. We're watching you on YouTube. So
it's the best thing on me right now is my hair. That's about it.
Feeling solid about it.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Unlike maybe some people that might be in the room with you right now there, Andy.
Wow.
Some people are blessed with follicles. Others have charm and class, Daryl.
Well, and you know what, Jeff? You get no argument there from me.
Enjoy your day, my friend.
Goodbye,
you bet, guys.
Darryl.
Take care.
Daryl Ryder, brought to us by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl's all over you could trade Myles Garrett at some point.
I don't know how you can't. You just restructure the contract, and then, like I said, if that rule passes, man, it'd be easy.
It won't, though. But it's Baskin and Phelps here on The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle, here to help you get the most from Western One Sports.
And the Cavaliers had their 4-game winning streak snapped last night by the Heat. The team has the day off today. They'll have the opportunity for redemption tomorrow night when they welcome the Heat back to Rocket Arena. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Paul Hoynes joined us at 12:20 as we celebrated the season opening for the Cleveland Guardians. We had Chris Rose with us at 1 o'clock. Daryl just joined us, our guy Daryl Ryder. If you missed a moment of our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app. It's powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy over there is Andy Baskin. Meredith's taking your phone calls, and Dan's behind the glass running the show and making sure everything just keeps going. And if not, if something screws up, Andy, you can always put your hand on the top of your head and, tap your head like crazy. And we'll go back and look at the video and see if we got it right.
Oh, that's great. I can't wait to use it.
Don't you think?
Yeah, we now have we have replay. We have instant replay, right? And then you have live.
We do. And you'll have that in Major League Baseball. It started last night, and we'll be seeing it now. And we saw it in spring training, the automated ball strike system for regular season play. It begins. And a lot of the things that have been added to baseball this year, I think, or in recent years, have been non-factors. Like the pitch clock, don't really notice it. I think that's worked out just fine. In fact, I like it. It keeps things moving a little bit.
I don't even notice it anymore.
Right. And pitchers have, tweaked what they needed to tweak, and it's all good. I still don't like the starting a guy on second base in the 10th inning if it's extra innings. I would still prefer maybe play for 2 or 3 innings, and then you go ahead and do the softball Texas shootout thing. But that's okay. But the ABS thing starts tonight for everybody else other than the Giants and the Yankees. And I think the reaction of umpires has been interesting so far. Current guys, recent guys, older guys have had different reactions to this. Does the name Richie Garcia ring a bell?
Yeah.
Richie was an umpire for a very, very long time, 1975 to 1999, so he's been out of it a while. But I think his quote on this system, I think, is fascinating. He said, I think it's embarrassing to the umpires that are calling the game. Nobody likes to be humiliated in front of 30 to 40,000 people. He said,
oh, come on, get over it.
Hold on. He said, what Major League Baseball is saying is this: I don't trust the umpire's strike zone. So I'm going to use something that's going to be operated by some computer geek who knows nothing about baseball, and he's the one who's going to measure this and measure that because he has a PhD in physics or whatever the hell he's got a degree in.
Why do I trust him more than I trust? Well, if I was the umpire and I thought it was, first of all, it'll be interesting because I'm sure they're going to keep tabs on how often an umpire is right on ABS, right? So we talk about that. They do it all the time now.
Yeah.
They talk about how umpires are wrong based on what ABS, was before they actually used it. So now you're going to have a percentage rate of what's good and what's not good. And so I think this is a good thing. Do you ever feel bad for a referee that gets a call bad in the NFL?
Yeah.
I don't even think twice about it, and especially on a tough play. Like
I feel bad if they mess it up. Like if a play gets overturned at first base, something like that, I think, he's got to feel bad that he missed that.
Yeah, but Jeff, I mean, in the NFL, when you watch a guy drag his second leg in to make sure that it's in before it goes out of bounds, and you have a fraction of a second live to catch that.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you use the technology to do that? No one gets mad at NFL officials or NBA officials if they get something. Who's mad at an NBA official now? Those guys, I think, like being on TV sometimes so they can use their little camera at the scorer's table and look into it. I think those guys love it. Yeah, so I don't...
I think they think it's a pain in the butt myself.
Well, I just lean into it, do it. It's not that big a deal.
I think getting a play right at first or at home, I mean, you can see how how those you certainly want those taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
The strike zone is not a personal thing for an umpire. It's supposed to be uniformed.
Yes,
but it's tough to do. I mean, it's pretty arbitrary because you're imagining where's the box and everything else. It to me it's something that does take something away from the umpire. Ted Barrett umped from 94 to 2022, so he was around for 28 years. He said, "I'm 60. It seems to me like this younger generation really wants this technology, and they want the certainty of a pitch being called a ball or a strike." And I get that, but it's not a certain thing. That's the aspect of it, and it changes. To me, it changes part of the game. For instance, if you're a batter and you have 2 strikes, what have you been told your entire life? If it's a reasonable pitch, you're swinging.
Right.
Well, now you might not be swinging, and you're thinking, well, we can always appeal that, even though you only get 2 challenges. And I worry about that aspect of the game because as a hitter with 2 strikes, you're supposed to open up your strike zone just a little bit, and maybe some guys still choke up with 2 strikes, put the ball in play, changes that aspect of the game a little bit.
You know what? I think that the game would go faster and we'd get more balls and strikes right if we just use the ABS system. And if you wanted to challenge...
So you're going to get rid of umps?
No, if you wanted to challenge, the umpire would be there anyway. You still need umpires for first and second and third, right? And in the playoffs...
Not really.
We still use them.
You could do it all with technology.
You could, but I don't have a problem with having the human element. I don't want people to lose jobs. That's my other big thing. And then, during the playoffs, we have umpires down the outfield lines too. So, but why not challenge to the human?
You don't need that.
You don't now.
You don't need any of it.
But no, I think you do, Jeff, because there are plays where you've got to let the play complete itself, and then you have to go back and look. Right?
Well, which could be, look at the eye in the sky in college football. It could be done in a heartbeat. That said,
do you know how much faster these games would go if
they just umpires on the field?
If it was just ball or strike and there was no question and you use the ABS? And so why not leave the umpire back there to make calls at home, especially if you're going to pay him the same thing?
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
And then let them knock on their helmet if they want a human review on it.
Boy, that would be bad.
It'd be the exact opposite of this. So.
Sam Holbrook umped for 20-some-odd years until 2022. He has an interesting perspective that you'll like, I think, Andy. He says, as an umpire, you never want to miss anything.
No, I know those guys.
You want to be absolutely 100% correct, but we're all human, so that's not possible. He said social media and the media have really been hammering the umps for pitches that are just minutely off the strike zone or in the zone or whatever, which he's right about that, I think. And it's just too hard to be perfect with all of this. I think it's going to be good to correct any egregious pitches. I think it's going to show how good the umpires actually are.
I think you're right.
And I think that's
100% think.
I think that's a perspective that's really pretty good. Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show comes from Paul Hoynes, and he was explaining why he doesn't think the Guardians are quite going to crack the postseason this year.
I think this is a really they're pointed in the right direction. They've got young hitters that are really, really look good. They're not quite ready yet. And, we're already talking about one of the youngest teams in baseball that's going to open the season tonight. So I think the franchise is in good shape. But I just will, I just don't. I wonder, the lack of payroll, I think, catches up to them. It'll catch up to them again, as it always has. And I think the rest of the division has made some big moves. Kansas City and the Tigers.
That was Paul Hoynes. He joined us at 12:20. Great to talk to Hoynes. He's out in Seattle for the opener tonight. Why Are We Smarter? After 4 hours of Baskin and Phelps, brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Smarter today because we talked about baseball for 2 hours. And life is just so much better now that it's back.
Meredith.
Paul Skeens has already bounced.
Paul Skeens.
Unbelievable.
He's what?
I already bounced him from his start here.
Wow. That's not good for my fantasy team. Meredith.
No, that's all we care about.
It's not a great start for Paul Skeens. I got the game on back here. I am smarter because even though I felt like yesterday was opening day because we had a real baseball game being played after watching 2 innings of the Netflix broadcast, I was like, no. Today's the real opening day, so I'm excited for baseball.
It does feel like today's the real opening day. Andy.
Jeff, I am smarter because of the Guardies and the way you put all your hard work into that. And I think we actually should send out trophies and maybe get a Jeff Phelps bobblehead. We might want to consider calling those the Phelpsies.
No,
down
the
the road.
Guardies is better. Ted came up with the name. Ted did a great job on that.
Trying to get you a little promo time here, and you want nothing to do with
and
it.
it's all about team. It's not individual. It's
so
team.
we could do a Baskin
It's the
and
Guardian
Phelps
way. It's about team.
bobblehead Guardy.
We don't need bobbleheads.
We don't?
No.
The great Les Levine's is right there. I look at that every day.
Les has one. That's enough.
Yeah, that's true.
That's enough. I'm smarter today for a similar reason as Dan. I'm pumped about the baseball season. Great to talk about it, and I'm looking forward to talking about it every day till the end of September.
restaurant, so I don't have
that's
to leave
like
my house.
30-second delay. You realize how confusing that would be if 30 seconds after you want him to be aggressive, you just sock the crap
it's
out
not
of him?
like in the play where I'm like, be aggressive.
It's
It's
in
like
the timeout?
It's the second half. You 3 shots? What are you doing?
I feel like if you really wanted him to be great, you would just be at the arena.
I'm not driving in for that.
It's the afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back, and so is Guardians baseball. Happy opening day, y'all. We got now a pleased Kenny Atkinson after a loss. He was displeased after a win. Okay. And Myles Garrett watch continues here. Not that any of us really wanted to sign up for this, but that opened courtesy of FanDuel Sports Network Ohio and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Subscribe. It is free after all, and like our videos, we like to be liked. Jake also producing today. Meredith Kane on the 2020s. But hi, JP. Happy opening day.
Happy opening day to yourself. It's funny, in thinking about opening day today, I was like, we got all sorts of great matchups on the docket. Skeens versus Juan Soto, Skubal versus Tatis Jr., Hunter Brown versus Mike Trout. Like, there's all sorts of fun things that you can get into with some of the games today. And then the most exciting one probably with Skeens is just already ruined.
Well, listen, it's already ruined because he's given up 5, so that's not great.
I mean, he's gone. He's bold. That's it.
And many people have suggested that he'll never be the same after was losing in the World Baseball Championship. Was that worth all of a sudden being a dud as a pitcher? People want to know. Many people are thinking.
Is it the Baseball Classic? Is it Livy Dunn? Is it the offseason of hijinks? I don't know. You tell me. I think it's more O'Neal Cruz not learning how to play center field properly, maybe. Maybe like coming in on balls that were 30 feet over his head. Maybe that's part of it. But unquestionably the worst start of Paul Skeens' career, and it's amazing that it happens on Game 1, in my opinion, because last night doesn't count. Game 1 of the baseball season.
Many are saying Livy Dunn should leave him, and I think we all agree. This being said...
Hey, Mac Robinson. Livy's on the table.
Yeah. Again, if you want to go ahead and shut Jonathan and I up for all time...
Yeah.
You get Livy Dunn. We're just going to kind of be like, we're just going to... Mac, would you like to talk for 5 minutes?
Not much we could say.
I'll
5
get right
minutes,
on that.
5 hours.
Yeah.
If you do that, I got all the time in the world for you.
Going to be the Mac Robinson Show afternoon drive, and our name still won't be on the show.
We won't even get a whiff attached to that if you start dating Livy Dunn. There's your answer.
Yeah. Now, but we'll still host it, but your name's going to be on it, big fella. It is opening day, and I'm so torn on this because I have a obvious love of opening day. You have an obvious love of opening day. Baseball was the first sport that I really fell in love with, and by the way, it was when the Indians were awful. It was when, oh, my God, Chris James was playing left field for you, and Albert Bell was going by Joey Bell. But there was just something about baseball, green grass that just got me as a 40-year-old kid. I'm torn between my love of this day and my absolute fury with baseball for how they just do the Guardians wrong every single year.
Well, I mean, I think it's the Mariners that are doing the Guardians wrong, right? That's the reporting on this.
Schedule them.
No, that's how this has been reported, is the Mariners get to pick their time. And so the Mariners are the ones that got to choose when they play this game, and they chose a late-night game for attendance reasons. Which is just, again, it's not great. I know, but
you don't think you're going to be able to pack the house?
That's
coming off a
clearly what they think.
Nice little run last year?
That's clearly what they think, yeah. This was the Mariners' call. By all reports out there, this was the Mariners' call to schedule at the time that they did.
Yeah, that just means baseball doesn't have the balls to sit the Mariners down and say, hey, you know how we always think of the West Coast with things like, what was first pitch last night again?
8 o'clock?
Yeah, too damn
7
late.
o'clock?
Damn late for the first game of the. But anyway, I digress. Baseball does a pretty good job of really thinking about the West Coast to maximize ratings. But they think about the West Coast. Maybe you could, maybe think a little bit about us there, Seattle.
Yeah, they didn't care about us.
I also just listen. I hated the fact that it was Yankees-Giants last night in interleague game. I know that makes me old. That's fine. I don't love it being the Mariners. I got nothing against the Mariners. I got no sizzle with the Mariners.
This anti-Seattle, I don't hate the takes. I don't hate them. But think about what you've done to Seattle in the past 2 days. You don't like the Mariners at all, and then you lambasted the Seahawks for being the opening day game for the NFL.
Well, maybe they're interlinked. Maybe they're not. I am ready for the Sonics to be back.
I mean,
just so we're clear.
I don't know about this
because I'm loving the Kraken.
Seahawks had the a top 3 defense and top 3 offense in the NFL last year. Only team in the sport to be able to say that, and you're like, not interesting to me.
Yeah, they're not.
The Mariners coming off one of the more impressive seasons they've had in 20 years since like Ichiro, and then you're like, not impressive to me. I think we got an anti-Seattle agenda going on.
Once every 10 years, you're going to have a nice team there, Seattle. Good for you.
Is it something to do with like teams on the West Coast just never being as interesting to us in general?
I mean, yeah, it's the Mariners. Like, they haven't had A-Rod in 20 years, haven't had Randy Johnson in 20 years, haven't had Ken Griffey Jr. They've kind of been, even when they've been good, they've been amongst the more boring good teams in baseball. They've had a lot of good players, but not a lot of great players.
But I think this goes even into like the NFL, though. Like the NFC West has had years where they're the best division in the sport, and it's always the 4:00 games, and I'm always less interested than when it is like the AFC North, for instance, or even the NFC North. There's something to that.
I'm more interested in the 49ers and Rams.
I know, but even like when it's 49ers Rams, it doesn't hit the same way as Josh Allen versus Detroit.
Here's the thing. I know you're not going to start at home most years.
No, probably not.
Okay, that's fair. Until we get that retractable dome stadium, which I'm praying to God happens. And you understand how much that hurts me to say because I love Progressive Field. Love it, love it, love it. Beyond all recourse. I need a retractable roof on that so more people will go in April.
I don't know why they always made weather such a big factor in all of this. Like, I remember growing up in Chicago, and the amount of opening day was always a game I got to go to. I missed it every single year. It wasn't even, we didn't even try at school. My mom would just call in and be like, they're not going to school today. It was what it was. But I remember freezing my ass off. Like it was 25 degrees. There was snow. I remember multiple walk-off hits. Mark Grace down the first base line. It was snowing so bad I couldn't even see what was happening. I feel like that was a thing. But now they're way more conscious about that. They just don't care as much about that, and they don't care about the they want the weather to be good and for it to be a part of this. And I don't know when we've shied away from that.
But it seems like they more care about Cleveland than they do Chicago.
No, I agree with that, and that's just the confusing part to me.
It just feels like a little extra special, little douce on Cleveland that I don't love.
100%. This was never a factor for me growing up in the slightest bit. Since I've been here, it seems like every year in, year out, it is a factor for the Guardians.
Now, all this being said, I'm probably not as high on this Guardians team as I've been over the last couple years. I think there's just a lot of there. Like, okay, if DeLauder, Manzo, and Reese Hoskins all hit for power, that's a big ask when, one guy's a second or third year player, another guy's a 1 year kind of guy, and the other guy's a guy that hasn't been healthy ever in his career and is a rookie. I think the rotation has some boom or bust potential to it. And more importantly, I just look at that bullpen, and I was talking about it with Mennigan. I'm not a believer in this bullpen. I know the Guardians get an overall pass because the wonders they've done. There's a lot of kind of just guys in this bullpen, and I think I don't see where the elite thing is going to be on this team, and I think that's where some of the doubt comes from.
I mean, the bullpen's fascinating because they're going to take an obvious step back.
Yeah.
One of the best bullpens in baseball 2 years ago, still a really good bullpen last year, and then you lost Clase halfway through. Like there's an obvious step back that's going to happen, and it's odd because this team, bullpen and defense, have been keeping this thing afloat the entire time.
Yes.
Defense still should be there, but I agree with you. I think the bullpen's going to take a step back for sure.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys today. It is opening day. Where are you with this Guardians team? What's the thing that will carry this Guardians team this year? I don't think it's going to be the bullpen. Listen, they might just be good enough at all facets of the game to level off. And that's putting a lot of pressure on this offense as well. But we talked yesterday. It came out in the 5 o'clock hour. The contract redoing of Myles Garrett. And it's interesting. The biggest point of clarification is because I've seen people continuously say, well, the Browns have done this with every other contract. No, the way this happened,
it's different. Yeah.
They had to actually, all the other times have been baked into the contract. This is something that Myles had to agree to. So that also means that it's something that Myles had to see value in for himself as well.
Well, and I think Myles would find value in this. To me, this is all about just cracking the door open. Do I think legitimately it means that the Browns are going to trade Myles Garrett after June 2nd? No, but what I do think it means is that we got to pay attention to it a lot more. And a trade deadline type deal makes a lot more sense to me than anything else.
But now the money that bonus is due in like week 3, right?
Yeah, somewhere around there.
So I would if that's trade deadline's like 7 weeks later,
it's
right?
Still about but it's still about the following year. It's still about like setting everything up for the future. So like the door is still cracked open. And then when I say the trade deadline is that would be giving a lot of credence to the idea. And maybe this is where I just am thinking way too much of Shedeur or whatever happens with this quarterback race. But it'd be giving credence to the idea that the Browns want to see at least how it looks in the first 4 or 5 weeks before then they make a decision about, do we go for Arch? Do we tank? What do we have to do there? And if it's obvious they suck, then I would think the door is open.
I just think what's interesting about it from like when we initially saw it was like, oh, it's a contract restructure. And then the deeper we got into the night, it's apparent it's not a typical restructuring. Or it's not a typical.
Jack Duffin cannot comment on more people's posts about how obvious this is to him that this is setting up for a massive trade this summer.
And I got to tell you, that's the one, Jack. You've single-handedly taken years off my life. Every tweet that I saw, the blood pressure crept up, and it was like, for the love of God, I just like Miles Watch for the 6 weeks we did it last year was just hard to be around because in the end, I don't know why anyone would want to trade Miles, even if there's justification or logic behind it, because he's still the best thing we've had, not named Joe Thomas, and he's a future Hall of Famer. So the idea, the growing anxiety I had yesterday is not only are we going to be on Miles Watch all the way up to the draft, but post the draft in the summer, we're never going to be safe from this until he's traded.
So that's the answer, though.
But
that's the truth. What this set up in many ways is that we're just never going to be safe from this. It can come at any time. The Browns have it set up now where they can do it literally at any point, and Miles would just have to waive his no-trade clause. That's the other stipulation on this, which seems like he would, based off of what he said all last year.
I do think... And I think this is where maybe I got a little agitated at the Browns as Jack Duffin was tweet after tweet
about this. By the way, it's
important
to point out with Jack that Jack has been the one that has absolutely nailed everything with Deshaun Watson every single step of the way.
Yeah,
it would hurt, or it would hurt less. Let's put it that way. If I didn't trust Jack, and if Jack hadn't been 100% right this entire time.
Yes.
But because he has, I have to pay attention to it.
And he was even right at the in-season trade that was thrown out there where I think he said it was 1% chance that it would happen. He might have even said less than that. But I would really love to know, and this is where I got a little agitated with the Browns. It's okay, what changed? Right? If this cracks the door open, or if it kicks the door open by June 2nd, just what the hell changed? Because I would love to know, because it felt like the whole point of this is you convinced Miles that $40 million a year was nice, and you also convinced Miles that you were building something here. Now you're 2 years into what should be a 3-year plan, halfway through it, pivoting and trying to refigure this out. I think if the Browns were to trade Miles, I think they need to tell us what the hell changed from when it was an emphatic no, absolutely not going to do it. And so convincing, by the way, that Miles caved last year before NFL free agency, to now being well, we got to crack that door open.
I think last year, they thought they had a chance. We can all laugh at it because they only won 5 games, and their presentation with 4 quarterbacks was laughable. But there was enough people around that building that thought with that defense, they could compete in some sort of way, and they were building something. And I think what's changed in a year is they've gone from thinking that and having that mentality. And I don't even know if this is the actual truth, but they're giving us the impression that now they're going towards this bridge year, this gap year until 2027, and they're actually taking the steps to do a quiet, soft rebuild.
It should be noted that Mary Kay has come out with the thing that says the Browns aren't planning, have no intention of trading Myles Garrett.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a so far at the end of that statement, which I think is an interesting cracked open door. And then was it Schefter or Rappaport?
No, Schefter on McAfee's show.
Okay. Who also had a comment that
he said he talked to the Browns 100% not trading Myles Garrett.
And so here's my problem with that. I don't believe you.
Yeah, I don't either.
And a lot of it is, and it makes no sense to put Myles on the block, parade it around publicly, especially if you don't have any plans to trade him until June 2nd or until into the regular season. It makes no sense to let this become public and fester, even if you're going to do it before this draft. It makes no sense. The only time you should acknowledge that you're considering trading Myles Garrett is after you've traded Myles Garrett.
Yeah, but I think they had to do it now because of the deadline that was set for Tuesday, right? And so, like, because of that deadline on Tuesday, this is how we found out that they did everything, and now everything has become of that.
Oh, no. That's not what I'm speaking to. You can't help that. You had to move the money back. I'm talking about, like, the reports where people are going, wow, Mary Kay and Adam Schefter are saying no way in hell. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. The Browns aren't going to tell everyone, hey, guys, this means we're trading him. The Browns understood.
It's not how they operate.
I also think the Browns understood what a hornet's nest they had on their hands last year with Miles's public declaration and with everything else and the weird dinosaur press conference. And I think they understand if you're going to trade Miles, it's better just to rip that Band-Aid off all at once instead of slowly leaking out the news that, well, maybe with the right offer. No, just wait until it's done and then inform people. The people are going to be pissed regardless.
What's kind of a little, not comical to any fan listening, but kind of comical from an NFL moves they could make that would piss fans off the most category. They're checking off a lot of those boxes this offseason, Nick, or at least they're threatening to check off a lot of those boxes, because if they end up trading Miles in the same season that they turn around and make Deshaun Watson the starter in week 1, there's going to be a lot of people that just have complete meltdowns, and I'm looking right at you.
Yeah, I am right here.
I'm looking
and
right
that will
at
be
you.
me.
You're just gonna. I don't know what would happen.
Now, I think it's called dying on air. I think it's called a massive coronary. Cardiac infarction, I think, is another word for it.
Could they come up with a more direct combo to just make the fans so incredibly angry? I don't know that there's a 1-2 punch that would trump that. And they're setting up the cards for both, potentially.
In that conversation about what changed, and you had made the point that maybe they thought they'd be better last year, whatever, which I think is a fair point. Then I would your scoreboard is getting shockingly bad. If every time you've projected, again, going into 2 years ago, hey, we're a Super Bowl contender. Players were saying that. Everyone was thinking that way. The Browns were kind of telling that to media members, right? We think we can win the Super Bowl. You got the number 2 pick in the draft. Then this next year, part of the reason why I think Andrew Berry still has a job and that front office is still in place is I've always assumed they were really good at managing expectations and managing up, which is a huge part of being in a front office. But if 2 straight years you've told the owner, hey, we think we can win a Super Bowl, and the very next year, hey, we're going to be competitive, and 8 wins is across 2 years, then I'm officially mystified at how anybody still has a job in that front office.
I've been mystified the entire time.
Yeah, but I'm super-duper mystified.
It doesn't make any sense. It hasn't made sense the entire stretch. I don't get it. I don't know how they get away with this. But Andrew Berry still has a job. And so, if the big pitch for himself is to, hey, finally admit, hey, we didn't do it over the past couple years. Now's the year where we're going to do this rebuild. Well, if you're going to go through the rebuild and the process of all that, you might as well not half-ass it. You might as well just go the whole way.
216-474-0092. We call that whole-assing it around here. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media. Social media reactions on X. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. So if this is the Browns cracking the door open to trade Myles Garrett, what changed with Miles' situation? Quick hits coming up at 2:40. Oh, yeah, at 4 o'clock, Matt Underwood celebrating opening day with us, Guardians TV play-by-play announcer. Then we got Chris Trapasso, NFL draft analyst and founder of Draft Gradebook. At 5:20, Lance Reislin. That hoppy bastard going to be joining us at 6 today. I got a bone to pick with him. His taste in beer has officially upset me. We'll also talk some prospects here, maybe a little Caden Proctor as well. But 216-474-0092, what changed with Miles' situation? And you're going to say yes. And I'm going to try and talk you out of it with the Browns and Myles Garrett in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. Now, during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry, offer ends March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Opening day is just around the corner. Get the latest Guardians coverage here. Play ball! We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Again, I got a call on Tuesday night. A team called me and they're like, hey, all right, do you see this Myles Garrett thing? No, what? They said his option bonuses were shifted around. I'm like, yeah? And they're like, well, if you're shifting option bonuses around, usually there's like some trade smoke. Now, let me say this. Right away, I called the Browns. I'm like, what's going on here? And they're like, we are 100% definitely not trading him. And they're like, don't even bring it up and dignify the fact, because we're not trading him. This was not done to trade Myles Garrett. This was done to give us more cap flexibility. I'm just telling you, and they couldn't have been stronger about it. But that's not going to discourage other people from wondering and speculating, could he be traded? And again, I'm just telling you, they told me no.
Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee show earlier today. All right, here's what stinks to high heaven about this. Once again, it's not a traditional, restructure. Two, it's about future flexibility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm supposed to believe that the Browns right now are thinking of 2029 and 2030, when who the hell knows where Myles will be? Who the hell knows? Will the team be in Brook Park? I'm pretty sure. But will the team even be open? It just feels a little convenient. You didn't have to do that today to open up that future flexibility when it really offers you nothing now.
No, but I mean, it gives them the summer to think about whatever they need to think about, I guess. Like it sounds funny for a reason because it looks funny and it is funny. And if you want me to stand up here and try to defend what the Browns did, I can't. I can't do it. It doesn't make sense outside of any other reason to give themselves flexibility to try to trade Myles Garrett if they want to trade Myles Garrett one day.
I also think the plausible deniability thing is big, right? And I said it in the first segment. You don't do the he's on the open market thing. Nope. If you're going to trade him, one day just trade him. Because I think Browns fans specific to Myles have been through enough with his trade request and your refusal to do it, even though I think it was 50-50 of people who wanted to trade Myles a year ago and people who didn't. I just think what's interesting about it now is you are, especially if you trade him in this next season, you are halfway into a rebuild. And I think there's a lot of people really loving the idea of trading Myles Garrett because it's something. It's a step in a direction.
Mm-hmm.
My caution to anyone is it doesn't mean it's a direction you want to go or a direction that'll work out with these chuckleheads in mind.
Oh, yeah. I can't trust the chuckleheads, as you call them. But, the idea that you would be at least signaling to the fan base what your plans are is a pretty stark contrast to what we've seen out of them in recent years. And I think that is different. And this is why maybe they can't necessarily go out there and be like, we're shopping Myles Garrett. Because if they don't pull it off, that is in direct contrast to them actually signaling to everybody that this upcoming year is just a rebuild year and it is what it is.
Well, I think it's so interesting. Like, as the more we thought about it with every Jack Duffin tweet that gave me more anxiety.
I mean, Jack's convinced.
The frustrating thing about the relative conversation about this is the Browns have put a lot of talent on this roster. They're at least trying to make a coherent offensive line. I'm going to imagine after the draft, you're going to have a couple wide receivers here that weren't. You're probably going to have a couple more extra offensive linemen to where you're going to be able to look at this and go, oh, it's not too bad. And then you're going to look at the quarterback spot and go, well, okay, interested in Shador. What else? Right? Like the quarterback position and the lack of assets or lack of attempt to bolster it wouldn't be commensurate with the rest of the roster and what you're trying to do. Unless, of course, you are planning to trade Myles and potentially Denzel. And I think that's I get it. I get it. It finally would make sense. The moves they've made and the moves they haven't made would make sense. But it just I think there's a lot. Like we did. I did a Twitter poll yesterday on the way home saying, would you be willing to deal Myles before the season if it meant getting the quarterback in 2027? And 56% of people said yes. And a few people commented, I want to do this last year. And it's like, I've stopped trusting any NFL team, and it's not just about the Browns, when teams think they're really smart and really clever and we're on the cutting edge of doing this and we're going to tear this thing down and rebuild it, the teams that have success are the teams that aren't mired in a prolonged rebuild and are teams that are traditionally good at building rosters anyway. The Browns aren't either one of those things.
Sure.
Actually, they're the first thing. They're mired in a rebuild that they didn't choose to enter, and they're not an organization that has proven to get the nose up on this long enough to call them a truly competent organization. That's so much trust in this front office, and I think people are just handing it over willy-nilly because at least down is a direction as opposed to sideways.
Well, I look at it like, hey, how many fans would respond back and say, well, even if you give Andrew Berry, let's say 3 first-round picks, 2 for Miles and then 1 for Denzel, do we trust them to even know what they're doing with those 3 first-round picks?
Well, and that's I think a lot of the yeses were also baked into the idea of this hysteria of the 2027 class. I'm not saying that it's not real. I'm just not banking on it. And I absolutely hate that as a fan, I just wish we had all learned from tanking. Like the people right now that are signing up, and I've heard everybody's take on this, and I get it. I understand that there's 2 or 3 first-rounders. Look at the value. I give a rat's ass about value. You know what I care about? Wins and losses. But this pornographic fetish that people have, you got to get value. It's like, or how about this? By the way, this is like a uniquely Brownsian thing or a uniquely bad team thing, right? Do you think the Ravens give a rat's behind about value? No. They like great players to retire in their uniform. Did they get, when Ray Lewis hit 32, were they like, if we don't trade him now, we'll never get our value? It's just, and fans have started leeching on to this, and the media started leeching on. Value means nothing. Value means nothing without something behind it, without an exactitude of what you're going to get, means literally nothing. So good, trade Myles Garrett. Trade the best player you've had, not named Joe Thomas since 1999.
Well, I think,
and when that ends up with a nice little nickel corner and a slap-ass quarterback, I don't want to hear a single person today saying, yes, trade Myles for a hypothetical. Maybe we can get a quarterback in the future. And he turns out to be the next Baker, who then you're going to run out of town. I'm sorry. Those people will be able to blow it all the way out their ass.
I don't know. I just think those people, I think they want to have a situation where the Browns aren't sitting there and telling everyone we're doing one thing when it's obvious they're doing something different. And I think that's where this whole conversation has been going for a year plus. Like if they would have traded Myles last year and Denzel last year, you wouldn't have 5 wins last season. You'd be in a better spot to go and do whatever you want in this draft. You'd have more arsenal loaded up. And it's nice that we watched Myles play another defensive player of the year season, but is that enough to offset the idea that you'd be in a better spot for future years?
Let me ask you,
this is putting the you got to think about
but that's a hypothetical.
That's
not a guarantee.
They're all hypotheticals.
Well, but I think my problem is it's based in this idea of you're 100% in a better position going forward.
You are. Now they can still bungle it.
Well, no, but I think that's the point. Is it still feels like a road to nowhere.
But you have a better chance of not bungling it if you have more chips and more things at your disposal.
But how many teams have actually pulled off tanking in the last 10 years in the NFL specifically? Jacksonville. Ooh, that's been fun, right? They went all that way for Trevor Lawrence. And, you might have a chance. After 6 years, you're hoping for a chance. The Browns. Oh, those 2 playoff appearances were nice.
I don't know.
What about the Dolphins?
The Colts, when they got rid of Peyton Manning to suck for that 1 year for Andrew Luck, worked out pretty well for them.
The last 10 years. Also, by the way, it didn't. You had 3 playoff appearances with Andrew Luck?
No, but the point is,
killed him.
Yeah, the point is that you didn't just end up in a year after year suck like you were supposed to after Peyton Manning.
Yeah, they kind of did end up after those first 3 years of the playoffs. They kind of were mired.
They won double-digit games and were in the playoffs, though. That was the point.
3 years. So what was that? 2 years, really, because there was Peyton being injured. No, it's 1 year. Sorry,
they sucked for 1 year after Peyton.
So 1 year's worth 3 good years.
They sucked for Luck, and then they got it up.
Everything that happened after with Andrew Luck was
I don't know that you can predict that Andrew Luck, that most quarterbacks are going to at 29 years old just be like, I'm done playing. But yes, everything after that with Andrew Luck was 100% worth 1 bad year.
But I don't know that you can say that you can necessarily say, well, we're going to get this guy in this next draft, and we're going to project out 10 years of success. Because clearly, that's not what happens for most teams that tank. Peyton Manning to Andrew Luck tends to be the anomaly. Everything else is suck to suck. It just depends on how much one version of suck to the next version of suck. And I don't have problems with fans. I shouldn't say that I have problems with fans. I have problems with media members who should know better because we cover this thing obsessively. And when people are just on you have to trade Myles.
Okay,
what about value?
Okay, but then how are you getting your quarterback?
You're going to try and play into next year and Figure it out. You're going to play this year. You're going to try and win.
You see how trading Myles Garrett gives you the best chance within the roster of what you're able to do.
To get the 26th pick in next year's draft?
No. You wouldn't get the 26th. If you trade Myles, you trade Denzel, you don't have much of a defense at that point, and you're in a much better position
for what you're going to get for him. You're not going to get a top 15 pick for Myles.
No, but if you get 3 first-round picks, let's say you end up with the 7th overall pick, you can do whatever you need to in order to get 1, 2, 3, whatever that is with the quarterback.
But it doesn't guarantee that there are going to be 3 teams. Let's say there's 3 quarterbacks. It doesn't guarantee the first 3 teams in the draft next year.
No, but you're still in a good position is the point. And that's what you're trying to set up. If you don't do those moves,
wishes and dreams.
But if you don't do those moves, you're stuck with nothing anyway.
No, you're stuck with trying to win. Which is the objective of football.
But you're not going to win is what they're telling you. If they break it down, that's what they're telling you.
Now, what they're telling me is Andrew Berry found another way to pull the wool over Jimmy Haslam's eyes. Hey, listen, that last thing that we did where we walked into like a half a team built there and then we ran into the side of the freaking mountain, hey, that one got away from us. You know what's really going to work this time? Why don't we tank? Why don't we trade all the good players that I didn't draft? Why don't we trade them away?
Vegas has you at 6.5 wins. You think you're going to outperform that by like 6 wins next year?
I think you can outperform it by 2 or 3 wins, yes.
Okay, so
I think you'll be a 7 or 8 win team next year, and I don't think that's a big projection.
What does an 8-win season do for you?
It takes you away from being one of the suck-ass teams in the NFL.
You still don't have a quarterback. Now, unless in this scenario, just Shedeur is awesome, and then he's the reason why you have 8 or 9 wins.
Can't you trade up for a quarterback in the same way?
You don't have the draft picks to trade it for a quarterback the same way.
You can trade 3 first. You can trade a 28 and 29 first rounder.
Yeah, but then you're not going into 2028 and 2029. You have the first round picks in the arsenal to do it right then and there.
But so would I rather have the 28
we watched what happened when you got rid of Deshaun Watson in the first round picks for years on end.
Would I rather have the 28 and 29 first round picks and get that quarterback next year in this hypothetical middle of the road NFL thing and still have Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward? I think I would.
But Myles and Denzel don't do anything to the greater cause.
That's just not true. They've had one of the best defenses in the NFL.
And they won 8 games in 2 years.
Yeah. And what about the other years where they've actually had competent quarterback play? Were they good then, or did they not have anything to do with wins and losses?
They won 8 games in 2 years with those players.
What about the other times?
We're talking about this upcoming season.
No, you're talking about the 2 years.
Fine. You got 1 playoff win in the entire stretch of having Myles Garrett.
Fine, trade him. Honestly, why even have a team?
It's not why have a team, but if you're going to go for a bigger
fly him out of here too.
If you're going to go for a bigger chance, like the biggest chance is getting a dynamic quarterback, a franchise quarterback.
Tell me a time in the last 10 years where it's worked.
A franchise quarterback?
No, tanking. Tell me in the last 10 years. Tell me when tanking has worked.
I think the Bears sucking, helping out to get Caleb Williams helped out in a good way.
Yeah,
and
what they did with that, we got 1 year proof on that. How about other?
And that 1 year they got more playoff wins than Myles Garrett has in his entire career.
When did they trade away Myles Garrett?
But even between all of this,
when did they trade away Denzel Ward? They weren't tanking. They just didn't have talent on the roster. There's a difference. The Bears. By the way, middle of the Bears. Trying to tank, they traded for Montez Sweat.
Okay, so the Cowboys last year, they trade off Micah Parsons. They were 7-10, and then they went 7-9-1 last year. Like, it's not as if there's some big fallout from happening with Micah Parsons. The whole name of the game is getting a franchise quarterback. This isn't
the only thing that matters is quarterback. We've lost the plot.
The reason why the Browns have sucked for 25 years has been not having a franchise quarterback.
The only thing you need is a franchise quarterback. Nothing else matters.
Was having Baker Mayfield. That was
not
the
like
one
Pat
stretch
Mahomes
that
had
worked.
really good defenses before.
Welcome to the
Travis
NFL.
Kelce,
If you don't have a franchise quarterback, life's really tough. And that's what the Browns are moving towards.
There are 4 of them in the NFL.
4 franchise quarterbacks, that's it?
Yes.
There's only 4?
There are 4 elite quarterbacks at any given point.
We just disagree on that. You can win with a good enough quarterback.
So you think the 10th best quarterback in the NFL draft is an elite quarterback?
Sam Darnold just won the Super Bowl. You can win with the 10th best quarterback in the NFL.
I thought we needed a franchise quarterback.
Sam Darnold is a franchise quarterback. You're not accepting that for some reason, but Sam Darnold is a franchise quarterback. We have different viewpoints on what is considered a franchise quarterback.
Okay, so
we've long disagreed on what is that exception, so that's fine.
At one point, Baker Mayfield was a top 10 quarterback, and then I heard he wasn't a franchise quarterback. So I just can't. I keep losing the plot on what people
didn't hear from me. He was a franchise quarterback when he was here.
The slippery slope that isn't a franchise quarterback, or the 10th best quarterback, or the 3rd best quarterback. 216-474-0092. I'm not mad at you. I want you to understand.
You sound mad at me.
No,
you sound really mad at me.
Pissed that we're here again.
Well, it's what it is. Like, you need a quarterback.
No,
that is the game. Yes, the game is you need a quarterback.
You don't get to watch somebody drive your car off a bridge and then go, well, it is what it is. You can't be pissed at him. No, No, I'm pissed.
No, you get to be as pissed as you want, but you can't sit there and say you don't understand what they're doing.
No,
you know what they're doing. Like, it's obvious what they're doing. If they trade Miles and Denzel, it's not like a hard reach to find out what they're doing. They're trying to get a quarterback.
It's like watching somebody drive your car off the bridge and then being upset about it and then going, hey, can I use your new car? And then they do the same damn thing. Okay. Stop driving the car off the bridge, please.
And that's more distrust with the Browns, which is fair. I get that and understand that.
So now I'm going to trust him to trade the best player, second best player in franchise history.
Distrust in the Browns is always a thing that you can live with and have an understanding of, and that's perfectly acceptable. But I think where a lot of fans are, and myself included, is that I'd rather go for a franchise quarterback in whatever way we can than run back a defense and Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward that's given me 8 wins in the previous 2 years.
I just can't wait for the next Josh Rosen.
Quarterback is the name of the game. That's it. You got to take swings at the quarterback.
Yeah, got to take more swings. That's it.
They haven't taken enough swings at all.
Yeah, got it. Then picked up the bat. Yeah, why don't we go ahead and give a bigger bat?
Why not? Might as well in the past couple years.
216-474-0092. Would you trade Myles Garrett if it meant getting the quarterback in 2027? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
get it there when you need it. Because on the job site, timing is everything. You order, we deliver. It's that easy. The Home Depot Pro. It's about time.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
I didn't get the sense that it was the precursor to a trade, but where there's smoke, there's fire. You know, this is coming on the heels of them also proposing to expand trade limitations or expand, when you can trade picks 5 years out instead of 3. So there's starting to be a little bit of smoke, even though I don't even think that was directly tied to a Miles trade. They're the masters of the cap. They know way more than I will ever. They've remembered more about the cap or forgotten more about the cap than I will ever know. I will say that it's not a pay cut. Miles isn't giving up any money, but it does kind of free up some cap space and that would have been filled up like in the near future. I think it's probably going to be important in the owners' meetings coming up in a couple of days for, these higher ups, whether it's, Andrew Berry, Todd Monken, or D and Jimmy Haslam, to again state that they have no interest in trading Myles Garrett. And then we're also probably going to have to hear from Myles at some point to say like he is committed, which he has said he is committed as long as this team is committed to winning.
Daniel Oyefusi on the morning show today, ESPN Browns reporter, giving his thoughts on the potential of a Myles Garrett trade. We do have Matt Underwood coming up at, carry the 4 o'clock. We'll talk some Guardians with him as it is opening day. I do think the one leap that was a bit too far for me in the will they trade Myles Garrett conversation, will they not, the people were like, makes sense. Browns want to expand it to 5 first-round picks you're able to trade, and that they're going to try and get all that for Myles. It's like, one, Albert kind of said this yesterday. It's very unlikely that this passes year one. This is about trying to soften people over the next couple of years. And 2, I don't think you're getting 5 first-round or even 4 first-rounders for Myles. I think you'd be lucky if you got 3. I think you'd be really lucky if you got 3.
I think so too. I think the rate would start. It's going to piss people off, but I think it's 2 first, and then maybe either a good player or like a 4th or something. I don't think he's getting 3 first at this point.
Well, and so I think it's interesting. I think the Browns would probably prefer an additional 2nd, 3rd, 4th round pick or 2 than a player. Again, Dallas took Kenny Clark last year because Dallas was still trying to win in spite of the fact they were trading Micah Parsons. I think if you trade Myles before the season or in the season and Denzel, you're pretty much telling everybody we're not really trying to win this year or next.
Yeah, and that's what I think the interesting part of this whole ordeal is that you would be sending the clear message to the fan base where they've just kind of muddied it up the past couple years. And is it because they didn't know what they were doing? Is it because they were trying to win and just couldn't pull it off? But this would be directly telling everybody exactly what their intentions are and what they're trying to do.
216-474-0092. Would you trade Myles Garrett if it meant getting the quarterback in 2027? Didn't say it was a good quarterback. Michael in Cleveland, welcome to the show. What you got for us?
Guys, I love what you do. You guys make me want to be on the radio or podcast. First, I want to give props where it's due. Secondly, you guys got me heated, man. You guys got me heated. This is the type of talk that makes players want to leave Cleveland in the first place. Trade Myles Garrett? Are you kidding me? Listen, you just said we could win with a top 10 quarterback, right? And we know the revolving door of free agency quarterbacks every year. So why would we trade the cornerstone player in Cleveland?
I don't know that you can win with a top 10 quarterback, by the way. I don't know that that's true. I
saw Jeff Garcia win one, right?
No, he didn't. He didn't win one.
Who was the Baltimore?
Oh, Trent Dilfer.
Trent Dilfer. I'm sorry, Trent Dilfer. Yeah.
25 years ago.
What
about Sam Darnold?
No, and Sam Darnold can. They had a top 4 defense, top 4 offense. And so, for this upcoming season, do I think even if you had that top 4 defense, are you going to have a top 4 offense that goes with that? I'm going to say that's probably not likely. You don't have the pieces. You don't have a Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Give this team the opportunity to get a couple of receivers. Give your quarterback a second year to show he can grow.
Seattle has JSN. He's the best receiver in the game.
Stop giving away expensive pieces for nothing. You just said we're not going to get anything back.
What do you mean not back? You're getting 2 first-round picks back, and plus Denzel Ward makes 3 first-round picks. Like it's setting you up for the future.
Another unproven quarterback. Listen to yourself.
No, but it gives you a better chance at the best quarterback you can find, and the best quarterback you get to draft
with the assets we have.
Why to win 8 games?
Also, you got an alert on your phone
to potentially win 8 games. That's the best we can do.
This call is no longer being recorded.
All right, Michael, you got a lot of phone stuff going on, buddy. We appreciate you, and good luck if you are trying to enter the business.
Wait, was that a Was that a prison thing at the end?
I don't think so.
Was that like this call is being recorded, or is that not what that was?
Yeah, that doesn't mean that it's a collect call.
I don't know.
Well, it doesn't mean it's a prison call. It might be a collect call.
I don't know.
It doesn't mean it's a
on.
prison. I don't know why we jumped right to prison.
I'd like to do a podcast from prison. I'm sure it'd be great.
Ooh,
why not? They get to watch all the games.
The Dog Pound.
I don't know about these streaming ones. But
live from Rikers. You could do something like that.
Yeah, why not?
And honestly, being a Browns fan,
you're in your own prison.
Yeah, it is. It is like prison. Yeah.
Takes from the cell.
Yeah. Cell Block D.
Oh, I'd listen to the hell out of a podcast. Maybe not a Browns one, but like of one that just he's like in prison.
Why is it too bleak?
And just doing like his day to day.
So you're saying
I ran out of ramen at the commissary, but I tell you, and like just going through it all, I'd listen like crazy.
I like
to that.
the idea that it's like, hey, if you just want to talk general prison life, I think we can make that relatable.
I totally do that.
If you want to talk about being in prison while being a Browns fan, that's too bleak.
Yeah,
it's a hat on a hat.
You can't even bring up any good commentary because half the games you can't even see.
Why being a Browns fan is like getting shanked in the showers. Trading Myles Garrett is like dropping the soap.
All right, not everything has to be a coward analogy if you're the prison podcaster. You can.
Do you want him to run away from the prison thing all of a sudden?
No, I mean I want him to swerve into it, but maybe not every aspect of prison.
216-474-0092.
The more graphic, the better. Am I right, guys?
That's what the medium bucks pay for.
Stop it.
Would you trade Myles Garrett if it meant getting the quarterback in 2027? And different night, different Atkinson. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
many, many key categories. And, of course, it takes a Lamar Jackson to do a lot of that. But he brought over a veteran staff. So I think these guys are going to be able to hit the ground running. And let's see what Todd has.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Thursday mornings at 8:20 on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. If you missed a moment in our show, say a Donnybrook about trading Myles Garrett at about 3, no, that's already 3, about 2:30. You can use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Matt Underwood, Guardians play-by-play man, coming up in just about 1 hour's time. It is opening day. We started the show talking about the fact that it is opening day. We'll have more on that, the Guardians' path forward this year. We're going to table the Myles stuff for a minute because we do have to get to the second half of a back-to-back that the Cavs lost. They won the first half, and chaos ensued from a loss in the second half of a back-to-back to Miami.
I don't get it. A lot of people are telling on themselves all they use those bonus bets on from all these different gambling websites was on the parlays. They weren't taking the gambling part of it serious because, like, the one thing you learn if you ever gamble in life at all is don't gamble on NBA games on the second night of a back-to-back. They're not reliable in the slightest bit.
It's weird. As the guy who's been labeled the Cavs hater by some on the station, I spent yesterday looking at tweets that were occurring from general Cleveland Cavs media, whatever you want to say, and screen grabbing them and sending them to that person and saying, "What are you talking about?" And I'll say, so I engaged in a back and forth with my buddy Spencer Davies because he had said something along the lines of, "Hey, if this doesn't go right, Kenny Atkinson could be the guy," and I was like, they just won 4 games.
Off of last night?
They won just 4 games.
That's a shocking revelation from someone that is around the game as much as he is, because this is why sometimes I think people just need to really do what gamblers do in a lot of ways because they know
lose their house.
Yeah, that's part of it.
Yeah.
That's part of it. But the understanding that the second night of a back-to-back it's like I don't bet those games for a reason. You can't bet those games for a reason.
I didn't watch last night, by the way. You know why?
Because you knew you didn't need to.
Yeah, because it's the second half of a back-to-back.
While Miami's on full rest, by the way, like there's nothing you're getting out of that game.
And teams don't take them seriously, so why should I? You know what I mean? Like, and it's weird. Like, we are where we are with the Cavs. If you want to say I don't trust the Cavs' health, like Dean Wade got hurt, apparently landing on the ball boy last night, which is the funniest way to get a serious injury. Like
Sammy Sosa sneezing type injury?
Yes, yeah. It's like, Dean, buddy, mind your surroundings. Or ball boy, get the hell out of the way.
Well, that is part of it. Do we have a reckless ball boy on our hands?
That's true. A lot of people have been saying the Cavs ball boys are a little reckless and they're a little too big for their britches.
Look at me, Louie, over there. And they're like, I'm going to make myself part of this game somehow.
Turns out he's still got loyalty to JB Bickerstaff. Yes, Dean Wade is the key to it all.
It's for you, JB.
But, if you want to panic about the injuries, that's the right approach, right?
And that panic existed on Monday the same way it could exist on Friday, the same way it can exist at any part that you want to talk about the Cavs.
But it's weird how just the narrative continues to change on this from Cavs media. And just nothing changed last night. Nothing changed during the 4 wins either, by the way.
I was shocked by the reaction today. And I knew it was coming. Listen, I got the sense last night that it was coming, but I was just screaming at everyone in my head, like, what are you doing? This is exactly, we don't take back-to-back seriously for a reason. There's a reason why in the NBA playoffs you don't play back-to-back games. There's days off in between because they're not reliable at all.
Now, I do think we have to have a conversation about Kenny Atkinson. Because I think something we both said yesterday was proven true last night. So Kenny goes out after the win 2 nights ago and just says this defense sucks. None of this is good. We have to do better. We're going to be an early exit if we don't do this, right? So here is Kenny Atkinson talking last night about how he's pleased with the process that led to last night's loss.
Listen, we wanted to protect the paint, protect the rim, and they beat us over the top. But I'm pleased with the process. I thought we competed. We got off to the big lead in the first half, but we came out in the third quarter, and I loved our fight, loved our resiliency. Thought we did a lot of good things. And in the fourth quarter there, we miss a few open threes. They make a couple. It's kind of the story of the game.
So you lost by 17 in the fourth quarter. What do you mean miss a few threes and make a couple? You got outscored by 17 in the fourth quarter.
Well, yeah, but that third quarter. One of the 3 quarters.
Yes, they showed a little fight there. Yes, that's right. In the third quarter, they showed some fight.
Yeah, but you had him in the third quarter.
But he's acting like it was like 1 or 2 open threes away in the fourth quarter. Like, you got outscored by 17 in the fourth quarter.
Also, this confirms that 2 nights ago felt like, hey, we're winning, but I think this is a time to light everybody's ass up.
Right.
And last night felt like the opposite of that, which is that was a really brutal game. I'm going to give everybody some love.
And so what did I ask Daryl last night? I asked Daryl that
I don't recall.
The idea of, I don't remember much of that interview with Daryl. I don't know. I just have no memory of it.
One of the best ones we've ever done.
But it was like the timing of that was so suspect.
Yeah.
Like again, back-to-backs. Nobody takes back-to-backs in the NBA seriously. And you knew your team against a healthy Miami Heat, well-rested Miami Heat squad that hadn't played in a couple days was going to be primed to go ahead and have a good showing, all things considered. And so, you almost set yourself up for failure.
I would actually disagree with that. I don't think that speech had any impact on last night. I think
it didn't have. I didn't say it had any. No.
Okay.
Maybe I misspoke or whatever that way.
I might have just misheard.
No. I'm saying the timing of it is what I thought was stupid. Like when you make the speech that he made the other night, when you're feeling like, oh, I gotta really get these guys to lock in and listen to my speech, and defense is what we're gonna preach. You do so with the idea that the next game they're going to come out and show that they listened to you, that there was a response there. Meanwhile, the next game on the slate was 24 hours later in a back-to-back where there was no way they were going to come out looking good. Like, he set himself up for failure in that respect. Like, give yourself the easy chance. You go crazy after the Wednesday when you take on the Heat on Friday. You don't go crazy on Tuesday night when you take on the Heat 24 hours later.
Also, because this is tying into it, I did see enough people saying this is on Kenny Atkinson, which again just infuriated me. Like, I have long-term doubts about the Cavs. I've never been less convinced that they're going to win a championship in the next 2 to 3 years. And I fear that in chasing something that probably never will be, they're going to give away something that could be in the deeper future, namely like Evan Mobley's future. And we've had these arguments. I'm not trying to relitigate them.
Yeah.
I have serious doubts. But I remain so wide open about being wrong about the Cavaliers and understanding, like, I put down my sword. Was it Monday or was this last week?
I think was it last week? Maybe it was Monday.
But I put down my sword. The Cavs regular season wars for me are done. There's nothing more you can glean from this, and certainly nothing you can glean on the second half of a back-to-back when everything's going against you in that game.
I thought the people looking for panic today and last night are just people that were looking to complain about something, or people to get themselves riled up about something, or the people to find an interesting angle to talk about or something like that. Last night was the farthest thing from a reflection of this Cavs team you can find.
I think it shows that all the bluster, I will take a very early victory lap on a certain segment of people. And this is about the media here. This is not about the fans. And then nor is it about you, by the way, because you've been consistent pretty much in everything. We both have been wildly consistent with our Cavs takes. But when I blasted the team for being a little too big for their britches when they started out 10-1, right, and at the beginning of this thing, and I said, okay, let's wait a little bit on this. Like, this team has shown in previous years a big bravado about themselves, and they get punched in the mouth, and they wilt, right? I don't want that. If you're going to win in the playoffs, you have to understand how to get punched in the face, and if you are confident, it's got to be real. It can't be fake. I think there are some Cavs media members, maybe on the station, maybe who called me out by name today, throwing big old temper tantrums. I can't think of who it would be. But maybe their Cavs vibes are all-time high. Maybe that's been proven to be a little fake. And I know I don't like that. I don't. No, I'm going to reel that one back in.
Use the F word on it.
We can't use that. I've used it too many times. But maybe it was a little bit of false. Fake. Maybe it's a little bit of false confidence there. I'm not going to accuse people of doing that in the moment to pander, because, again, I've already done that in the last 7 days. We don't. You can only use it once in 7 days.
Pander your way out there, big boy.
I think they were so happy to be done with the Darius thing, and now we got to move, and move is the ultimate relevance thing. Once you make a move, you feel alive. It's a great drug, right? Hope is the drug we're all trying to huff here, right? And I think it proves that those people keep saying stuff about Nick Wilson and worried about, Nick Wilson, that bad Nick Wilson. Gosh, dang it, Blake,
He uses big words.
He's going to march up and down the hall. Oh, no.
He's going to come into the studio at 6 a.m. Oh, no.
Maybe those people who shouted down anyone that had any questions about this thing, maybe their confidence in the Cavs was never really all that real in the first place.
That's the part that's so stupid to me is last night is not the place to have your confidence shaken. You know what I mean? Like last night, that cannot be the game that has your confidence all up in a tizzy right now. Like
exactly. It means they were never confident.
I don't understand it. Is that why I'm so chill today? Is that maybe what that is?
I think so.
Like it blew my mind.
And you do NBA math with great regularity, like I do.
Yeah, it just blew my mind. I didn't understand it, and honestly, like I really did. I was like, I got it. I got the difference between me and them now. I got it. I'm too much of a gambling guy because my gambling brain will never let me go off of back-to-back and think that anything's a problem and will never take it with any sort of seriousness. But everyone else out there just freaking out in these streets, I'm like, I get it. It makes sense to me. I'm too much of a gambling guy.
I also think, here's one more difference. I have said I'm pretty confident about where we are with the Cavs, but I'm really open to be wrong. I'd rather be wrong about the Cavs and them go win an NBA championship or be in the NBA Finals than me be right and that not happen. I think you're the opposite of that, but in a good way, meaning you'd rather be – no, wait. Let me think about this one. You're open to the possibility that you're wrong. That's maybe how I was going to say it.
Yeah, definitely. Here's what I mean, the bottom line of it is I appreciate them taking a swing. Like, and that's one thing that always in my head I will always fall back on is I think I believe that they were up against it. They weren't going to do anything with Darius, and they didn't just sit there and stand pat. They took a swing, and then now we get to find out more about him. And like, if I'm wrong on that at the end of it, then I'm wrong about it. But we can't figure that out on a back-to-back against Miami.
216-474-0092 was last night a loss to be upset about with the Cavaliers. Jeremy, Dick, you guys stick there. More on the Cavs. Donovan Mitchell had something to say after last night as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2. Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Obviously, we lost, but a lot of the process was there. You got to give them credit. They made, especially to start the game, man, they made some shots. You know, we were in our gaps. We were doing the things we spoke about. You know, sometimes it's tough to come back from that. But even still, we had our mishaps and we can get better. But they made shots, and our process was much better.
Donovan Mitchell, I'm not saying they're wrong, because the Heat did make a lot of just wonky-ass threes last night, which will happen in any NBA game. Just a weird night to take a victory lap defensively of, well, our processes were much better.
Yeah.
The result was still a foot in the butt.
Yeah. It was not the game you fall back on and be like, hey, we did. We answered to Kenny Atkinson. He got the message came through, which is what I think Atkinson was trying to do and what they were all trying to do, because the other side of that is, Atkinson gave this big speech to the media. We didn't pay attention to it at all because it's the second night of a back-to-back. And it didn't go very well. They're just not going to do that.
So these are related, and I think somebody got off scot-free yesterday, in talking about Kenny Atkinson's message. Because my point with Donovan is, I do like how now 2 years into this thing, Donovan and Kenny's message are the same. At the end with JB Bickerstaff, JB was saying one thing and Donovan was saying another. Mm-hmm. It was clear. And by the way, just so all NBA coaches know, when your star player, face of the franchise, is saying something, you should probably mirror what he's saying. Whether you agree or not, optically, if you can't match each other's message, one he is going, and it ain't the player. So that's just JB.
Your house just isn't in order.
Just say the same thing that Cade Cunningham says. It's really not that hard. But Donovan got off scot-free. And I was reminded yesterday, because I can't remember, somebody posted a damn clip, and it was of a busted defensive assignment where they got just a wonky three that they made. And I think it was Evan going at Donovan Mitchell for a blown assignment. And that also happened, by the way, the night before.
It did happen, yeah.
So
Harden got on it. Well, both of them got on it. Mobley in particular. Mobley's been speaking out lately.
It's been, which I like, by the way.
I know. I need more of that. That's actually something Atkinson has talked about, by the way, is the idea that Mobley's saying things now to players that he wouldn't say last year.
But I do want to play Donovan from 2 nights ago, where Donovan's reacting to what Kenny Atkinson said, where Kenny just blasted the defense.
I mean, he's not wrong. We love when a coach is honest with you. We all have our goals and sights on big things, as we all know. It's on us to go out there and fix it. And the intensity is there, right? You know what I mean? But now it's the mental thinking about different things, game plan execution. Just the little things, the old boards, you know what I mean, are huge as well. It's tough to guard for 24 and then have to guard for another 14.
I'm glad that Donovan wants to chase this thing. I'm glad that Donovan sees trading for James Harden as a step in the right direction. But, Donovan doesn't have the fall guy defensively anymore. For a really long time, when there'd be bad defensive possessions involving the guards, we just look at Darius and go, hey, he's too small. And by the way, it's valid.
A lot of the time, it was his fault. Yeah,
and it's not like James Harden is a stopper in any way, shape, or form, but he is a bigger guard. I can't have possessions where Donovan, who is the face of this franchise, I can't have you have possessions where you're kind of either taking it easy or maybe not paying attention. Like, I know he's here to score 40 points when you need him to score 40 points.
Mm-hmm.
Donovan's got to get on the ball defensively as well, because You don't have enough perimeter guys to have a guard that takes his eye off the ball defensively
enough. This kind of goes back to that idea that, like, why wrong time for Atkinson to say I need to see more defensively when the last thing in the world Donovan Mitchell is going to do with 10 games left in the season is play really hard defensively on the second night of a back-to-back against Miami. Like, that's like on the list of things that I would ever expect out of Donovan, that might be at the very, very bottom of that list. And so, like, you can't call people out. And I know I get Donovan's got to share some of that responsibility, but I think that's why it was really poor timing for them both to be lockstep in that moment, to be like, we're going to do better defensively, because there was no way they were backing that up last night.
216-474-0092 was last night a loss to be upset about. Thinking back on it, I think Donovan's so good about calling everybody out. Donovan also has to be mindful of his own defensive performances, because it'd just be a really shame if that was part of if Donovan's just not paying attention on defense in the playoffs, if that was part of what hurt you. Because, again, I'll never doubt his effort, but you can't doubt attention to detail. Let's go with Jeremy in Fort Worth. Welcome to the show, bud. What you got for us?
Oh, hey, guys. I appreciate the show. If you could bear with me for 1 second, because I'm going to say something that's a little bit of a hot take, but when I look at Kenny Atkinson, he looks like a exhausted father, of these kids, is what it comes off to me. There's something wrong with this team, like a malaise. I think they like being NBA players more than they like playing in the NBA. Now, that's not all of them, and I don't mean that completely. It just seems like everybody's waiting for somebody else to do something, and honest to gosh, I don't think Mobley fits anymore. I'm tired of every single post game we're talking about Mobley this and Mobley that. He's not a good fit. And this team is so poorly conditioned, they're getting hit. They're getting hurt by, like, bumping into things, like, I guess, ball boys. But there's something is not right with this team from an attitude perspective, because they've got the talent.
So this is a tricky one, and Jeremy, we appreciate you. One, I massively disagree with Mobley, but I understand why he's the easy kind of one to take shots at now. The Kenny Atkinson thing, I think that's just Kenny Atkinson. Kenny has always looked like the nervous writer, like TV writer that's not sure if his idea is going to get on TV, and he's chain smoking outside the studio.
Yeah, well, also though, like is he like on Adderall or something? You know what I mean? Like, is there something fidgety about him that just makes you like you get on edge looking at him being on edge?
I think that's just Kenny. I think that's just who he is.
Like, I want to give him a pack of cigarettes and tell him to calm down. And I don't even smoke.
I'll also disagree with the notion that these guys like being NBA players more than they like actually winning games. I've thought that about James Harden before. I haven't seen any evidence of that here. As a matter of fact, he seems to have the better sense of urgency than anyone. There are plenty of teams that I can look at and go, oh, that guy likes the lifestyle.
Yeah, that might just be a
grind.
broad NBA statement more than it is like I think this is happening with the Cavs.
But even though we're transitioning now to a superstar-led team, I haven't seen that. I think what you're seeing is a team that knows the expectations and might be, I don't say buckling under it, but adjusting to those expectations. A team that is certainly adjusting to who in the hell is going to be out there on any given night, and a team that hasn't played a lot together. So the NBA's got more tape on you, and the more tape, the more they can pick you apart until you fix the thing you have to fix. But again, I don't think it's, with love and respect to Jeremy, I don't think it's any of the things he said.
How big of me, though, today, I'm going to go ahead and give Mobley the old Peterlin pass.
The Peterlin pass.
Thank you. I can't go crazy and tell you how unimportant a back-to-back is and then be like, oh, yeah, but Mobley, you got to shoot the ball more. Like, again, it was a third straight game now, fewer than 10 attempts from the field, but like that's not the game to go crazy on with Mobley. It was not a good game, but like give the man some break here.
Thomas in Shaker, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey guys. Two quick things. First of all, on the Evan Mobley point, it's kind of weird that people are so hard on Evan Mobley. All my friends are really hard on Evan Mobley. Did you know Evan Mobley's stats in the month of March since Jared Allen's been hurt, he's been averaging 22 points and 11 rebounds a game. I'm fine with that. If he does that, I'm cool with that. I think one thing the Cavs are missing is Jared Allen. I'm really excited to see how this thing goes. We get Jared Allen back. I'm not panicking yet. In fact, I'm not panicking at all. You can see that this team is just trying to figure out lineups and they're trying to figure out how things work in the playoffs. And they're hyper focused. I like how focused they are. I like how locked in they are on winning. The thing that impressed me the most was when Kenny Atkinson, after a win, instead of him saying, "Oh yeah, great win," he was like, "No, we got to play defense. We're going to win a championship playing defense like that." And that's the kind of attitude that I need my coach to have. I need my team to have going to the playoffs. I'm feeling comfortable with this team going to the playoffs. I think that they're locked in. I think they're focused. I think they're ready to go. I think that we're going to have a great playoff run. I'm really confident there.
Thomas, we appreciate you, buddy, and we appreciate the win for chiming in there.
It's a nice day outside.
It is a beautiful day outside. Can we just – that is just a gorgeous day. Thank you. I know tomorrow's going to be like 36, but
to the point where here's how insufferable I am sometimes. I was walking in, and I was like, might be a little too hot. And I'm like, I had to stop myself. I'm like, I can't do that. Not complaining there. Not going to happen.
So Mongo and I got a good 25-minute walk in, and as I was letting him in to go out and get in the sauna, Vanessa, who's basically chained to her desk, was going to get a water. I was like, it's just so beautiful outside.
Yeah.
And the look on this woman's face. There's a lot of regret for the many years she spent with me as I just mindlessly was like basically Mary Poppinsing my way to the damn sauna. I regret nothing.
Was she upset because she was at work? Is that the idea? She's at home at work and then stuck? Yeah, that sucks.
Now, I always say, well, yeah, but then you get to get out at like 3 most days.
Oh, she's done at 3. That's nice.
Yeah. Well, she works like 7 to 3, so I am just starting my day when she gets off work. That doesn't matter at 11 a.m. when I'm basically twirling my way to the sauna and the happiest you could ever be.
I hope she FaceTimes you at like 4 o'clock on a nice walk.
And she or on her way, and she's also just Mary Poppinsing. That's really hard to say.
You wanted to do it again.
I wanted to land the plane, and I just couldn't land the damn plane.
Yeah, that's tough.
It's interesting. I hate to do this, but I don't really have a feel for the Cavs going to the playoffs. Like I think
this is where you are with the Guardians. You're in the same
it's not great.
Space.
This is very much in. I got to see it play out.
I mean,
I'm etching into your territory here.
I mean, you're living in my territory here.
I mean, I'm confident that they should get to the Eastern Conference Finals. I'm not confident they will, and I hate that. I don't know how much of that is based on previous year's failures and how much of that is based on I never really bought into this vision for the team either.
Sure.
It's a really weird spot.
I think that's why, like Thomas says, all his buddies are getting angry at Mobley night in, night out, and I think that's why a lot of the reflective blame falls on Mobley is because I think a lot of people had this great envisionment of him being the guy to take the Cavs to the next level. And the idea that we're sitting here right now and then I think one thing about them and you think a completely different thing about them, and the idea that there's no clarity as to how great this team is or isn't is, I think, maddening. And I think instead of having that fall on Harden because he's brand new and you're not going to do that, and Donovan because he's putting up 25 every single night, I think it just falls back on Mobley. And it's like I think there's something that's a little unfair about that, but this is where this is right now.
So I do think so there's something about this because I said I'm a little wire-thin patience with Kobe right now. And it's interesting that Kenny Atkinson, I mentioned Spencer Davies'
tweet. Taken a lot of blame in the past 24 hours.
Oh, but I mentioned Spencer Davies' thing about Atkinson. Obviously, we got Matt on Twitter right now saying, I've come to the conclusion that if Mobley's a unicorn, he must be the invisible kind, which is a funny joke. Matt, I will commend you on that. But, it's interesting to me that the architect of the team who trades for one, does a really bad job at drafting wings or just doesn't draft wings for 5 years. And then, makes the ballsiest trade in Cavs history, which is the Donovan Mitchell trade, and then just sits pat for 4 years. It's bewildering to me that guy kind of gets the old Peterlin pass there.
Well, I think he gets it because you're
the Peterlin pass.
Where the Cavs were after LeBron, you're supposed to just kind of sit in this wasteland. We're supposed to be Portland. We're not supposed to be anything like what it is right now.
It took 5 years.
Yeah, but you see NBA teams sit there for 15, 20 years after a great player, or even not even ever having a great player. It's really hard to get this to be an appetizing spot that people want to play for and people want to go to. And the idea that James Harden, for instance, was not only pushing to come to Cleveland, wanting to come to Cleveland based off of everything that they've built around here.
And money.
I think that goes, yeah, but I mean, Harden could have easily said no to Cleveland, don't want to do it. It wasn't just about money necessarily. He's been on the record. He spoke about the idea that the Cavs and giving him a chance to go ahead and go deep in the postseason is part of the reason.
Yeah, because he couldn't also say, I'm here because I'm a 36-year-old guard. That this might be the one organization that's going to pay me.
I think he looked at it as this is a way for me to play deep in the postseason and maybe try to get rid of that playoff narrative that's built around me.
If
not, he would just stay in He would just stay with the Clippers.
With love and respect to James Harden.
Cash and checks there regardless.
But I don't know they were going to extend him. I think the Cavs' ability to extend him, I think, is a big part of why James is still here.
I think the big part is that he's got a chance to play deep in the postseason, and I think that's what he's going for. But the idea,
which ones mattered to James historically, getting paid or going deep into the postseason? I can't remember. Was it the money one?
He's made $300 million in his career,
and I bet you he'd like to make another $300 million.
I would bet though.
You think
wiping off some of those postseason problems
I've
is
got
probably
enough money.
No, I think wiping away some of those postseason problems, I think is pretty high up on his list. Again, but I do think there is something appetizing about him wanting to come here. Because again, if you weren't in a good spot, like James Harden isn't just coming. If it's just about the money, he could go play for Washington. He didn't do that. He came to the Cavs. That's a feather in Kobe Altman's cap. You're giving me a side eye, but that's a feather in his cap.
Eric in Cam's Corner, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
What's good, Jonah? Thanks for taking my call. A couple things real quick if I can. The whole Mobley thing, I'm tired of that conversation because it's not like he's being featured like Brad Daugherty or Patrick Ewing, where he's getting the ball 15, 20 times a night in the post to generate offense to get his 20 points. So he's lucky if he's getting 12 attempts a night, and he's maximizing the attempts that he gets. My only thing about Mobley is make your free throws. If you make your free throws, you'll probably be averaging 23, 24 points a night. Now, with this whole malaise, Nick, I'm with you. I'm ready for the playoffs. And that whole James Harden thing to me was about the playoffs. And so I don't know what they're going through because last night was a disaster, if you ask me. I mean, they gave up another 30-plus points in the first quarter. And they can never really seem to get a hold of the game. And it's just a whole perimeter defense. And, Donovan Mitchell is a problem. I rewatched that Orlando game, man. And Donovan was just lost on screens. Like, get it together, bro. I know you can get your 40, but we need you to play better D. And then also another thing, Nick, that you said a moment ago about the small forward. I'm tired of relying on Dean Wade. Like, when are we going to get a 6'8", 6'9", legitimate small forward to play basketball with this team, and maybe, just maybe, that'll round everything else into shape, because without getting, consistent play 90 and night out from the most perimeter or elite position in all the NBA now is the three. We don't. That question is unanswered still, and until that question is answered, we may just be stuck here. I don't know if James Harden and Donovan can get us over the hump without a great small forward, at least an all-star quality small forward. What do you say about that, guys?
Eric, we got to run, buddy, but we do appreciate you. They did try one 6'8" wing, and his name was DeAndre Hunter, and then apparently he didn't fit. But again, it was still a good price they got him for, and it turned him into Keon Ellis. I agree. Like, it's a wing league, and it's going to continue to be your catch-22, and you kind of just have to keep drafting guys and hoping, like Jalen Tyson has hit, hopefully eventually get a guy that turns into your Kawhi or somebody like that.
Yeah, and it's the hardest thing in the NBA to find. They're at
everyone's looking for him.
Everyone's looking for him. Yeah, exactly right.
216-474-0092. It was last night a loss to be upset about. Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
time, the Diamondbacks visit the World Series champion Dodgers. Let's start the show. MLB is back on NBC and Peacock. Today, 1 p.m. Eastern and 8 p.m. Eastern.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Matt Underwood coming up in 15 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Opening day is here. We'll get into some Gardos talk with Matt Underwood. Obviously, the big news about Miles' contract. What are we even calling adjustment?
Sure, that works.
I don't really like any of the terms, but adjustment.
It works.
And potential will the Browns trade him conversation will rear its head again, but let's go ahead and get right into quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Angel.
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry.
It's Quick Hits.
Hall of Famer Barry Bonds was part of the call of the Yankees-Giants opening day on Netflix and told a story about almost joining the Yankees early in his career.
Well, I would have been the Yankees, but Steinbrenner got on the phone and they called us and they told me, Barry, we're going to give you the money, the highest paid player at that time, but you have to sign the contract by 2 o'clock this afternoon. And I said, excuse me? And I just hung the phone up.
Wow.
And I went to go get lunch and Dennis Gilbert, my agent, and they were like, what do you know what you just did? I'm like, did you know what he just said? I just said, forget it. And I went to go by the time I walked down the street to go get lunch, I said, let me just think about this. The Giants called me and I said, I'm going home.
All right. A little prideful there, but okay, let's do the alternate history. How different is Barry Bonds' legacy if he plays for the mid to late 90s, early 2000s Yankees?
You mean the ones that won 3 out of 4 years?
I believe that is
98, 99, 2000, then lost to the Diamondbacks in 2001. Those Yankee squads?
Yes.
Yeah, I think winning 3 straight and then 4 titles total would drastically change. But I don't know how much because he's already considered to be one of the greatest of all time.
I think it would have won. I think it swings the 2001 World Series, by the way.
Well, I mean, all right, let's talk that through. Byung-Hyun Kim had the blown game 3. You still go Schilling and Johnson in game 6 and game 7.
Yeah, but who can get to Schilling and Johnson? It's Barry Bonds. Because Barry wasn't just a great power hitter.
I know, but how they ended up winning that game was Mariano Rivera. And it's like you would have said going into that, well, Mariano's never going to blow a game. And then there it was, Luis Gonzalez, the single. Like, I mean,
never get to that game if it's not if Barry's there.
Maybe not. Maybe not. It's a fun thing to think about in history, though, because then if they win 4 straight, then I mean that's it. Just would have been. It would have just added to Jeter's legacy. Is all it would have done. Like the sad reflection on that is though he would have overwhelmingly been the best player on that team for New Yorkers and for everyone involved with the Yankees. It still would have all been Jeets. And that would have been very frustrating to Barry Bonds
because Barry would have been there before. If you have the home run record.
Also,
and you have the overall home run record and 4 World Series, 5 World Series to your. I think he's seen unanimously as the greatest player to ever play.
I mean, yes. How do I argue that? But like the problem is that the dynamics involved with Barry Bonds were very problematic, and how he was around teammates was awful. And so, like, there's a part of me that wonders if they even have the same amount of success.
8 years or 9 years.
I just don't know that they do. I just don't know that it works that way. And I think the battle, and that's why I brought up Jeter, the battle between who is the greatest on that team and who is the most respected and beloved and all that. Like he's the best baseball player on that team, no questions asked. But the love that Jeter got would have trumped whatever Barry Bonds was able to get. And I think that would have been infuriating to Barry.
I think he would have taken some of that love that Jeter gets.
I don't think anybody was taking the love that Jeter got. That's part of what is that Yankees little time right there. All right, let's stay with this because you referenced the Netflix broadcast. We talked a little bit about it yesterday.
You mean opening day?
Yeah, for opening day. Couple things that I thought were complete misses, couple things I thought worked, but that's neither here nor there. Nick Kostos didn't understand who Bert Kreischer was. Here we go.
Who the is Bert Kreischer? Now, I'm in my 40s. I'm a dad. I'm very out of touch. Who is this guy? He's everywhere, apparently. He's all over this Yankees game tonight on Netflix. This dude's like f***ing star of the pregame. I don't know who he is. I am sure he's funny. I'm not saying he's not funny or not talented. I don't know who he is. Can we just, do a baseball game, please.
Now, they Netflixed it up. You knew they would Netflix it up a little bit, but Bert Kreischer being a part of it, Jameis Winston being a part of it was a little odd to me. The Manfred interview was awful, but it was what it was. Should Nick Costos know who Bert Kreischer is?
Yes, he's a 40-year-old dad.
Isn't that like Bert's audience?
That's his, yeah, yes. Reformed alcoholics are like right down the line, and current alcoholics are right down the line of Bert Kreischer. Also, why are we upset about MLB having stars on their games when that's all the NFL and NBA broadcasts have done is make sure there's plenty of celebrities in them as well?
I think what people got, and it didn't bother me, by the way, but people did get agitated at the idea that they just Netflixed it all, and so like they did their own version of it.
Are they new to Netflix?
Well, I don't know what people expected to happen. Like it was always going to go down this way. They were always going to put their stars front and center. This is how this works. You pay that much money for a game, you're going to do that.
I gotta say that Nick Costos is edgy because he said curse words.
Is that what pushed him over the edge there?
Oh boy!
How do you have
this guy's got some edge to him. He says filthy words.
I get having blinders in life, but not knowing who Bert Kreischer is seems like a pretty big gap.
The cursing thing. If your edge is cursing, you're neither edgy nor interesting. And I like Nick Costos. Little hacky kind of vibe from him there in that clip.
Mm.
We did get the first use of the automated ball strike system last night in opening day.
Yeah, Netflix screwed that up, too.
Yankees infielder Jose Caballero, I wanted to give a little John Miller English on that fastball, tapped his helmet to challenge a strike in the fourth inning, and the call was upheld. Early thoughts on ABS?
That happened during an interview. I would have liked to have seen it actually go down the way that it was supposed to go down. They're interviewing the Giants manager, and then all of a sudden you have like I don't know. I don't want to call it historic, but like it's a new feature, and it's probably going to be in the game for a while, at least until we get robotic umps across the board. And so I thought Netflix missed that opportunity there. I thought that was a blown call of their own on that one.
I want to direct my criticism towards Jose Caballero, who should never be the guy using ABS if you got two in a game.
That is part of what ABS is going to really, like, we're going to have very direct rules about who can use it, when they can use it, and the timing of all of this.
He also used it on a 0-0 count in the fourth inning.
Yeah, not the time to use it. It's going to be high leverage situations, and you have to be like Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, and it was a strike. It was a borderline strike. But a 0-0 count, and you're gonna. I'm so pissed at him. I'm like, I think he did it just because he wanted to be part of history.
I kind of like that. Then, if that's the move, I kind of like that.
My names are never going to get in the record book, so I might as well do it here.
Maybe more people should have stolen that. That's not a bad idea. I am very tired of the amount of former umpires that are going to like The Athletic and then doing these think pieces and everything where they're just talking about, oh, it's embarrassing for the umps. How do they do this to the poor umps? Shut up. I don't care. We want to get this thing right. This is what the ABS challenge is about. I don't care if you're an old ump and you think it's embarrassing other umps in front of 40,000 people. Either be better at your job or understand this is what's happening.
Kind of want you to call him a spineless jellyfish.
Big time. Oh, I just if I hear one more ump go on this big rant, it's like, shut up, guys. I don't care. Nobody cares.
Matt Underwood, Guardians TV play-by-play announcer, will preview opening day and the Guardians season in 5 minutes with us on 92.3 The Fan.
how many people are not liking this Cavs team with James Harden on?
Well, I'm loving them offensively. Offensively, they are at another level that I think they could have got to with Darius come playoff time. I just think that part of it I'm excited about.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. It is opening day. We're watching baseball in the studio. Well, we're watching a Pirates game, but it qualifies as baseball. And that means the Guardians back at it tonight, 10-10 first pitch against the Mariners. And not only are we excited to get into some more Guardians talk here, but we're excited to go out to the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline because it feels official when you go out to Guardians TV play-by-play announcer Matt Underwood. Matt, welcome to the show.
Well, thanks for having me. Happy opening day.
Happy opening day. Do you have, I feel like I ask you this question every year. I don't care. I'll do it again. Do you have a favorite opening day memory, whether it's from your time with the team or even kind of growing up watching baseball?
You know, they all kind of blend together for me as far as specific memories. I think the first game I ever played at Progressive Field is probably the one that will stick with me, just because the brand new ballpark was such a departure from the old stadium, and there was so much energy and excitement. The president was there throwing out the first pitch, and then you have the walk-off win in extra innings, and it was just a preview of what was to come in the Jacobs Field era. So that was a lot of fun. That's probably the one that will always stick with me. But there's just so much excitement around this day. There's really nothing like it, I think, in sports.
All right. Well, there's so much excitement around this Guardians team as well. Well, in certain spots at least. What gives you the most excitement for this team?
I think the fact that there's, the pitching is strong. The starting rotation, I think, if they can build on what they did down the stretch last year, that's going to carry them deep into this season and keep them competitive. But I think there's also, reason to believe this offense is going to be even more productive. Look, it's no secret they have relied heavily on Jose Ramirez. I mean, last year he provided, he accounted for basically 25% of the offense when you combine runs and runs batted in. And they just can't continue to lean on him solely. And I think the addition of Rhys Hoskins is going to be a big help. Right-handed bat, with some power to slot in the middle of things. If Kyle Manzardo continues to build on what he did last year, and I think I personally am hopeful that we see the real Bo Naylor emerge offensively. We know what he can do behind the plate. I think there's a good hitter in there, and hopefully we're going to see that emerge. And, of course, the guy that took spring training by storm this year, Chase DeLauder, there's so many reasons to be excited about him. Keeping him healthy is going to be paramount for for not only his success but the team's success. But if that happens, we've seen what he can do with the bat, and there's athleticism defensively in the field. So a lot to be excited about with this team.
Matt, I'm also pretty excited about Bo Naylor this year. I think he teased you a little bit at the end of the year of who he thought he was going to be when he came up. Does the team have a working theory on why Bo just hasn't been able to put together that perfect mix of the defensive impact and the offensive impact at this point in his career?
Well, I think you kind of hit on it right there. There's probably a bigger reason why you don't see catchers league-wide having, seasons that match their offense, that match their defense. There's just so much now in the game that's on their plate from a defensive standpoint, from a game-calling standpoint, dealing with all the various pitchers, that I think it definitely has an impact on their offensive output. But I think with Bo, aside from that, because now he has enough games under his belt, I think he knows how to handle both and how to make sure he's sharp on both sides of the plate. But I think they made a mechanical adjustment with Bo. Seems like a simple thing, but he had a leg kick before. They've eliminated the leg kick. It's a toe tap. He's more on time, and hopefully that translates to him driving the ball and driving it to the opposite field, because when he's at his best, he's a really good gap-to-gap hitter.
Now, I want to make sure Bo went from about 6'1" to about 5'9" this year. I just want to make sure you have not dropped about 4 inches in height this year.
Yeah, not only that, but I stood there in the clubhouse talking to him the other day. He's still bigger than I am. I might be 5'11". That might have been high school numbers inflating a little bit, but he's not shrunk to the. I mean, his shrinking has been greatly exaggerated. Let's put it that way.
So what's interesting, though, you kind of mentioned the idea that a lot more of these catchers are now. I mean, they're way more defensive than they are offensive. That's been forever. But I'm thinking about like a guy like even like a Ben Rice, for instance, that is he's just shifted so much of that into the offensive side instead of the defensive side. And like I wonder though, and this might be something for Bo to think about as well, with ABS and this coming into play. The catch framing and what makes that job so valuable, I do wonder if that will become less valuable now that you have an auditing system attached to it all, where you do get to have challenges. And I wonder if catchers on the defensive side, if you're just going to see them not sell out as much to pitch frame and to try to get away with maybe getting some calls from the umps. And so the time spent there will then instead be spent offensively, and we might see more of an offensive uptick with hitters in the catching spot.
I don't know how much I buy in. I mean, I've heard this theory. It's been out there. I understand. Yes, it makes perfect sense what you're saying. I don't know how much of an impact that's, I think framing is still going to be a big part of the game. Remember, there are only 2 challenges per team per game. Obviously, if you win the challenge, you retain it. So certainly if a guy's having a bad day behind the plate, you could have a lot of challenges if you are correct. But I don't think you're going to see, challenges, in abundance. So that's still going to be an important part of the game, especially on those borderline pitches. I think what we have learned in the early going, and again, it's only spring training, but umpires are pretty doggone good. As difficult a job as it is to call balls and strikes, there have been a lot of cases where we've seen guys challenge and it was upheld because that was in the strike zone or it was off the plate when it was called. So I don't know how much of that really is going to come into play, and we may need a full season or 2 of data to really get a better feel on, what kind of an impact ABS actually has on the game.
Matt, Tanner Bybee getting the opening day/night nod today. He was supposed to last year and had some bad Chipotle. Happens to all of us. I thought it was interesting, though, because, I think Gavin really took a step forward last year. I think Tanner kind of treaded a little bit of water overall. Still very good, but maybe not what we had hoped ace-wise. So the long roundabout way here of asking, why did Tanner Bybee get the nod over Gavin Williams for opening day?
I think he's just I think the fact that, Bybee and Gavin were dominant down the stretch last year, but you go back to last September when the team made that incredible charge. Tanner he had 4 starts in September. He went 3-0 with a 1.30 ERA. So even despite the up and down nature of the season he had last year, when they needed him to be at his best, he pitched like an ace. And I think, look, as you said, he was the opening day starter a year ago. Food illness knocked him out. I think all things being equal, nothing really happened to take that away from him. And I think these 2 guys, both Gavin and Tanner, as competitive as they are, both probably want to be that opening day starter. But after one game, nobody cares. I mean, it's a huge honor to be the opening day starter. If you're not that guy, it doesn't matter because whenever you're pitching, it's your day. And so, it's Tanner tonight, but when Gavin gets the ball tomorrow night, it's going to be his night. And I think those 2 guys obviously lead the charge for the starting rotation. And if they pitch this year like they did down the stretch, this team's going to be right where they want to be.
Being out in spring training, what was your interpretation of how Stephen Kwan looked in center field? And then what do you think the usage will be of him in center field strictly versus left field this upcoming season?
He looked fine. And he, as he told me, he felt like if I can play center field out here in Arizona with the high sky and there's no third deck and it's a little more difficult dealing with fly balls. And he felt like if he could handle it there, he should be fine once the regular season starts. And I think he will be. I don't think there is a set number for Stephen Vogt as far as how many times he puts Stephen Kwan in center field. It literally will come down to who's the starting pitcher, what's the best starting lineup to beat that starting pitcher, and where does Stephen Kwan figure into that? Is it him in center field on a given night? Then that's where he's going to be. If it's Steven in left field and somebody else in center field, like I think, tonight you get the big dog right-hander Logan Gilbert on the mound for Seattle. So I think Kwan will probably be in his usual left field starting position. And again, it's going to change on a day-to-day basis. But I don't think I don't think anybody should be under the impression that he is abandoning left field. He'll still get his reps there, but, he's going to play some center field. They don't have a true center fielder, and that was the whole genesis of this decision. He went to Stephen Vogt early in spring training and said, look, I see the roster. We've got a lot of guys who basically make their money on the corners. If you need me to move to center, I am willing to do that. And for a guy that won 4 straight Gold Gloves in left field, that shows you how team first Stephen Kwan truly is.
Matt, we did see the first use of the ABS system last night, and it was on a 0-0 count, which is still weird to me. I do want to know, though, from a broadcasting perspective, how much work, how much is this added to your plate to kind of try and explain this new thing at the start of the season?
You know what? It's actually been pretty easy because of how quickly the system works. There's not a lot of downtime. Once the tap of the helmet or, on either side, the challenge is initiated, the umpire turns around, says they've challenged, and boom, it's up on the scoreboard and it'll be on our screen usually within seconds. It's not a lengthy delay like a replay normally would be. So I think it's going to be pretty, and I'm not trying to make light of it. It's pretty much dummy proof. If it's in the box, it's a strike. If it's not in the box, it's a ball. Even if you don't know anything about baseball, you'd watch the graphic that's going to come up on your screen. It's pretty self-explanatory. So that part of it is probably going to be great for the viewer and hopefully good for the game because it will, again, what was the whole point of replay in general? Correct the egregious mistakes. So if a guy's, again, having a bad night back there and he misses some blatant ones, now you have a way to challenge that and get yourself back into account. Those borderline ones are always going to be a toss of the coin, and that's where I think it's going to be interesting to see as the season unfolds how often hitters and catchers, because those are primarily the guys that are going to be initiating the challenge, how aggressive do they want to be on those borderline? And you got to check your emotions, right? You really want that pitch, but was it close enough to challenge? That's what it's going to come down to.
Matt, it's great to hear your voice, not just because we're a fan of Matt Underwood, the person, but because it means baseball's back and we're damn happy for it. So great to have you back. Can't wait to kind of hear you on the call tonight, and welcome back.
Appreciate the kind words, Nick. You guys have a great day and night, and I can't wait to get started, baby.
Very excited for it. Matt Underwood there on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline, Guardians TV play-by-play announcer. We do have to get to what Matt had to say about the Guardians heading into the season and the potential for a big shift for the Guardians in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I'm going to give you 2 numbers, and they're explain why you should call Universal Windows Direct immediately. The first one is 73 degrees. That's the temperature today. The second one is 33 degrees. That's going to be the temperature tomorrow. And March is a great reminder. If you've got old or just plain out drafty windows, you got to change it because it's going to just rain absolute havoc on your energy bills. And even more than that,
joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTRCM.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk anytime you want. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The pitching is strong. The starting rotation, I think, if they can build on what they did down the stretch last year, that's going to carry them deep into this season and keep them competitive. But I think there's also, reason to believe this offense is going to be even more productive. It's no secret they have relied heavily on Jose Ramirez. I mean, last year he provided, he accounted for basically 25% of the offense when you combine runs and runs batted in. And they just can't continue to lean on him solely. And I think the addition of Rhys Hoskins is going to be a big help. Right-handed bat, with some power to slot in the middle of things. If Kyle Manzardo continues to build on what he did last year, and I personally am hopeful that we see the real Bo Naylor emerge offensively. The guy that took spring training by storm this year, Chase DeLauder. There's so many reasons to be excited about him.
Matt Underwood, Guardians TV play-by-play announcer. It's funny, I'm not entirely hopeful about the Guardians' offense this year because there's just more ifs. And the last 2 years, it's been built on ifs, and the ifs have turned into mostly, that just didn't work out the way you hoped it would.
Yeah.
But, I see the plan. DeLauder, if he can play 100-plus games, I think Hoskins seems to be healthy. That's a really good sign. When he's healthy, he actually has performed. And then Bo Naylor. I still think Angel Martinez is a nice player that could maybe give you 15, 20 home runs. Maybe not this year, but in the future. So, I see the plan. It's a lot to ask when it's been 3 or 4 years of just substandard offense for the Guardians.
Yeah, what's odd about it, I kind of think, I'm sorry, Guardians fans, I don't mean to bring this back to the Browns, I promise, but it kind of reminds me of the Browns of last year when we talked about the offensive line, where it was so bad. Now, moving forward for this year, it really only has one direction to go, and that's up. And that offense last year for the Guardians was so bad that I look at these pieces, there is a lot of ifs there, but I have a hard time thinking they'll be 29th in baseball again this season with this roster.
I don't know. It's a legitimate,
it's in play, know. But I have a hard time thinking they could be as bad as they were last year.
Mennigan and I were talking before the show, and he's like, man, I just like 5 guys with an OPS above 700. And those same guys having a WRC plus of 100 or more. And I was like, you're talking gobbledygook to me right now.
Yeah.
And not because of the stats part, because it was like that. I can't recall the last time you had an offense that was consistently, I can recall. It was from 2015 to 2018. I'm not saying it's impossible. If Naylor takes a step forward, if DeLauder stays healthy, if Hoskins stays healthy, if Manzo
I get the amount of ifs there. I do.
But I think the whole thing about this year is, do I think it can work out? Yes. Am I banking on it? No. Because whereas in previous years, I've been able to say, ride that bullpen in a good enough rotation. I don't think the bullpen's going to be as good. I don't think they're going to be. They shouldn't be awful. If they're awful, it's because they've just been hit with a swath of injuries.
No, but they won't be one of the best bullpens in baseball like they were 2 years ago.
But the rotation is 6 deep. You probably need closer to 7, probably 8 starters in the bigs, and I don't know about those depth pieces right now. So that's a huge question mark. And then the offense, half of the dudes are ifs. So it's just, that's a lot of, we say this with the Guardians all the time. The Guardians tend to play with a lot of ifs. This feels like the house of ifs this year.
I know, and last year kind of felt in a very similar way, and then they ended up erasing one of the largest deficits in baseball history and then winning the division for back-to-back years. And that's the weird part about the Guardians. I'm not nearly as high on this team as I feel like a lot of people are, but it's a weird thing with this Guardians team, how they pull it out. And I do want to talk about Bo Naylor, though, because I asked Matt this question. I want to know what you think. I really do believe, and maybe we're not there yet. Maybe we'll have to get there with when we have robot umps across the board. But if you're not as concerned about the pitch framing element of the game, and these catchers these days spend so much time practicing pitch framing, it is part of their daily routines, their daily everything. I do wonder if the time they spend in trying to pitch frame that'll no longer matter as much if they put that towards the offense. I just wonder if we're going to have better hitting catchers across the board, and that would include Bo Naylor.
You're not wrong. You're just early.
That might be the case. It might be the case. We might need to get to robot umps before we start to bear fruit on this, because we're still going to have situations where we don't have guys and a lot of players that obviously aren't even going to be able to challenge with the ABS because they're not good enough, right? We're not going to trust them to do so. And if you only get 2, it's going to be in a limited fashion. But I really do think it's going to be a change in the game when it eventually does happen.
So I think the thing about Naylor, when it comes to hitting for average, every team in baseball complains about that, right? Like, that's just a fact of the matter. There's like 3 catchers that hit for average. When I say hit for average, it's like you might hit above 250. Everybody else is at the 205, 2 whatever. I think the thing with Naylor is I just need power. He had 14 home runs last year. If we can get him to 25 home runs, and he's not, I know he's 5'9", but he's not a small dude. Like, he is built. If I can get him to 25 home runs, you didn't hit $195 for all I give a rat's ass, right?
25 would put him up in rarefied air for a catcher, though. There's Cal Raleigh at the top, and then it's basically everybody else. Hunter Goodman had 30. Huh?
I'm asking him to be a big dumper. Just get 20 to 25 with consistency, and your defense should be fine.
More than fine. If he gets you 25 home runs, he's more than fine. He's starting to elevate himself to all-star category because the defense is there. What he does on the defensive, and again, this is all part of the big picture side of things. If the defensive part of it is going away a little bit because of the ABS and because of all the advancements we have, how much more valuable does a guy like Bo Naylor even exist if he's not being a plus on offense? And we've seen seasons where he was. His first year, he was really exceptional at the plate.
Yeah.
I thought he was top 10 in the game.
809 OPS.
I legitimately thought he was a top 10 in the game offensive catcher after year 1. And then it's been year 2 wasn't very good, but year 3 was getting back to more than serviceable. He was starting to trend in the right direction. And if he can take a step forward, that's going to be massive for this team.
I think what's interesting about year 3 with Vogt, on top of everything else we've said, is year 1, they shot out of a cannon. And, 90 games, they were untouchable. And then the last, 70 games happened, and they got to a spot. They did get to the ALCS. And then last year, you had a bad start, and then you're kind of middling for most of the season. You were going to trade Quan and Clase together. If not for Clase, there had to be a degenerate gambler. And then you found this fountain of relevance with the final 35 games, and you just took over baseball. And you petered out in the playoffs. So, this year, it's going to be really interesting to see. I think the fact you see Messick in the rotation and Logan Allen not there, I think the fact that they did move on from Nolan Jones, I think you're seeing an organization that's saying, hey, we're not going to dilly-dally. We're going to try and come out of the gates a little hotter this time to give so we don't have to dig out of that same place that we dug last year.
Well, and they might not have the talent to even do that, but what's interesting is how their approach at least screams to me that they're trying to find out how many of these young kids can play.
Yeah.
I like that.
But before they make the Quan decision.
Yeah, I like that. I'm excited by that. I'm excited by some of these prospects. For the longest time, it felt like they would just dangle these prospects in our face, and then it would just take years and years to bring them up and have them do something. I like that we're going to be able to see a lot of these guys and see them right away. I'm excited to see Kafis and DeLauder and see what they are able to do. There's a Valera. There's all sorts of there's a lot of good here, and them finding out. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a good baseball team, but there's a lot of good here to at least see where they stand.
Now, there is one thing that I will definitively rule out today, and we don't usually do this in baseball because it's 162 games, and this is usually when you get definitive in baseball humbles you very quickly. Dane Perry the other day had the Guardians, or the great possibility the Guardians could go from first to worst. There's not a shot in hell. The Minnesota Twins will be lucky to crack 65 or 66 wins this year. The White Sox, I think, are getting to be more respectable. They're a little bit better, but they're going to be
at least watchable this year.
I think they're going to be a 70-win team.
I think they're a good bad team.
Yeah. Watchable, but okay. It's in fairness. Any which direction is up, kind of similar to the Guardians' offense. You could be a 70-win team.
Past couple years, it hadn't even been watchable.
Oh no,
it'd been wrecked.
But I think it's those two teams battling for the bottom, and then I think it is. Listen, I'm higher on the Royals than anyone else. I get why people are high on the Tigers. The offense really hasn't changed at all. They're not bringing anybody new up like you are with DeLauder. And you're putting a lot on Framber Valdez.
Adding Valdez and having that 1-2 punch the way they did. So I like the Royals. I'm with you in that I like the Royals. I like the Tigers more because they did something this offseason, though. I needed the Royals to do something this year. And the idea that,
are you saying Lane Thomas?
Yeah, I'm saying Lane. That outfield's wrecked. For such a good team and for all the pieces they have, and Bobby Witt and Caglione and all these little Garcia.
Pasquantino. Don't forget Pasquantino.
All these guys that you can talk about in such an exciting way. They have one of the worst outfielders and outfields you could possibly imagine.
I agree. I still think they have enough hitting. So, but
they needed to do something and they didn't. I'm upset with them for that.
I would probably say I see it going Royals, Tigers, and Guardians. But all of those three teams could be 83-win teams. All three of them, meaning at the same time, all three of those teams could be 88-win teams.
Sure, yeah.
So, but I will say, I think there is 0.0% chance that this team's going to finish in the bottom two of this division. I just can't see it. Those other teams are so far behind and just don't have any of the depth or any of the talent that you have.
Yeah, because even if they do what they did a couple years ago, where you finished with 74 wins,
yeah,
it's probably not lasting. That's not lasting the Central.
Yeah, so we got that going for us,
which is nice. I'm interested how the Royals' new park is going to look. Not new park; it's their old park, but they shortened the fences, and I want to see if we're talking about the offensive burst that they could potentially have. I want to see if that actually makes a difference for guys like Bobby Witt and how much of a difference it makes. It's such a fascinating part of the game to myself. That you can have a lack of power in certain spots, but then you have guys like Bobby Witt, and you're like, yeah, we'll just bring the fences in.
Yeah.
We'll just make that. That's the call we get to make, and baseball just approves it, and it's like just everyone goes.
But not just that, but Pasquantino's going to benefit. Caglione is going to benefit.
Yeah.
So they have power hitters. It's funny, that's not the way you need to get better. So also, here's the other thing. The fences are shorter for the other team, too. That was always,
I know.
When you make the fences shorter, it never made sense because both teams, it's not like, all right, hey, we're going to give us 5 minutes. We're going to move this back 20 feet because the Guardians are in town, right?
I know, but it did kind of feel like a perfect, hey, Bobby Witt, we're going to go ahead and help you out here. This was built for you. We're building this around the idea that we're going to help you out because you feel like you're being robbed of too many home runs.
216-474-0092. So Dane Perry of CBS Sports, one of his thoughts is that the Guardians could go from first to worst. Do you think that's possible for the Guardians? I don't have a great handle on whether they're a 74-win team or an 88-win team. And I do think of all the teams in baseball, I think, okay, every team has a wide berth of wins and losses that you could go from when you factor in injuries. If we take injuries and put it over to the side, so cancel that out because everybody deals with it. I think when it just comes to the way this team goes out there, I don't know anyone, minus injuries, has any more of a wide berth of potential outcomes than the Guardians do this season.
Ooh, nobody?
I'm trying to think of the boom or bust potential. Like the Pirates are a big, sexy team this year. I think they won. I don't remember what they won last year. I think they could be an 82-win team. People think they're going to win 88 games. That's way too rich for my blood. But I think their ceiling or their floor is probably
Tom
76
Verducci
wins.
had him making the postseason.
The Dooch.
The Dooch was in on him. I was thinking a team like the Orioles, for instance, because just going off of last year more, the idea that they go, you do not call him the douchebag.
No. Gosh, Jonathan.
I sounded it out. The douchebag.
Douche.
I sounded it out.
Douchebag.
That's an awful nickname.
Why?
Pirates won 71 games last year, by the way.
One more time?
71 games last year.
Yeah, I can see them. So I think their win to 76 to 82 wins. So that's 6 wins. The Guardians, I think, have a swath of 14 games to play with. 74 wins sounds
it's a big swath.
Doable. 88
Well, last year what ended up happening, we had so many teams that were living in that 80 to 87, 88 win category. Yeah. And so we're still seeing some of the repercussions of that a year later.
So you think the douchebag?
Well, I think the douchebag might be off his rocker.
Well, Verducci.
Yeah.
Douche.
Yeah, the douche.
Douchebag.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said something else. That was almost profane, I would say.
No, I just misspoke.
Oh, okay.
That was just a misspeak. I was trying to say douchebag.
We could go for the doucher.
The doucher?
Yeah.
Big time doucher?
Big time doucher.
You know the people that just hate him at MLB Network. This is what happens. These are their convos. This right here.
You're a douche canoe.
I think he's widely beloved, by the way.
Yeah.
Tom Verducci is not one of the guys. He's not Rosenthal.
I think. Oh, Rosenthal.
Rosenthal's got a lot of enemies now.
I wish his last name was Verducci because he is a douchebag. 216-474-0092 is from first to worst possible for the Guardians, and a new name could be in play for the Browns at 6. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Spend your spring break with Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
At some point, it becomes irresponsible to not trade him. Miles is the one guy preventing you from getting the first pick in the draft. He's too good. We saw that last year. I mean, in 2 games at the end of the year where your quarterback didn't even play well. Shedeur did not play well in those final games against the Bengals and the Steelers, and they still won both of them. How many teams are winning games where their quarterback plays like statistically bottom basement of the NFL, and you win those games? You have no chance to get the number 1 overall pick with a healthy Myles Garrett. And, you know, his prime, it does seem like his game is aging well, but eventually his value is going to go down just because of his age and availability over time. So this is when you can still pounce and get real draft capital to rebuild this thing the way it needs to be.
So right
rebuilt.
now it's irresponsible to not trade him. That's what you're saying.
I feel like it is.
There's no kinda. Do you feel that way or not?
I mean, you heard what I said?
All right. They had the number 2 pick last year.
Yeah, I was thinking that. I was
With
like, they
Myles Garrett on the roster.
definitely can lose enough with Miles on the roster. I like that's the part that I got a little lost on. Like I wouldn't do it because you think Miles is keeping you from acquiring the number 1 overall pick. I would do it for the other reasons. You need a franchise quarterback. The most amount of assets possible and building towards the future is what's probably better for you than anything else.
No, I did so because I know the 92.3 The Fan YouTube chat is bubbling over these details because they missed the first thing that we did. Some of the guys are it's a new audience. We got some.
Okay.
Let's re-clarify what the contract modification was. 1, it's not a traditional restructure because those are baked into the contract. This one had to be negotiated with Miles.
Mm-hmm.
2. You don't save, to my understanding, you don't save any money this year.
It was initially set up as everyone telling us that you saved a bunch of money in cap space, and that's really not true.
Yes. Now, you do, you save some money in 29 and 30.
Yeah, down the line, but for this season.
For $8 million, what is it? $8 million of a salary got converted to bonuses for those years.
Which is very nominal, all things considered.
Yes. But now, today, you don't, because it's not a traditional restructure. And it's interesting. Like, I think what will be really interesting is if the Browns do, regardless of what they've said publicly or what they've said to reporters, if the Browns do have an intention of trading Myles Garrett, especially after June 1, I think what's really going to drive the response to it is going to be the take. Because I think if you get what maybe the Cowboys got for Micah Parsons, I think there's going to be a little bit of disappointment among some who thought the price tag was, 3 firsts and an ungodly amount of other picks too.
I mean, I wonder if they would have been offered 3 firsts last year if they would have gone ahead and moved him then. Like, I mean, that's Elliot Wolf on New England television kept telling everybody that was the price that the Browns wanted to go ahead and get. They obviously weren't able to get it last year.
Yeah.
And so, I do wonder that. Or would the Browns move off of what their own expectation for Miles was from last season now to this season as we've seen the market kind of evolve a little bit? Because I think asking for 3, I just don't think you're going to get it. And so what kind of hardline stance are they going to really try to have here?
Listen, I think the value thing and having this fetish for draft picks, I get the logic behind it, but it misses me more often than not because a lot of the teams that go overboard with this tend to be the worst run organizations in football. Please see the Cleveland Browns. Please see the Cleveland Browns from like 2015 to 2016 to 2018 and 2017 because Dorsey came in and was like, bleep them picks.
Yeah, and within that, though, like when they had that little stretch, I mean, the draft picks and what they had, I thought worked out very well for themselves. The high draft picks, though. Myles Garrett was number 1 overall. Next year, it was Baker Mayfield and then Denzel Ward at 4th overall. Like having those picks and having those high draft picks did matter for shaping what this franchise became.
Yeah, the problem is they went all out, and there were years where they had 14 picks, like specific to the 2016 class. I can't remember a good football player from that. Maybe Derek Kindred, maybe Hollywood Higgins. I was like, I guess my point is, yes, the right guy pulling the trigger can draft good players. You can do that whether you have 7 picks or whether you have 15 picks. The wrong guy pulling, it doesn't matter. You can have 30 picks, and that guy's not going to find a good
if you have the wrong guy, and a lot of people believe Andrew Berry is the wrong guy. If you have the wrong guy, it doesn't matter how many picks you have. That's an obvious statement.
I will tell you, there's another part of this that we haven't discussed. It pisses me off to know, in no uncertain terms, that the guy who orchestrated the worst trade in NFL history in Deshaun Watson would be the guy that trades away Myles Garrett. It's just a little rich for my blood. It really is. Like, I get there's a lot of nuance to this. We've haggled over this. You and I fought about this, and we'll fight again as we get into the summer. If Myles isn't traded before then and this pops up again, we'll have these conversations. That's fine. That's part and part. This is what we love about sports, right? But when we just get down to the brass tacks of Andrew Berry being the guy that traded for Deshaun Watson and just completely railroaded any chance of winning a championship, or at least competing for a championship, or feeling like you were going to compete for a championship. That same guy having the gall to turn around after he drove the thing into a mountain and being like, listen, guys, the only way we can get that next quarterback is if we trade Myles Garrett. This just feels a little too rich for my blood.
Well, but at least 20 years from now, no one's going to be saying he's the guy that traded Myles Garrett. They'll be saying he's the guy that traded for Deshaun Watson. Unless he turns it around. And I think that, like, his mentality's got to be, unless he delivers this team a Super Bowl, that's what people are going to remember him the most for, is the Deshaun Watson deal. And so there is a part of me that wonders if taking this step back to then potentially move forward, if he feels like he's even going to have the opportunity to do so, is all in one large attempt to rewrite history.
Only thing I would tell you on that is don't be so certain that people are going to just remember the Deshaun trade. We got long memories for people that screw it the hell up here. And if you trade Myles, that's
a defining moment.
But he goes to San Francisco. He hoists the trophy next year, and your picks end up being Snidely Whiplash and Beulah McGillicuddy and 3 people that just don't freaking matter. Oh boy, are people going to remember that?
I think they'll remember the Deshaun thing way more than what they'd remember with Myles, though. I mean, that put us back a half a decade. That was the worst trade in NFL history.
Yeah. So not getting any value for Myles Garrett. So when I say value, I mean actually turning the value you get for him into real NFL players or into that quarterback.
I mean, Deshaun cost you 6 total picks in general, though. Like that is
and 3 picks getting you Myles Garrett. 3 picks that do nothing.
The worst thing that happened for Andrew Berry has already happened. Deshaun Watson's the worst thing. There's not a single thing that can happen for Andrew Berry now that will come close to trumping what the Deshaun Watson deal has been for Andrew Berry. That is a half decade of everyone's lives wasted down the toilet, while also then putting us in a direction right now where we have nothing to really hang our hat on.
Except
that is
Myles Garrett, a future Hall of Famer, Denzel Ward, pretty darn good corner.
Yeah, you can't screw that up more than what he already did with Deshaun Watson. Like there's levels to this. Trading Myles Garrett at 30 years old is not going to be the big thing that people stay with for years on end. It's already happened. It's Deshaun Watson.
If you trade Myles and you have nothing to show for it a year from now or 2 years from now, or you trade Myles and then you turn around and you pick the wrong quarterback, it can get worse from here. And here's the thing. You're the only way that I would say you're wrong, because I'll still give, as of right now, on hypothetical trade versus a real trade, the Deshaun one takes the cake. It can get worse depending on how you play this, if you play this wrong. And Cleveland fans aren't just going to remember a thing. Cleveland fans remember it all.
Yeah, but if you're Andrew Berry, imagine if you get it right. Imagine if the trade you make for Myles Garrett is what leads you to taking your franchise quarterback.
You can justify that for anything. You can justify making any move of imagine if you get it right.
You can also justify.
You're not addressing the probability.
I just Uno reverse carded you as all that happened there. Like you were playing with the assumption that what happens with Andrew Berry is ultimately going to fail.
Probably
and not
because
work
of the
out.
Historical implications of everything that he's done.
If you're Andrew Berry,
fail.
you don't think that though. If you're Andrew Berry, you're not thinking to yourself, "Oh, I'm definitely going to screw this up." You're thinking to yourself, I can do this and turn this around. And maybe that's how we end up making mistakes, maybe. But ultimately, there's a real chance if you trade Myles Garrett and Denzel Ward and add 3 picks to the coffers, mixed with the talent you've already put on this team, that you can get this thing turned around quicker rather than later.
Yeah, I just think, again, draft pick fetishization is just not for me. I fetishize wins. That's what I'm going to be. I'm going
right
really
now,
outside.
You're driving towards a 6.5 win season. So, what are we doing?
Yeah. By the way, we haven't even finished the draft yet. I mean, people are judging a team that hasn't even been finished yet.
How's the draft going to increase you by more than?
Shedeur? Don't you think he's going to succeed?
How's the draft? I hope he succeeds. I have no idea if he's going to succeed. Zero clue if he's going to succeed. I hope he succeeds. Yes, but 6.5
so
wins.
We're going to trade him before you even get to Shedeur?
What do you mean trade him? What are you talking about?
So we're going to trade Miles before we even get to Shedeur and see what...
They're clearly telling you that this is not about Shedeur next season. This is not me. This is what the Browns are telling you. The Browns are telling you they're more about 2027 and the quarterback plan than they are Shedeur Sanders. They can't tell you that any louder. And so if that's what they're going for, yeah, they're focused on the draft and getting a quarterback, a franchise quarterback in 2027, not what happens in 2026.
216-474-0092. I trust your instincts, Cleveland Browns. You guys get it right. So, of course you can trade Miles. Trade him anywhere you want.
Enjoy your 6.5, 7 wins next year, and then Miles is going to be we're back in that same convo again next season as well. Next offseason. It's gonna.
By the way, Vegas has never been wrong about how many wins a team's going to have. Right. Neither of the Cleveland Browns.
How many do you think they're max going to get?
I think they could get to a 9-win team.
All right, 9 wins.
Yes. If you and these are all big ifs. In fairness, do I think if you get a number 1 wide receiver and you get a couple players that can start and play immediately, and you have an easy schedule, and Shedeur plays well, do I think you can get to a playoff fringe team? Yes, absolutely.
All right, 9 wins, and then if that happens, Shedeur's your quarterback for the next 5 years. That's got to be that's the result. You're not in 2027 the draft.
Yes, correct.
And listen, I would hope that happens. I'm on board with that happening, but there's a lot of ifs attached to that, and I don't think the Browns are looking at it through that lens.
Every team has ifs. Every team does. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Congratulations to Lutheran East. 4 straight state championships. But is it time to move up to Division I now?
I think you're being pretty unfair to the Falcons. Also the best cut of steak, React to Me. It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan on the free Odyssey app.
My face is not a backboard.
It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
As we close in on the upcoming NFL Draft, check out the Fan Off-Season Special. Every Tuesday night from 7 to 9, it's Jake Volnick, Coach Riz, Daryl Ryder. They recap all the latest Browns news and the moves this offseason and free agency in the draft ahead. You can listen right here on the Fan. Stream us on the Odyssey app. Watch every episode live on YouTube. That's the Fan Off-Season Special each and every Tuesday night, 7 to 9, right here on the Fan.
Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We've got our guy. Looking at the schedule here. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
All right.
Can I tell
you? Pause. Chris Trapasso.
There we go.
NFL draft analyst and founder of Draft Grade Book. For some reason, I want to call him AJ Trapasso, but that's not his name. So we had to.
No.
I don't know why AJ went in there.
Okay.
Shout out to all you AJs out there, because I'm being a dumb A. We got Lance Reisland coming up in 1 hour's time. He has suspect beer tastes, but very good football tastes. And let's get to the lead here. Guardians TV play-by-play man Matt Underwood joined us last hour. We asked him about what excites him about the Guardians this season.
The pitching is strong. The starting rotation, I think, if they can build on what they did down the stretch last year, that's going to carry them deep into this season and keep them competitive. But I think there's also, reason to believe this offense is going to be even more productive. It's no secret they have relied heavily on Jose Ramirez. I mean, last year he provided, he accounted for basically 25% of the offense when you combine runs and runs batted in. And they just can't continue to lean on him solely. And I think the addition of Rhys Hoskins is going to be a big help. Right-handed bat, with some power to slot in the middle of things. If Kyle Manzardo continues to build on what he did last year, and I think I personally am hopeful that we see the real Bo Naylor emerge offensively. The guy that took spring training by storm this year, Chase DeLauder. There's so many reasons to be excited about him.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see what some of the younger players can do, and excited to see if Bo Naylor has a nice bounce back, and all of a sudden, maybe the offense looks much better than what it did last year. But I'm holding out hope. I am very reserved about this offense.
We've talked. There's a lot of ifs on this team. I'm excited to see if the ifs come true. Listen. The Guardians have preached patience with a lot of young players and said, until you get to 1,000, I think it's in between 1,000 and 1,500 plate appearances, you don't really know who a hitter is, which is a startling amount of plate appearances. That's like between 3 and 4 seasons in baseball. Mm-hmm. However, I digress. I'm excited to see if they can do it. I believe in DeLauder. I think he's the best hitting prospect you've had in a hot minute. They got a chance. Now let's see if Stephen Vogt can make it happen.
Adam Schefter on the Pat McAfee Show today said the Browns told him they have no intentions of trading Myles Garrett.
Again, I got a call on Tuesday night. A team called me and they're like, hey, all right, do you see this Myles Garrett thing? No, what? They said his option bonuses were shifted around. I'm like, yeah? And they're like, well, if you're shifting option bonuses around, usually there's some trade smoke. Now, let me say this. Right away, I called the Browns. I'm like, what's going on here? And they're like, we are 100% definitely not trading him. And they're like, don't even bring it up and dignify the fact, because we're not trading him. This was not done to trade Myles Garrett. This was done to give us more cap flexibility. I'm just telling you, and they couldn't have been stronger about it. But that's not going to discourage other people from wondering and speculating. Could he be traded? And again, I'm just telling you, they told me no.
Yeah, I don't expect the Browns to come out and be like, you caught us, you bastards.
Yeah, like, Schefter, you caught on. Congratulations.
Also, I want to read this tweet. It's from August 1st of 2025.
I was thinking about this. It was funny. I was going to bring that up as well.
From Diana Rossini. The Dallas Cowboys have no intention of trading Micah Parsons per sources. Still, teams around the league are planning to reach out to check on his availability today.
Yeah, and then 20-something days later?
I believe about 20-something days later, he was traded to Green Bay.
Yeah, I think that's really funny. That's going viral again. But yes, obviously they lied to teams, and Andrew Berry's been at the forefront of lying to media members and different people in the media, and so like it benefits them nothing to tell everybody right now that they're putting Myles Garrett out there or trying to shop Myles Garrett. That it would be honestly, it'd be irresponsible if that's what we were hearing at this point.
And if there's a real chance they're going to wait till after June 1st to trade him.
Right, exactly.
So we could have the rare June 2nd trade for not just Myles Garrett, but for Denzel Ward for two reasons. One, it massively lowers the salary cap implications of trading him and Denzel post June 1 because you're able to split those dead cap hits over 2 years. Two, the Browns might look at this and say, well, we got enough first for this year, or we got enough draft collateral for this year, a draft we don't love. Why don't we go ahead and load up on 2027 and 2028 firsts?
Right.
That, like what our guy Radu sent, the Cowboys draft, which is the 12th and 20th picks this year, and Dallas's pick next year in the first round, which will be the lower between Dallas and Green Bay, by the way. And it's like, maybe you get a first rounder this year, but I think if you're the Browns, I think you'd prefer to push those into the future.
Wait, so he was having the Cowboys giving up 3? Is that what that was? So, like, what's interesting is we found out through the Max Crosby deal was that one of the offers that they had put up for Max Crosby, the Cowboys that is, was one of their first this year and then a second next year. That's as strong as they would go.
Yeah.
They, obviously, Las Vegas wanted 2 firsts. But for some reason, Jerry wasn't going to budge on that. Now, maybe you get up for a second first if it's Myles Garrett. Maybe that's where Jerry would maybe go over that line. Getting 3 firsts out of the Cowboys seems impossible relative to what they were trying to put up for Max Crosby, though.
All right, guys, to continue on, and I'm calling a little bit of a pivot here, Max, so you're going to have to follow along. In the vein of a Myles Garrett trade, Anthony Lima today talked about how he feels about a Myles Garrett hypothetical trade for the Browns.
At some point, it becomes irresponsible to not trade him. Myles is the one guy preventing you from getting the first pick in the draft. He's too good. We saw that last year. I mean, in 2 games at the end of the year where your quarterback didn't even play well. Shedeur did not play well in those final games against the Bengals and the Steelers, and they still won both of them. How many teams are winning games where their quarterback plays like statistically bottom basement of the NFL, and you win those games? You have no chance to get the number 1 overall pick with a healthy Myles Garrett. And, his prime, it does seem like his game is aging well, but eventually his value is going to go down just because of his age and availability over time. So this is when you can still pounce and get real draft capital to rebuild this thing the way it needs to be.
So right now it's irresponsible to not trade him. That's what you're saying.
I feel like it is.
There's no kinda. Do you feel that way or not?
I mean, you heard what I said?
I think Lima's right. I think it makes the most sense right now. The timelines just aren't there, and they've never really been there. It's always been trying to figure out what the Browns were going to do for this year. And I feel like there's a part of me that in the beginning parts of the offseason, I was a little bit more hopeful that they'd be aggressive this offseason, load up everything, really try to make a run at 2026. And it just doesn't seem like that's the direction they're going. If they're not going to go that direction, if they really are going to look at 2026 as a rebuild year, then yes, I agree with Lima. I think it makes the most sense then to trade Myles Garrett and then go for 2027.
If Myles and the team talked a year ago, and Myles said, this isn't over, but I'll cave for now, and after a losing season, he remains, if this was like a predestined thing, okay, the Browns have to put that out there, though. Otherwise, from the Browns' perspective, I don't know what the hell changed. You had a chance to trade him last offseason, and you didn't. It would have been a clean break. It would have been certainly more in line with it. We're about to go rebuilding, and doing it a year later, when he's a year older, it feels like there's no direction or no actual thought process from year to year with this team. And so you add that to the fact I don't trust him to get it right, and it's just like, can y'all just go ahead and maybe sell a vision to win some damn games?
I don't think by the way, I don't think it's unfair if at the end of this, the result is why didn't they trade him last year? Like if part of the criticism of the Browns comes back, wait, if you're going to do it anyway, why didn't you just do it last offseason and then already start to kick this thing into high gear? Maybe they would argue behind closed doors that they thought they had a chance to do something last year, but we saw what last year was. I think if they were and this is why like Lindsey Rhodes came on, before the season even got done 2 years ago and was talking about, like, it makes the most sense to trade Myles Garrett. Like, it's always been there. We just always thought that the Browns were more serious about what 2026 essentially is. And as of right now, I just don't believe they are. Okay, Cavs, 4-game winning streak, snapped last night by the Miami Heat. Despite the loss, Kenny Atkinson liked what he saw from his team.
I liked our spirit. I liked our compete. Our process was right. I said at a halftime, we're down 20. I said, I love what we're doing. So, that's my job as a coach, not necessarily look at the score, but see if we're carrying through on the plans. So that's a positive.
All right, this just confirmed my suspicions that I said yesterday when we talked about 2 nights ago after a win where Kenny just completely went all in and did the coach thing of, I don't care that we won. We didn't play good enough basketball. And then you went out there and you played like absolute rabbit-ass dog. And to then come out and be like, hey, I liked our processes. You were just doing coach speak the last 2 nights. I just
think the timing of it was really dumb. Don't give that big rah-rah speech right before you then take on a team in back-to-back nights while Miami's incredibly well-rested and healthy and ready to go for that game. Like every bettor in the world knows, back-to-backs are wild cards. They're not reliable at all. You can't take anything away from them most of the time. And so to do the big rah-rah speech of like, we need to be better defensively, to then come out and play the way they did was always on the table. And he's got to see that. He's got to think about these things and see that.
Now, I'm sure we're going to have alerts all afternoon long here. But for anybody who hasn't heard any alerts yet, there's a tornado watch in the area as some severe weather is going to be moving in. Pretty much all of Northeast Ohio. As of right now, the first one I'm seeing goes from Avon Point to Willowick. But there are going to be plenty. So just if you're out there driving around, be safe out there. I'm sure you're going to hear more things interject in the middle of the station, but wanted to call that before we went to break there.
Okay.
It would have been a hell of a weatherman.
I had nothing to add there, guys. I was
You want to break down watch versus weather? Watch versus warning?
I think you did a good job right there in giving people the info.
Because remember, at least one board up we have here.
Yeah.
Does not see a distinction between watch or warning. And I think it's important to remember, watch means the conditions are right for this to happen. Warning means that bleep is happening somewhere. Nailed it. Chris Trapasso, NFL draft analyst and founder of Draft Gradebook in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The fight for playoff positioning is on in the Eastern Conference as Donovan Mitchell, James Harden, and the Cavs look to get real healthy for a postseason run. We are your home for the best Cavs talk in Cleveland. 92.3 The Fan.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. One slight gripe. Let it be known, Mark Johnson is a king amongst men.
I'm Mark Johnson.
Is that your Mark Johnson?
Yeah, that's his Channel 5. When he was on Channel 5, at least. That was his the big ad they used to always do. Like, oh, you watch these games, and be like, I'm Mark Johnson. And that would like always pop up.
I want to say with love and respect, I don't care if I don't know where towns are and they happen to be on the border of Ohio and Pennsylvania, you let them worry about that. I need to know about Medina County. I need to know about Summit County. I'll go for Stark County.
Yeah.
Give me a little Cuyahoga County. Come on, like
I would hope you'd splash in a little Cuyahoga County.
Give me that. Like if it was, Gustavson. I've never even heard of that. That sounds like a guy.
That does sound like a guy.
I think it's also a guy, but it's also a place.
Okay.
That's just my constructive criticism for the great weather people we have.
Are we saying the weather people are reaching on this one?
I think if you're talking about,
it's kind of like
if you're basically talking about Pennsylvania, yes.
Yeah, it's not. I don't care. I don't care about Pennsylvania.
Stay safe out there, y'all, though. And but the Browns have to stay safe. What are they going to do at 6, right? That's not a great segue. But the point is, we're going to head out to the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Chris Trapasso, NFL draft analyst and founder of the Draft Grade Book. Chris, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. And it actually was a good segue because I'm from Buffalo, so I deal with similar weather, and up until the last 7 or 8 years have dealt with similar sports failures in my neck of the woods. So me coming on the show, being a Western New Yorker, certainly feels for and has a respect for everything in Cleveland.
Well, then I guess I'll just rip the Band-Aid off then. Do you think the Browns should trade Myles Garrett after the news came out that they had adjusted his contract with his blessing?
I think they should.
Are you saying that because you want him on the Bills? Because I'm sussing something out here, friend.
No, it's not necessarily that. I'm really saying that from a team-building perspective as a draft guy and looking forward to the Browns having 2 first-rounders next year. This class in general is not great from the top all the way through, the last couple picks in the first round. It's not that marquee draft. Next year feels that way, and not just for the quarterbacks, but obviously some of the wide receivers that you guys know well, Jeremiah Smith, Ryan Williams at Alabama, some big-time defensive players as well. So I think at this stage of the Andrew Berry era, it would make sense. And given that Myles Garrett is now 30, I think it would make sense to see, we almost had an NFL where the Baltimore Ravens traded 2 first-rounders for Max Crosby, and we're probably going to give him a monster deal. What could you get for Myles Garrett? Probably, or almost assuredly, more than that. Now, it would be – he's a force multiplier on the defensive side, and it would change things a lot in what's been a pretty good defense over the last 3 or 4 years with him in his prime and entering kind of the twilight of his career. But I think at this point, it would make more sense to see how much draft capital you can get for someone like Myles Garrett.
So how far do they go? If next year is, well, let's start this way. Do you think next year actually is a transition year until we get to 2027, and that's what this is all about?
It's a bummer to come on and say that, and in March for Browns fans to be like, another transition year. And certainly when it comes to an offseason in which they had all 5 offensive linemen, impending free agents, and they did bring in Zion Johnson. I love the Elton Jenkins signing and even Titus Howard. But I think without a stable long-term future at the quarterback spot, unless you're really big on Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel, I'm not really high on either necessarily. I think it would make more sense to try to obviously build as good of a team as you can this year and obviously try to be competitive because it's been a while, but really lean into that 2027 draft where it feels a lot more that it will be a lot more top heavy, especially at the quarterback spot.
All right, Chris, Alabama's pro day this week. I know Ty Simpson's been the talk of many things this week, but I actually want to talk about Caden Proctor because he showed up. He's down to a brisk 358 now, and apparently he's been holding strong at that. It's not just that he's down, but he's been down to 358 for multiple months, which has people impressed. I wish people were impressed when I was down to 358, but I'll ask you. He played his entire career at left tackle. If the Browns feel like he's the left tackle, does that make him more of a choice at 6 than maybe, I don't know, Monroe Freeling?
So I think Monroe Freeling has more upside because I think he's just a better athlete. I think there's a lot of like Colton Miller or Joe Alt to him. But Caden Proctor, like you're mentioning, down to like 360 and is a pretty freaky mover at his size. I think he's a better prospect, obviously, than the current left tackle DeJuan Jones was. And I think he's even a better prospect than Jedrick Wills, obviously another former Brown that was at the same college as Caden Proctor. So that is a position that you get that huge surplus value. If you pick a player in the first round, even though he's getting a fully guaranteed contract, you compare that contract to the top of the position, those offensive tackles, the best ones, are making huge money. And obviously it's just a premium position in its own right. And even if Proctor is not a completely finished product because he's not one of those, COVID year holdovers that's 25 years old, let him get a year in the system. And then for 27, he's entering year 2 with presumably your first-round quarterback selection. I think that would actually make a lot of sense. I think he should be in play for the Browns at 6 overall.
It's interesting because, he was a 3-year starter, though. I never thought of him as like some sort of big project. Is that how I need to be thinking about Proctor?
No, not necessarily. I guess, though, just with age, like I factor in age so much in my evaluations, and it's obviously kind of had a wrench thrown into that consideration with all the COVID stuff and the transfer portal the last few years. But the fact that he is a 3-year starter, I don't think he's super developmental, but I think when it comes to maybe even slimming down a little bit more at the next level and, ironing out some of the rough edges of his game, I don't think he's totally a finished product at this point. That doesn't mean that I think he's a bad prospect. He's actually my number 2 offensive tackle behind Freeling. So I really think highly of Caden Proctor, maybe more than most, but it wouldn't be crazy if he's good as a rookie, but then really comes into his own in year 2 and year 3 on that rookie deal.
Chris, obviously Ty Simpson has been just every conversation anyone's had about the NFL draft this week. I guess I'm just curious about your take, not necessarily on even Ty, but just kind of the discourse around Ty and just how all over the place it was this week.
Well, I think the biggest point or the biggest thing that I took away from Dan Orlovsky making that reference on Get Up that he has Ty Simpson evaluated, or he thinks Ty Simpson's a better prospect on film than Fernando Mendoza. What I took away from that was the fact that Fernando Mendoza is not so impressive that he's untouchable as this number 1 overall pick. Even think back to 2024 when there was Jaden Daniels and Drake May alongside Caleb Williams. There was never really a threat for any of those other quarterbacks to go number 1 overall. It doesn't seem like Ty Simpson will be that number 1 overall pick, but we weren't really hearing much of it. Hey, is Jaden Daniels actually better than Caleb Williams? Is Drake May better? So I think more so than anything else, these are 2 middle of the first round quarterbacks or even back end of the first round quarterbacks in most draft classes who are probably going to get pushed up just because, obviously, how important that position is and the need at that spot for a team like the Raiders and potentially, say, the Browns or the Arizona Cardinals.
All right, what's your thought on wide receivers? We're basically at this point as a show, I feel like we both like Tyson a lot, but then Carnell Tate's obviously there as well, and I think a lot of people listening really want an Ohio State wide receiver. What did your read on there? And if you want to dash a little bit in there with Lemon, we wouldn't hate it too.
Yeah, 24 would be really interesting for a few other names. Like, I love Casey Concepcion, which any of his detractors will say, hey, he had like a 10.5% drop rate. He also had a contested catch win rate of over 60%. And it's funny, we always call those 50-50 balls, but really the receivers in college that are at 50% or higher are those awesome contested catch receivers. So with Concepcion, he's someone that if they do go offensive tackle, they go another position at 6, I think he would make a lot of sense. Even Omar Cooper, I think, could be someone that could be in the mix at 24. And with Lemon at 6, I think that would be a little bit rich overall, but he, to me, is one of those high-volume slot receivers. Reminds me so much of Amon-Ra St. Brown. Same school, same type of player, super twitchy, catches everything, awesome after the catch. And even Carnell Tate, if he ran a little bit faster at the combine, I thought he was going to be the next Ohio State wide receiver to run in the 4.3s, and he ran 4.53. So I was a little surprised by that. He comes down with everything down the field as well and is super smooth. He's kind of similar to me to like a Terry McLaurin type player, although the testing numbers aren't really the same. So I think that is a clear need position for this team that does still have plenty of needs. And I think this is actually a really good class for wide receivers. It doesn't have the even Tedero McMillan or the Jamar Chase or the, big time Malik Neighbors type, but I think we will see 4 or 5 quality receivers who end up having good careers go in the first and the second round of this draft.
Chris, what would your reaction be if the Browns went with like a Reuben Bain or a Caleb Downs at 6?
I wouldn't love it. I think it would be a little bit too much of a risk that I would like to take if I'm picking inside the top 6, let's say. That I think Bain looks the part on film in terms of his production, although whenever there's been, over the last couple of weeks about everyone coming to his defense that, oh, hey, the short arms don't matter, it's not a big deal. When you watch his entire 2025 in entirety, you're like, oh, there are some games where bigger, longer offensive tackles really are able to slow him down. And then if you're picking inside the top 6, I think you have to be getting someone as close to checking every single box as possible. And I think last year what they did, trading out of that Travis Hunter pick to pick Mason Graham, who had the production, who had the size, who had multiple years of high-level production and tested extremely well, that was a sensible pick. And obviously they got all that extra draft capital as well. Caleb Downs would probably be someone that would be more universally praised, I think, because he was just kind of felt like since his freshman season at Alabama that, oh man, this is going to be a top 10 overall pick. I don't know if you see a ton of like splash plays on film, and I think he's more high floor than like all pro, perennial all pro upside, which I think is what you really should be aiming for when you're picking that high in the draft.
There's been a push within the Browns community to take Jeremiah Love if he's there at 6. I doubt he'll be there at 6, but if he is that a bad pick by the Browns, already having Judkins and already having the running back position kind of secured?
Isn't that crazy how what you said is true? Like, oh man, there's no way this running back will be there at 6 in 2026. But I think the success that we've seen with Bijan Robinson, with Jahmyr Gibbs, to go back a couple of years, Christian McCaffrey, these really early, very either elusive or explosive running backs that can be the heartbeat of your offense. Like I've almost turned around a core philosophy that I've had as a draft analyst where I'm never wanting to pick a running back in the first round, but you are getting that player in the prime of his career at a reasonably cheap price. I mean, at 6 overall, it wouldn't be crazy cheap relative to the other running backs, but it would be kind of a luxury selection because even though Judkins will be coming off somewhat of a serious injury later in the season, I think he showed that he can be a feature back in the NFL, and it's a team that certainly did decent work in free agency, but I don't think they are a running back away from even competing in their own division. So it would probably be tantalizing for them if all of a sudden Tennessee passes on him at 4 and he's sitting there at 6. They could maybe even trade out for a team which to me would be inexplicable to trade up for a running back, but it would be fun. I just don't think that would be the best allocation of the 6th overall pick because of the positional value that spot still holds.
All right, Chris, we started with Miles. We'll end with Miles. Give us, if he is, wink, wink, available, what teams do you think would be in the hunt for Myles Garrett?
Well, I would assume the Chicago Bears. They have a very, very clear edge rusher need. They were rumored to be in on Max Crosby. It seems like the Philadelphia Eagles are in on everything, and Howie Roseman is unafraid to have like $400 million in void years over the next 2 or 3 years on his cap. He doesn't really seem to mind. it's hard to. I mean, I guess you could throw in the Bills. They were seemingly in on Trey Hendrickson. Even San Francisco has a pretty big need to pair with Nick Bosa. They've kind of been looking for that player for a long time, and I think you would start at a Micah Parsons type offer. You would start with 2 first-rounders and a high-caliber player. Like if it's Philadelphia, I'm asking for 2 firsts and I'm asking for Jalen Carter. And like that might seem too rich for the Philadelphia Eagles, but we're talking about someone that is a perennial defensive player of the year and showed no signs, obviously, of slowing down last year. So I think they could get a very hefty package that could really position them well for the next couple seasons.
Chris, we appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much, and I'm sure we'll bug you down the road for more draft wisdom.
All right, thanks.
Chris Trapezo on the Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright Hotline, NFL draft analyst and founder of Draft Gradebook. We'll react to what he had to say and more on the idea of trading Myles Garrett in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Panda, make this shot and everyone gets to score big savings at Spitzer.
Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, Lance Reisland. Coming up in about 15 minutes' time. Gonna talk football. But it is opening day, so we have some more baseball on the way. Watching the Tigers just slaughter the Padres right now. That's great.
Yeah, Scoople's he's under 60 pitches in this game, and you're wondering to yourself, you're like, they're up 8-0. Why is he still out there? Because it's opening day and he's under 60 pitches. And then I got my Scoople versus Tatis Jr. matchup that I was waiting for. Hey, we're having fun. Bad games, but we're having fun.
Hey, baseball's back. Who cares about the quality of the game?
Exactly, it doesn't matter.
Except for tonight, although 10-10 first pitches still are a bit of a bummer. We just had Chris Trapasso on, and I thought it was interesting, his kind of list of teams that he mentioned that he thinks would be into a Myles Garrett trade. I mentioned the Bears. That was the one that I distinctly remember. I do think that there's a class of teams out there, though, that just by virtue of where they are, meaning like they're so close to a championship, that I think would make sense. I do think the Bills would make sense. I think the Lions would make sense. I think there are two teams, though, that he didn't mention that I think make sense for a couple reasons.
Okay.
One, I think it's the Rams, because the Rams still have the 13th pick in this draft. They have their first rounders 2 years later. And and who germinated the bleep them picks mentality, but Les Snead.
That is Les Snead. That is what he did. Now, did they spend too much on Trent McDuffie to take him out of this equation? That might be part of this.
Well, you mean financially or draft collateral?
More draft collateral than financially, but yeah, I would think both would come into the equation.
I mean, I think they still have second and third round picks this year too. I don't think the draft pick thing's going to be a problem. But I could be wrong on that. And I think the other one is actually the Jaguars. I think the Jags, I know they don't have a first rounder this year, but James Gladstone is Mr. Bleep Them Picks.
We got a good Browns-Jags relationship already. We've just been fleecing them for every time we've done it.
James Gladstone came from the Rams. He is one of the guys that helped Les Snead germinate the Bleep Them Picks mentality. I wouldn't sleep on that either. And you might also be able to get Brian Thomas Jr. in that kind of a trade. Again, I wouldn't do it. But I think this is different than Max Crosby. Yeah. Max Crosby had medical reasons why there was a limited market for him. I also think Max Crosby had talent. I mean, he's incredibly talented. He's not Myles Garrett. He's closer to Trey Hendrickson than he is to Myles Garrett.
Agreed.
Myles Garrett is even seen as above being Micah Parsons. Now, he is older, but I just have this feeling that if the Browns are saying publicly, nope, not open for business, but they're still picking up the call when people call, I think the Cowboys, I think the Texans, even though they have two starting edge rushers, I think there will be 10 teams lining up to make you an offer. And at least 3 of them are going to make you offers that they're going to make you and I blush.
Well, and especially with the idea that the market, Max Crosby didn't help this market really that much as far as Myles is concerned. Because although he's significantly better than Max Crosby is, I do think there's a lot of people that look at what everyone just went through, and it'll end up being, 2 first and a third, and people will think that's good enough.
I think that's fair. I just think,
let's get competitive with it. You just named 9 teams. You named a lot of teams there.
Mac, you're chomping. Are you just making faces at me?
I was gonna say too with the Max Crosby trade, that was two first round picks, and that was also him coming off of a leg injury at the end of the season too. So you had the injury history mixed in there as well. But I think that the Myles trade, you should be getting back a hell of a lot more than compared to the Max Crosby deal.
All right, now I got to jam you up a little bit. I did mention the injury thing there, so. You're very excited about that, so I got to mention that.
I'm curious, how much do you think is a hell of a lot more than 2 first-round picks?
That was where I was going to go. Good answer.
I was going to say at least the baseline for me would be 3.
I just don't think you're getting that.
Yeah, I don't. I
think if it's competitive enough.
I think you could get.
Where was that last year?
Yeah, I think if New England offered you 3 ones, I think Myles would have been gone. I think that I don't think it's a mistake.
I think so too.
I don't think it's a mistake that number was thrown out there.
I don't.
By the Browns. Now, where I think maybe the math could change is maybe 2 firsts and a second, or 2 firsts, a second, and a player, or something like that. I think that's maybe where you're going to see the additional value. But there's something about this that screams to me. And again, this is just initial reaction. I'm not sourcing anything here. I certainly haven't called the Browns like Adam Schefter and then told everybody.
But we can if you want us to.
Would he have come out and been like, yes, Adam, we're trading him? What does Adam Schefter expect?
I feel like Schefter just wanted to make a call there.
Yeah,
that's all that was.
He just wanted to present it like he's a big boy.
So then when McAfee asked him on a day, then he could be like, I did. I spoke to the Browns. I did that.
Yeah. It was actually the guy at the front desk.
I was thinking
really
that.
awesome.
Yeah, it's just like an intern.
No. It's older guys.
No.
I
was
older
thinking
guys
intern.
who are in the front. I love those guys.
Yeah.
People get all upset because they're like They're like, hey, you bring that pass back to me. I'm like, no, that's my guy.
I always ask me to bring the pass back.
He's bird dogging those passes, and that's what he's doing.
Also, make sure I write my full name in there and everything too. And I'm like, oh, come on.
I think
nobody cares.
I think he's alphaed you a little bit.
Nobody cares. No, I just said nobody cares. I don't have to fill this out.
But
my handwriting's horrible.
But again, this is just
what's that name? Jack Peters? Yeah, that's close enough.
Yeah, that's me, old Jack Peters.
Good old Jack Peters.
I gut feeling. I think this trade has the best chance of happening that first week in June. I don't think it's going to happen before the draft because there are financial reasons why. You could do it, but it just doesn't make sense.
It's like the A.J. Brown trade discussion. That's the same. It's the same exact story, same everything. It's like, well, why hasn't it happened yet? Well, hasn't happened yet because look at what it does if he's traded after June 1st. It's a big part of this deal, and that's with Miles. It's the same exact story.
But so I think it's going to. But I don't also think it's going to linger into the season. So. This is going to be, and it's so weird that we have 2 trades that fall in this same window because most business is done by that last week in April or that first week in May. There's a little bit of clear out at that after the draft, or it's done in the regular season leading up to the. I don't think that's this is just so weird. It feels like that, and it feels like June 2nd. You could see Miles and Denzel gone. It's going to be really interesting to see how fans react to that.
Well, I also wonder if we get some whispers in the meanwhile, right? I want to know if we have maybe even Miles speaking somewhere or a player speaking. I need something. I don't want to live in this world where for, I don't know, what do we got now? 2 months? 2 months and change. We're just sitting there wondering, all right, what exactly are they doing with Miles? Because what they do with Miles will directly tell us in a lot of ways what they're trying to do for 2026.
Now, if Miles comes out and pledges his undying fidelity to the Browns, do we get another cupcake party press conference?
I just won't believe him.
Well, no, but he's got to, like last time you did the restructure.
I know.
And you gave him with the cupcakes with the dinosaurs.
Yeah, we throw him whatever party he wants.
Now.
Why don't we get him on a Zoom call and ask him what he thinks about the quarterback situation too? We just play all the hits back if we want.
Maybe this time, instead of a dinosaur, you could just have Miles' outline of his sweatpants on the front. No, on the cupcake.
Who's asking for that?
Miles.
That's his flex.
And I would say about half the women in the area.
No, we're not eating
the officer that let him off the hook.
They're not making a penis cake, and we're not expecting people to make it.
Whoa, why are you going to say it like that?
Well, that's what it is.
First you called Tom Verducci a douchebag.
You called him a douchebag.
No, I called him the douchebag.
Well, you're right. I misspoke and called him a douchebag.
Yeah.
You called
penis cake. This is a family
show.
show.
That's what you're insinuating, and I don't think we need to hold people
it's
to
an
that.
Outline. It's a
We don't need to have that existence. We don't need to put that into the media room. We don't need to.
I'm saying we got to have, what was the Shador thing?
Yeah, that's not it.
The Shador memory.
What do you mean? Oh, well, what is the Shador thing? What is the Shador thing?
No, I can't remember what we called it.
You don't remember.
I can't remember what we called it.
What Roberto Shenanigans meme was. That has existed now. And I hate that it's out there because every time you see it, you crack up. It's awful.
And every time you see
it's awful.
You get a little randy over there.
Nobody gets randy.
I'm horny. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com. I was going to make a Myles Garrett. I was going to make a Myles Garrett joke there. We're not going to do that, Coach. We'll talk to Coach Reisland in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Learn more with Robinhood at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Opening day for the rest of Major League Baseball.
From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Michael Markoch. Coming up next, Coach Lance Reisland joins Nick and Jonathan to talk about all the latest Browns headlines.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Stay safe out there. The weather's not great out there. We do have In Case We Missed It coming up in about 40 to 45 minutes there. It is opening day. We'll have some more Guardians talk on the way in about 20 minutes. It should be noted the Guardians opening day lineup is out.
It is.
Quan in left field leading off. Then Chase DeLauder in right field.
Yeah.
And then Hosey in his customary 3 spot at third base. Manzardo hitting cleanup and DHing. Bo Naylor batting 5th and catching. Reese Hoskins, first base and interesting, and hitting 6th. Then Daniel Schneemann, Schneemann's Demons, hitting 7th in center field. And then shortstop Gabe Arias batting 8th. And then rounding out the 1 through 9, Brian Rocchio at second base. So you got that going for you.
It is the 15th, according to Zach Meisel, the 15th different opening day right fielder in the last 15 years. I almost feel like we should give Mac a chance for redemption off the left tackle situation.
All right, do you want to do? Okay, in 20 minutes. No, if you Google
he's going to
this.
Google it. No, I can't trust him not to Google it.
That's fair.
Let's go quickly
fair.
here. This is your redemption. This is your wheelhouse. It's Indians/Guardians baseball. This is what you live for. Last 15 years, we have had 15 different opening day starting right fielders. Go.
Oh, God.
That's not a great start.
That's an awful start.
Yeah. No, not a great
God,
start.
You're not going to
has
hit
not
one?
started in right field.
Oh, no, you're
Guardians.
not going to get one, are you?
Mac, think short term. Just think last year.
You watched too much baseball
John
to not
Kenzie
do
last
this.
year?
John Kenzie was last year. Yes, you got
Proud
one.
of you, kid.
Very good job.
I never doubted you. I'm doubting you in real
I'm very
time.
much doubting you.
That's
Oh, no.
fair.
All right, now build back.
Let's go.
2
Keep
years
it going.
ago.
God, I'm right now.
Come
man.
on.
You're kidding me.
Come on.
I'm
Call
ruining
the
it.
fight. Call the fight. He doesn't have it.
Come on. It's
He
right
doesn't have
there.
it. Left tackles, not yours. Did you get
Will
enough sleep?
Brennan, 2
Did you
years
get enough
ago?
sleep last night? Yes, 3 years ago. Will Brennan. Yes.
Okay, I'll take that.
All right, so you got 2 now. You can tell he got some sleep last night. After getting the Will
Yep.
Brennan, the man got some sleep last night.
There's one. Okay, he'll be on the field tonight. Okay. I'm trying to help you.
Guess you're not going to get that
As a phone
one.
a friend,
Guess
Josh
you're-
Naylor.
Guess you're not going to get that. Yes, but there's another player that's going to be on the field tonight that's also in this list as well.
It just isn't a great start. Let's get to Lance.
All right. Ryan Rayburn.
Stephen Kwan in 2022.
Ryan Rayburn.
Yeah, he's on there.
Yeah. Suck it, Mac. I'm just kidding.
Wait, scratch that. Not on there. Sorry.
No.
Take that, Nick.
I wanted the fake out.
Well done. Now, we've talked a lot of Myles Garrett today. We're going to keep doing it with Lance Reisland on the Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Cleveland.com and 92.3 The Fan. Coach, welcome to the show.
What's going on, boys? Hey, I'm going to throw in there Sin Chu Shu.
That wasn't even close to right.
2012.
Yeah, no, it's right. He was there in 2012 but you butchered his name.
What's his name
in
again?
the worst way imaginable.
Wait, let me say it again. Sin Su Chu, is that right?
There you go.
Sin Chu.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Real baseball
Yeah, we
guy
actually
here.
don't
There's a reason
serve
why
that
we
here.
talk football with you,
I just wanna
okay?
tell you, I'm well versed. That's all. I just want to tell you how well versed I am. I got you.
Yeah.
I don't know. We can move past it.
You were so confident. You loved it so much. And we were all rooting
popped
for
right in
you.
my head. He was one of my favorites.
You got it right. It just, the name was wrong. All right, Coach.
Tyler Naquin, another one? Tyler Naquin
is another one. Yes,
Look at that.
2019.
Some are saying you know more football and baseball than Mac Robinson.
Baseball for sure no. I'm going to say hard no on baseball, but I've watched some baseball, but I'm a hard no on trivia.
All right. Let's get to it. Myles Garrett gets his contract adjusted by the Browns. What do you make of this, Coach? And where would you maybe think about the Browns trading Myles Garrett?
I'm a hard no on Myles Garrett. And once again, the a couple things that people have asked me about the couple days, like player compensation and all these things that like player value and draft value, like none of that stuff means anything to me. Like I don't know if you're trying to win football games and you're going into a draft, and like I just don't understand. For me, this is once again, I listen to other people's views, but the idea of getting rid of your best player then trading down not to take a best player just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. And I understand the draft capital and we're rebuilding, but coaches don't rebuild. We're trying to win right now. So, like, I hear all that stuff, and it makes sense to me, but it makes absolutely zero sense to trade Myles Garrett and then trade down, get a game changer, keep Myles Garrett, and try to win some games.
Yeah, you are the last person on planet Earth I would think would be in favor of that. I was like, when I knew we were having you on, I'm like, he's going to go so far no in regards to that, because you just want to keep good players, but you also have a belief, it sounds like to me, Coach, and I've worked with you enough to believe it, that you think everyone should be trying to win at all costs every single season, and I just don't know that that's what the Browns are trying to do here. And I think if you traded Myles, I think they'd be telling you pretty confidently that 2026 it's not a winning season for them.
Then that's something you can't turn off. You can't turn on we're gonna bomb this year and we're gonna reset. That didn't seem to work the first time they did it. I don't know enough. I just like to watch the film, but that doesn't seem to be a really popular thing that works very well for anybody at any level. But I will say this: if the Browns are going to get rid of people and they're going to not try to win, that trickles over into more things than just tanking or saying you're tanking. That's practice habits. If you're trying to win, then you're creating good practice habits. If you're trying to win, then players know that when they come to your organization. That's how the attention to detail, watching film, how you lift, all those things, how you take care of your body, recovery. Those things all start with, I think we can win every game. When people say how many games are the Browns going to win, they're going to win the first one. And if they don't, then they're going to try to win the second one. So for me, I just don't – if they were to get rid of Myles Garrett, obviously they're great, gaining draft capital. At some point in time, you draw a line in the sand and say, I'm going to win week one. I'm keeping all my best players, and I'm going to go draft some really good players, and we're going to try to win week one. Just the idea of not trying to win, I just can't compute, and I won't try. I don't want to ever think like that.
Now we're talking the same language there, Coach. Just a couple football guys here. I do want to get to Caden Proctor out of Alabama. I think he surprised a lot of people. He's down under 360. Apparently he's been able to maintain that weight. He did start for 3 years as a left tackle. Some are suggesting not only could he be in play at 6, he could be in play as high as 3 with Arizona. Do you think Caden Proctor could be a left tackle in the NFL?
Yeah, I do. Obviously, the weight is going to be a concern, and he's
Tell me about it, Coach.
the thing. What's that?
Tell me about it, Coach.
Power through.
So if you think about what happens when you're that size, and it's happened to big tackles, you create bad habits with your feet, you create bad habits with your hands because of the fact you can get away with it at certain levels. Then you get to the NFL and you can't. Even if you could do it in the SEC, you can't do it at Alabama. Now, to say he's going to be top 3 or 4, that does not match the film I watch. It's really good, but if he's going to be top 3 or 4, it would be one of the teams that are analytic people, right? The numbers, the wingspan, the size, the lateral movement, the 10-yard split, all that stuff means absolutely nothing to me. When I watch him on the film, is he an absolute, or is he trying to knock the guy down? And he's not, and that's just not a style. Now, can he be successful? Yes, because he is a tremendous athlete. Does he have top 3-5 traits? Absolutely. It goes back to like Jed Wills, Tristan Wirfs. Wirfs is just nasty. When you listen to him, he doesn't sound very happy. That's how you kind of want your offensive lineman to be. I just don't see it in Proctor. I think he's okay. I got him 10th on my board at tackle. So it's that 1-2 and that nastiness that I haven't seen out of him in the film I watch.
Wow. Okay, so that's not nearly as high as what I think a lot of people are expecting there. All right, what do you have with Blake Miller? Because he's another one of these tackles that we just have not discussed much about, but it feels like it's gaining momentum.
Well, he's out of Clemson, kid out of Strongsville. They've had, his brother's really good too. He's a guy he's good in pass protection. Again, he's not a mauler. He's a position blocker. He's a waller, not a mauler. So he's going to get his backside between the ball carrier and the defender and where the ball's going. But he does a really nice job. The problem is he doesn't have functional strength when he's blocking, so he rarely gets any vertical displacement. So if you're running zone, you're going to have to get inside of him. If he's double teaming, that guard's going to have to take most of that double. He'll kind of bang that hip and get to the 2-backer. He's not a super physical guy, and I'm not sure why, but he's pretty good in pass protection. His ability to kick is pretty good. A lot of these tackles, they don't actually kill you in the run game, but a lot of these guys have really good footwork, Blake Miller being one of them when he pass sets.
Lance Reisland on the Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. I'm actually curious about the Toledo kid, the safety, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. There's been a couple mocks I've seen having him go 24 to the Browns. There's a thought that the Browns need a safety. I know you're a big Caleb Downs guy. What do you think about the kid out of Toledo?
Well, if I got 6'3", 209, he kind of fits that one high hat, persona. Toledo's had a lot of really good football players. I would say, the thing is that when you're that tall, it's sometimes hard to get in and out of your breaks. Your hips aren't as fluid as you'd like them. Now, the good thing is when you're one high hat, your job is to make sure that he has really good clothes, because at that height, he's not real super fluid in his movement. If it was a stop and start guy with split cover, but if you keep him at the one high hat, he can be a really good player. But I'll tell you what, there's some really good safeties in this draft. Like, for example, Bud Clark, you can get, who I think is better. I have him ahead of the kid at Toledo. You can get him out of TCU on day 3. Same kind of thing. When you're this one high hat safety defense, you can get some scheme specific guys that are really good in what you do.
Is Shedeur Sanders better than Ty Simpson?
Yes, I think he is better than Ty Simpson. I think, but I think Ty Simpson has a pretty good ceiling. Once again, I'm not the idea of can Shedeur Sanders do it or not. I think it's this extremes that everybody's in. He's either going to be all pro after week 3 or he's the worst quarterback ever. And the reality is, with the people he had around him, his offensive line, the scheme, Kevin Stefanski obviously having issues, there's a wait and see. So though I'm not giving him the keys to the car, I would like to see what he can do. I thought, people asked me what I thought he did best. I thought he had a good impact, way beyond the numbers. I thought Sampson played better. I thought Bond played better. I thought some guys played better when he was in the game. And that's kind of that it factor that he has. Now, if you put some guys around him, they've attacked the offensive line. If they go out and get some skill guys and he stinks, then But right now, I would say it's hard to tell. I think Ty Simpson, I'm not nearly as high on Ty Simpson. I have Garrett Nussmeier as my number 2, as most people. But, Ty Simpson has a pretty good ceiling, coach's kid, that kind of thing. But once again, I think Shedeur has a chance to be pretty good if the guys around him play well.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you, buddy. A little disappointed in your beer taste, just between us friends.
So, I need a little zip in mine. I need a little hoppy zip in mine.
Wait, I need to find out what's the disappointing thing, because all I know about Coach's beer taste is you like IPAs, but more importantly, you like things with the most alcohol by volume.
So he does like that, but he loves hoppy beer, like overly hoppy beer. His favorite beer at a place we both have been, his favorite beer is so hoppy I couldn't finish it.
He's told me about it.
Yeah.
And then I went searching to try to pick it up, and then I decided against it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
well, I'm sorry.
Just being honest, Coach. I'm sorry.
What did you get? Were you afraid of it? What would happen?
Did it scare me?
Yeah, he actually
was I spooked.
He
by
called me and he's like, "Nick, I think the beer's gonna get me."
I am shaking in my boots. I don't think I got this one.
Coach, be good, buddy. Appreciate
Thanks,
you.
Coach.
Absolutely. See you, boys.
Lance Reisland there, 92.3 The Fan, and of course Cleveland.com. To make it right, call Kyle Wright hotline. I picked up the can and I just no,
I don't know what to do with it.
Oh gosh,
I don't think I got it.
But yeah, hoppy, overly
no,
hoppy
but the
beer.
thing,
What
it's
are we
more
doing?
than the hop. It's more than the hops and the over hoppiness, or however you describe that. I think for Coach, it's always been about the alcohol by volume, and I appreciate that with him. He's like give like a 9, 10, 11% beer, and that's his sweet spot.
I always thought it was about getting a beer that tasted good. That's my bad. I thought that was the goal of it. I still respect him. We'll react to what Coach had to say, and opening day is here. Our reaction to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
miles per year through GMF, plus tax $398 doc. See dealer for warranty and details. Ends 3/31/26.
Guardians opening day is just around the corner. Hear all the latest talk on the back-to-back AL Central champs right here on your home for Cleveland sports talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Afternoon drive. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. And we started talking about opening day and how the Seattle Mariners are a bunch of gas bags because they've chosen to have a 10-10 first pitch.
Yeah.
Instead of letting, the other team's fans also enjoy this game, I do like the idea that today I was driving downtown. I'm like, this would have been a great year to have the home opener here. And now there's a tornado watch from 5 o'clock.
And now we have the worst weather imaginable.
It really only would have worked if it was a 1 p.m. first pitch. If it was a 4 p.m. first pitch or on, it would have been a real bleep show today.
Yeah, that would have been tough. It's been for, I don't know, 2 months now. You just can't predict anything around here weather-wise.
Yeah. Well, the problem is
kind of stinks.
We're used to this a little bit. We're not used to it to this degree. It's 73 today, or it was 73 today. It's going to be 33 tomorrow. That's insane. Yeah. That's a little day after tomorrow for my liking.
Yeah, the highs and the lows of it all.
This makes bipolarity look reasonable compared to what we're going to have over this day and tomorrow.
Yeah, thinking about the weather as just being bipolar makes a lot of sense.
Especially in Ohio.
Yeah, that was talking weather. I'm Mark Johnson.
Coach just texted me.
Yeah?
We go in White Claws when we drink, trying to talk smack to me.
I love his trash talk. His trash talk is the funniest thing in the world to me. He doesn't know how to do it.
But okay.
He doesn't know how to do it.
He doesn't know how to do it on air or in this professional setting. If we put him in football, there's no way that guy doesn't know how to cut a promo on somebody.
Sure, you put him under center. I'm sure he's got a lot of things to say. I don't even know about that. Listen, I love Coach. Coach is eternally optimistic to the point where I feel like he could throw a touchdown pass on somebody and then turn around and be like, hey, but that was great coverage, though. You did that really nicely.
I like the idea that I'm just going to send Coach an invite to meet me at the 50-yard line of the Wadsworth Stadium. I'm going to have my beer, and he's going to have his 9% taste like bad stuff beer.
What high school rom-com are you setting up here?
And it just turns into like
drinking on the 50-yard line?
It's going to be like a smack-off. It's going to be like a, oh, my God, like a rap battle. It's going to be 8 Mile.
But Coach doesn't drink a bunch of them. That's why he likes to do the 9, 10, 11%. He doesn't have a lot of them. He has 3 of them and then calls it a day. And I actually think that's the perfect recipe at this point in life for Coach. But he's not hanging out for 7 hours just drinking beer. He gets his 1, 2, 3, and that's all it is.
Now, Guardians back. It is opening day. I think it's obvious nobody's happy with the 10-10 first pitch. Yep. Nobody's happy that we're not home. Nobody's happy that's out in Seattle, a team that nobody here gives diddly squat about. I do want it, if you could design the ultimate opening day.
Okay.
What would that look like?
It wouldn't be what today is. Well, we're talking my ultimate opening day?
Yeah.
So listen, I opened the show talking about how much I love the idea that it's Skeens versus Juan Soto, into Hunter Brown versus Mike Trout, into Scoobo versus Tatis, and all these great matchups. One thing that's great about opening day is that you get everyone's aces. You get their very best on the mound. It's awesome. But today, for myself, talking on the radio, all these 1 o'clock games didn't do anything for me.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about my dream scenario. Basically, 80% of the league starts at 7 o'clock. Maybe I guess 7:30 so I can get home right on time for it all. And then we got the other 20% plays games after that, so I'm not just sitting there, twiddling my thumbs. And then it's all in the evening for me.
So in my ideal opening day, I would be taking the day off, and you bastards wouldn't be seeing me right now.
Okay.
So in that event, everyone plays at 1 except 2, except basically one more game at 4, and then another game at 7. Nothing opening past 8 o'clock. That's the latest I would allow the first pitch of any game on opening day.
You go to bed a little bit earlier.
And so again, 1 p.m. And the Guardians would be 1 p.m. It would be here.
I mean, I'm set up for a pretty sweet night, all things considered. Now, I don't know how late I'm going to make it. And a year ago, I would have laughed at somebody that said that because I pride myself in staying up and watching all the games. But, like, I got Houston, Illinois at 10 o'clock mixed with the Guardians, Mariners for the first pitch and opening day at that same time. Like, 10 o'clock is, like, the place to be tonight.
Wasn't it Seattle, by the way, where Shane Bieber threw, like, just a dominant performance, and that was the game that blew out his arm?
No, it was no. Because he did it 2 games later.
Or was that the A's?
Yeah, it was 2 games later. Now, he did have a nice performance in that game, but that was not the game that got him out.
Because bleep the A's, too. But now, here's the thing. I didn't like Yankees versus Giants last night. That's just, I get it. You want to have teams on both coasts. You want to try and maximize. I don't care about that crap. I would take one of your 2 series against the Reds on opening day. I would. I think that if you started...
They do opening day in such a big way.
If you started and ended every season against Cincinnati,
okay,
especially in the future if you're in the same division, I think I would like that.
Are you just trying to swerve into, like, rivalry week? Is that the idea?
Well, of the teams that I am interested in, I don't want to watch the White Sox on opening day. I don't really want to watch the Twins opening day. This is maybe specific to this year.
It feels like it, especially with we both watched the Royals this year, but that's a this year thing.
Actually, no. I would take the Tigers opening day.
Sure.
Cleveland versus Detroit or Cleveland versus Cincy. I might even settle for Cleveland versus Pittsburgh, just given that, bleep that town.
Although I don't really want an opening day taste of Scooble, though. You see where the problem is?
It's opening day.
Well, and it's only for this year. I don't think Scooble's going to be there next year.
But and by the way, the other guy mentioned Skeens got lit up today.
I know. It was the worst start of his entire life. Legitimately, the worst start of his life.
Now, that being said, we can actually talk about the team itself. Which Guardians player are you most buying stock in before the season?
I just think there's one obvious answer, and I think it just has to be what it is. I think it's Bo Naylor. I think the idea that him offensively, if he can get back to where he was his very first year, I think that's you got a real chance to go ahead and have something special there. And even with what he just was last year, which is just a borderline sub-2 win above replacement player, oddly enough, with catchers that puts you top 15. And so, I think Bo Naylor's stock is what I want to be buying. There's no way he was as bad as he was offensively last year again this year.
So can we clarify that it's like the last 2 months of last season offensively? Hey, he was part of your surge that allowed you to come back from 15 games down.
Of course.
So, if I can get now the first half, we don't need to talk about the first half.
It's like, can I get the final 5 starts of Joey Cantillo? You know what I mean? Because then it was a 1.55 ERA. He was the best pitcher in baseball.
I think some people are hoping for that.
We can all hope for it, but you know what I mean.
To me, it's not Bo Naylor. When you said you kind of Iversoned me there,
yeah, a little bit,
because you broke my ankles. I think the obvious is Chase DeLauder, and. It's interesting. I'm probably going to stay up tonight just to see DeLauder's first at bat, and kind of take the evening back because I want to see how it goes. Quan, DeLauder to Ramirez, and I'm just curious how those bats look. But it goes beyond just and it's so tough because the injury stuff is so real.
Yeah,
and there's really no reason. There's nothing you can point to in college or the pros that this guy's going to stay healthy. And I'm just ignoring it. I am. Because he's just such a mammoth prospect. A guy that could hit for that kind of power and also hit for average. We just haven't had these guys. And so I think he's the guy that I'm buying the most stock in. I think other guys, I really still like Angel Martinez. I just never sold his stock.
I never bought stock to begin with.
I think he's got a really nice swing, and I think he is, again, I don't think he's a guy that's going to be a 4 or 5 WAR player. But
no.
You don't just need those guys. Like the failure of last year, offensively, because I know some guys ended up being 2 or 3 WAR players because of defense. You need guys who can just come in and be league average hitters on top of needing a couple other guys like Jose Ramirez. I think Angel can be that. I think he can be a nice piece. Maybe he's a super utility guy like a Ben Zobrist with less power, but I think Angel can be a nice major league player. And I don't know that about Arias. I don't know that about Rocchio.
Mm-hmm.
Manzardo, yes, but he's just going to be a problem at first base. Don't know that about David Fry.
I've accepted with Manzardo.
Don't really know that about anybody else that you're actually putting out there to start the season. Even Valera.
Well, Manzardo is going to hit so much better than Angel is. That's not even really a question. It's just whether or not
better power numbers, but I don't know if he's going to be a great hitter.
I mean, he's going to the slash line across the board is going to be better than Angel's is
because of power.
The slash line across the board is going to be that's batting average, on base percentage, slugging percentage.
Well, yeah, but I think my point was the big concern there is. he's just a negative asset with the glove. That's more what I was making there.
And I can live with that. At first base especially, I can live with that.
Yeah. I actually miss the era where first baseman mattered the way it used to.
Like defensively?
No, well, just both sides. Like we were like the 13th best first baseman on any given year was Andres Galarraga. The guy would go out there and rock 35 home runs. Now it feels like you just have a bunch of I don't know, it feels like you've got like Pete Alonso or you've got Rhys Hoskins. Feels like there's no middle class.
Well, it was Rocky's years. It was Todd Helton at first base. That was like, but Todd Helton was one of the first. Not one of the first. He's kind of what you're describing, where he was as good defensively as he was offensively.
216.
You just don't see anymore.
474-0092. Which Guardians players are you buying the most stock in to start the year? Mac, you're a big baseball fan. Am I correct that you were chomping at the bit on the mic there for a minute?
Yeah.
All right. What's your name?
So I was going to say George Valera. Because of the fact that,
the most stock?
Yeah, honestly. I understand the injury history, and I know you had mentioned DeLauder. I'm excited for DeLauder this year, too. But also, I feel like the last couple of years, it seems like right as Valera is really building up that momentum, he ends up dealing with some kind of an injury. So for him, at least if he's able to build back up and get into the swing of things, no pun intended, I think that he can actually really do well, especially from the power hitting standpoint that you've been missing in the outfield.
Listen, I will tell you, I think George Valera looks like a guy that's a high average hitter. And so, like, I agree. I just kind of, it's interesting. He's probably in that same, not tier, but in that same bracket with DeLauder of like, man, if you can just stay healthy, this would be great. The problem is with Valera, he just hasn't stayed healthy, and he's actually been in the minors longer than DeLauder has. Like DeLauder's been since 2022. I think Valera's going all the way back to 2019 or somewhere in there.
You know, what's interesting is I heard Tanner Bybee the other day talking about basically like the trip that they've all taken throughout the minors and the idea that because he was kind of equating it to I want to say it might have been DeLauder, might have been somebody else, but he was equating it to another player in the Guardians. He was like we've all been through the minors at the same steps. Like we've all been at every rung of the ladder there. It was like we were all in single A together, we're all in double A together, we're all in AAA together, and now they're all at the big league level together. I think that's an underappreciated part about this team is that not only did they got here at different times, but like a lot of these players all played together a lot, even though we're throwing a lot of new players into the mix.
All right, I have not given any other kind of players here because it was position players. I'm going to continue on and just not only not sell my stock on Gavin Williams, I'm going to buy as much as I can. I think we're just scratching the surface with him. I don't know why it's been. I think injuries. So I do know why.
I know why I have hesitancy to do it.
Is it that his nickname is the Big Rig?
No, it's the walks. I don't know that you can walk people at the rate that he does, and I do think there was a lot that was. Oh, I hate to say it, but like a lot of his ERA and a lot of his numbers at the end of it, there was a lot working in his favor that I don't think will work again in his favor this year. I think when you have that high of a walk percentage and your xFIP looks the way that it does, I think you have a real issue on your hands, and I'm worried that Gavin Williams is going to have nearly the season that he had last year.
I'm going to bank on that juice. I'm
going to go ahead and I'm going to take the bet that I'm making there is that the walk percentage is too high.
So are you shorting me?
It's too scary. Yeah, I'm not buying any Gavin Williams stock. Right. I'd love to. I'd love to see him take the step forward, have it all come together. I'm just not doing it.
Real quick, Ted in Cleveland, what you got for us, buddy?
Hey, I just wanted to throw in my three keys for the season for the Guardians.
Okay.
Obviously, the pitching has to stay where it's at. It's got to be very good or above average this year. Manzardo is the key. DeLauder is the key. I don't know what this is about Bo Naylor and Angel Martinez. I mean, if they're above average, that's phenomenal. But, Naylor, Manzardo, all that, like, they all have to be just slightly above average this year. That's what I'm asking for. And I think we're going to be a good team.
All right, Ted, we appreciate you, buddy. Go Guards.
Go Guards.
Guards ball. Ted giving us a call there, 216-474-0092. Let's see. Sorry, I was looking for the value, the WAR of Manzardo last year. And the problem with Manzo is he was like a 2 or 3 WAR player. It does get washed out with just how bad defensively. It wasn't just bad defensively. It's one of the worst defensive first basemen in baseball last year.
And it does get washed out that way. The projections on him are pretty decent, though. You're projecting out to have like a 2-win war.
Fangraphs had him at 1.2 last season.
Whereas Angel is a 0.4.
Well, they're dumb.
Yeah.
In case you missed it in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Final segment of today's show. Want to say a big thanks to our guest, Matt Underwood, Guardians TV play-by-play man. Great stuff with him on the Guardians, expectations, the excitement for 2026. Go Cards, Cards Ball. Tonight, Chris Trapasso, 5:20 today. Strong stuff on whether the Browns should trade Myles Garrett. Strong stuff on Caden Proctor as a left tackle option for the Browns. And then Lance Reisland, weak stuff on the beer. Strong stuff on the football there. We do have Anthony Allant coming up tonight, filling in on Overtime with Jake Volnick. And if you really want to know the level of analysis you're getting tonight, he told us in the breaks, he's been going to the gym a lot.
Yeah.
And he's like, you just wouldn't believe the amount of attractive women that are at a gym.
Because mind was blown.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That young man, he's a wild card.
He had a lot of good takes. I think you're going to have a dynamic show tonight. I don't think he's going to be talking about the soul and Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
Maybe at some point.
Maybe, though. Maybe it will.
He's going to actually talk about his scouting grades.
Yeah, forget Caden Proctor for a second.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this 23-year-old I saw at the Planet Fitness.
Now, I know you're going to hear the name Janice, and you're going to think it's not a day one starters like great, right? Let me tell you, you're wrong. That was the land, by the way. Oh, if you missed a second of today's show, you can always watch the entire show back on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Make sure to subscribe. It is free, after all, and like our videos. We like to be liked. Let's go ahead and get to Crickets.
In case we missed it. All right, George Garvin.
In case I missed it.
The Hall of Famer. All right, we brought this story to you a couple weeks ago. That Caleb Williams was trying to become the Iceman, right? And that was his big deal. You get it, Chicago. They got Jumpman with Jordan. He wants to be Iceman. And he did all the trademarking and everything attached to this. And I asked you, like, all right, well, what do you think when you think of Iceman? Obviously, Top Gun comes in play, but George Gervin is the original. That's the original Iceman. And George has come out and spoke, and he is wildly against this with Caleb Williams. He is saying he's the only Iceman. He's the only one that can be Iceman. How long should the Iceman, George Gervin, hang on to this?
The rest of time. And mostly because an NFL starting quarterback, potential franchise quarterback, doesn't need a nickname. It's a hat on a hat. You know who needs a nickname? Like the third best player on the Thunder. You know who needs a nickname? A number one wide receiver. Not quarterbacks.
Matty Ice.
Didn't need it. Well, actually,
Danny Dimes.
Actually, you're just picking out the most vanilla quarterbacks in the history of vanilla.
Yeah, they needed it because they needed the personality attached to it.
Caleb Williams
has personality.
Yeah, he does. He paints his fingernails.
Well, that's not a personality. That's just.
But they say naughty words.
That's. I mean,
it's
out of all the things you could have done to be like, hey, he's got a personality. Being like he paints his fingernails, probably. Jared McCain paints his fingernails too. There's other reasons why we think he's got a personality.
Mr. McCain doesn't have a personality.
No, it's because his TikTok dances give him the personality, not the fingernail painting.
LSU is rehiring Will Wade as their head coach after one season at NC State. Wade was the Tigers head coach from 2017 to 2022 and was fired after years of NCAA rules violations. Now that those don't really exist, I guess he's back. But LSU also employs the Lightning Rod coaches Lane Kiffin and Kim Mulkey. Are the Tigers taking too many chances on problematic coaches?
I think they look at it like not enough chances. We'll take all the problematic coaches that we possibly can. It's pretty simple. Problematic coaches tend to fall for the biggest money bags, and LSU's biggest offer these days is that. And so it gets them in there, and we'll see where it goes.
I do like that Boo Corrigan, who is the NC State athletic director, and you can understand. Yeah. I actually interviewed him a couple times, met him a couple times, always liked Boo Corrigan. He's very upset by this.
I would imagine so.
And here's the thing. You can't be upset that Will Wade was a bit of a dirtball.
Or left for LSU if you're NC State. Like, you can't get mad at that,
Will Wade's a bit of a dirtball.
Yeah.
This guy who's been a jerk and a dirtball and a greaseball his entire career, he's doing it again. Uh-huh.
Is Billy Donovan going to take the UNC job?
It'd make a lot of sense if he did. From his standpoint.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like we're going down that path, aren't we?
I think so. I mean, I know they like the Arizona coach. I'd still be surprised. Arizona's not UNC, but it's maybe a cut under that.
I saw Oates was like, I'm not. Why would I leave Alabama for that?
By the way, that to me was fraudulent. Nate Oates should want to leave Alabama for North Carolina.
I do find it fascinating because yes, he should. But even like you mentioned Arizona's coach, mentioned a couple other coaches here, like these coaches at a certain program within the NIL world, they're not looking at UNC the way that we used to look at UNC.
So how I always looked at it for college basketball coaches is, so there's blue blood and we can get at all the different levels. I always just looked at it as, do you get a chance to be the top program in the program? At Alabama, you're always going to be second fiddle to the football team. So if there's a money shortage, guess where it's coming out of?
I just think we always used to look at it like if you're North Carolina, if you're Duke, if you're one of the Blue Bloods, it's the only way you can achieve winning a national title. Like you have to be one of the Blue Bloods to do that essentially. At least give yourself the best chance. But in the NIL world, you just need the most money. Yeah. I get what you're saying. You want to be top dog. I get that.
But that's, by the way, that's why I don't think Tommy Lloyd would leave Arizona because
exactly the same. It's exactly the same construct.
Arizona is a basketball first school. I don't think they're going to get it right. I think Bubba Cunningham is not a good AD. He has had some bird-brained ideas. He kind of sandbagged Mac Brown, so I'm a little sore about that because Mac Brown's one of the coolest dudes you'll ever meet. All for Bill Belichick. Please see what has happened with Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And I just don't think you treat Hubert Davis like that. I think somebody's got to stand between North Carolina and their insane fans. It's fine that fans are the way they are. Hubert Davis should have gotten at least one more year to kind of figure it out. And now you're going into this great abyss. Billy Donovan might be the guy that I can say I think might be an upgrade. I hate the Florida coach, though. The guy that replaced Billy, that guy bugs the – I think he replaced the guy that replaced the guy. But that guy bugs me. There's also some rumors about him and co-eds.
I saw him fist bumping a student manager the other day. It wasn't a student manager, a student reporter. Like one of the student writers, like one of his traditions, he goes and like fist bumps the student writer. I like that.
For the Florida coach?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
I thought you were going to do the Colin Cowherd backward hat with a quarterback thing. I thought that was going to be great coaches don't fist bump student reporters.
No, he just seemed like he was nice to the student reporter. It was like the complete reversal of like everything Boeheim and all these other guys ever have been, and that's what I thought was interesting about it.
But I think most people agree Boeheim was right about Lima.
Oh,
he saw it ahead. No, he saw it.
Boeheim was just a D to everybody.
Yeah.
He was universally a D to everybody.
Yeah, but he scouted Lima and he picked him out. He knew it. He knew where that was going.
He used to call
You're
in.
a loser.
Friends I have that went to Syracuse, some of these do like these like Syracuse postgame shows, and on the ride home, Boeheim he'd call into their show and just refute anything that they had to say that night. And it's like, you're a student broadcaster on the local Syracuse radio station. You're gonna be like, no, Jim.
Yes.
You're wrong for this reason.
Yes.
Called in to bully him is all it was, but it's hysterical to me.
Power move for power move.
I love that he cared that much.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute you, Supreme Leader. Otherwise, you'd have us taken out. Big thanks to Jake Murrin, man in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, also producing. And let's see, we had Meredith Kane and Michael Markoch, the Ginger Saint of Cleveland Sports Head. Remember it there. I got it there. JP, good stuff today.
Well, I had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
We got a not football Friday coming up tomorrow. We got a feel-good Friday, a frigid cold Friday. We'll see you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.